Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, gals and pals, holes and poles. Welcome back. I'm your host, Armchair Grump. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Tonight we are playing some War Thunder. From Christmas time, I got some premium due to picking up some vehicles and stuff that were on sale. So that was my Christmas gift for some people. From some people. What did we get? Let me show you here real quick. We picked up the A10 pack, and we picked up the where is it here? In the T80U E1 pack, which gave me obviously those a whole bunch of golden eagles and premium, which I've was started a while ago, so we only got 19 days left of it, but right here. All right, and I'm gonna be having the news on the side now today instead of some Hogan's Heroes. We're gonna be watching some Timcast. I'm trying to get the audio to work. We'll see if it comes through. Obviously,
and this is Timcast IRL, and today we're going to be talking.
All right, now do I have to? Oh,
Cameroon national who was here illegally with active removals proceedings and was deputized and given a gun and turned into a full-blown police officer as a recruit. And then we're moving on to Mandami and New York's Shit Creek's disaster. Like mounds of dog poop all over the snow from 8 days ago and no end in sight. Michael Rappaport just going absolutely nuts on what's going on in New York with everything. And then obviously we got to ask Mandami, who's your daddy? Like all these allegations of Jeffrey Epstein and Mandami potentially being related are surfacing and taking X and social media by storm.
Compared to the rest. We'll try and turn it down.
And I got to tell you, I'm here for it. But before we get into all that, here's a word from
so I don't know if I can
sponsor.
Fix that somehow. So I don't have to, like, it'll pick up the audio.
We got a great sponsor for you. It is Cove Pure.
Obviously, I'll be probably commenting. I talk to myself anyways when I'm playing games, so it's usually because I'm listening to something on the side. I won't be watching stuff, obviously, when we play single-player games.
It's PDS.
All right, so look,
At
I
least
gotta
nothing
say,
like
this
huge.
is one interesting news day. It's been absolutely wild.
So, give me a little
so
bit
much
of
to cover.
leeway.
But I do
This is
want
the
to
first
go
time
and talk
doing this
about
with
this
audio.
development out in.
But before you do, I'd like to introduce myself, George. I'd like
Hold on, wait, I wanted to talk about
sorry,
the
George.
but I want to talk about the story
Is there
first.
room for one more diva?
No.
Yeah, I think that's probably loud enough.
Okay, first of all, you're a guest. Be quiet. All right, let's do this. Let's get everybody that's on the panel here.
I'm trying to see how loud it's going to be when I'm playing and talking.
Tonight, so Jennifer Lawrence
I gotta
joining
talk
me here
when it's
today,
talking
and I
to
just
see
wanted
how it's
to
gonna
toss it
come
over to you,
through.
Jen. And
Okay, it sounds like you can hear me still, which is good. Put it about there.
thank you for being here with me.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be been here before. I'm Jennifer Lawrence, CEO of American Mission.
There you go.
I'm Ian Crossland. I am a crazy dude, and
Great hair, though.
Awesome.
Crazy dude.
All right, looks like
the
all
shampoo
right,
that I
the internet's
use is like
good
this
tonight.
carrot
It is
shampoo.
good.
Sean's a
I'm
huge
having some
fan
issues
for
with the internet the
infants.
other
I'm a
night,
huge fan.
so
Producer Sean
I'm worried
holding it down for
about
Tate Brown.
possibilities of
And I know Serge
stuff
has got
happening.
his finger on the kill switch in case I say something
all right, do I
insane.
have this
It's going to be
marked?
fun.
have this.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a
All right, so we
counter-revolutionary.
have till
I guess we can get into it now.
tomorrow morning.
yeah.
All right, can we get
to
into
do
the
this,
story?
so we don't have to get it all done today.
You guys act like people
We're
don't
gonna play
know
a
who
little.
you guys are.
Let's
You
start.
know,
I want to play some
every
12.0
single
tonight.
day, like,
I have been getting better at
Anyway,
tanks. I've been playing the last
Illusion, one
several
of the most
weeks.
Interesting people.
Sorry, I haven't been streaming. Stuff has been going on in real life, so
who's been?
I've had to kind of balance the two. I've had a little bit. I mean, like, it's not that I haven't had no time for streaming, but like, I just wanted to relax when I've had the ability to.
So he uncovers a story, and ICE confirms to him that in New Orleans earlier today,
On top of the
they
fact that, like,
arrested
the news has been
a
crazy lately.
foreign national.
How do you
from
guys like the
Cameroon
fact that
with
we
an
like just
active
went down and
deportation
snatched
order with removals
someone's
proceeding
president?
order
I mean, that was
from
great.
DHS, who had been deputized and been given a gun.
Like, the fact that we can do
and
that-
turned into a police officer. Where the liberals are literally
The fact that we can just snatch up
deputizing
the Venezuela dictator, Maduro. Why can't we just do that to Kim Jong Un and be done with North Korea? Like, there's no way. There's no way that.
woman who did that. Like, it's like you can't make this up. Like,
Well, I mean, we cannot forget what happened in New Orleans, not this past New Year's, but the New Year's before, where the
There's
guy
no way that, like,
drove through
Russia would do
people
anything, even
on
China. They're, like, not gonna start a war
with an
over it.
ISIS flag, and they said not terrorism.
I mean, look what's going on in
not terrorism, but
Iran.
he was, you know,
We're not gonna start a war if we end up helping the Iranian
It's
people.
like Colonel Sanders' wife. But this
is gonna be
Again, I can't wait for the AI and the
We're gonna head
robots. We
towards
need
B and see
RoboCop.
if we don't.
We need it now.
Man, like, it's either I live either through the entire match or I die instantly in 12.0. It's so easy to die very quickly. Tanks are a lot faster, obviously. This,
Ian was here for the last hour talking about this. It's completely
I saved my shot for the show. Could you tell? So they just didn't do
helicopters. We gotta worry about planes and
They
helicopters.
do
on
background
this
check, they just make you
too.
cops. New Orleans, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, look, New Orleans went through so much. You just said Katrina, right? Like, you would expect that I mean,
So, like I said, I'm getting.
there's a whole show on Netflix
We assisted with that one.
of that hospital with
Might
that
be
doctor.
another guy on here.
You guys saw it, right? I'm not trying to get sued, so I'm
Saw
But the
gunfire
Democrats
over
mean
there.
business. The Democrats mean business. I mean, they have teachers, they have police officers, they have doctors that are illegal immigrants. I mean, they're telling you they want these people in our labor force.
The left doesn't look
No, we're
at
breaking it.
immigrants as illegal or legal. They don't care, so they're not going to put any effort into.
I mean, if I get one
actually
capture and a
verifying.
kill,
They're
I'll
just
be
gonna
happy.
go, "Oh, you're here. It's fine."
You're here,
Which
you're
is
brown.
This is a premium vehicle, so I get a lot of bonus
whatever the
points.
reason. I don't
Unfortunately,
think that
the
brown
event,
matters.
it has nothing. It
matter
doesn't
if
do
you're
with your
from, 'cause it
game
doesn't matter if
points.
you're
It's your
from
match
Eastern Europe
points,
or if
which
you're
is
from,
these instead of like
Asia somewhere. It
at
doesn't
the
matter
it
at
has
all.
nothing to do
They're
with the
just
research
like,
points.
you're
I could get
here.
like 10,000
We're gonna
research
treat you
points.
as if you're a
damn it,
citizen.
somebody popped in.
Even
Someone's
particularly
sitting
in I don't
here.
know if New Orleans is a sanctuary city or not, but specifically in sanctuary cities. You know?
No one is illegal, right?
I want to believe that this was an oversight and not intentional. Sorry.
No, that's a great point.
Where was he? Behind me?
If
No.
this is an
No.
oversight,
Oh, from the
this is
right.
a bad.
Was it the
fuck
guy
up.
even on the circle?
This is like
Maybe that might have been the guy on the
national
circle. I don't
security, but
know.
not national security. Like, I guess
All right, we'll
state
go ahead and-
security. Like, this is not just a small oversight. This is a big fuck up.
Now we'll go.
Because what's stopping other
I like
cities
the
from,
fact
I mean,
that
look at the NYPD.
they give you a free
They're at
tank.
right now an
I mean, you can't
8,000
upgrade it,
comp.
but they do give you a free
Imagine if
tank.
Mamdani
So that
Mamdani.
Mamdani the
You
commie-
don't.
I got tongue twisted there. Decides to put 8,000 illegals to police New York City. So this is dangerous. This is
like if you buy a
precedent
tank,
setting, and
buy a
I'm
high
glad
ranking
that it
tank,
got
you don't
caught,
just have
and I'm
that only
glad that,
tank and like you're
this
screwed in realistic.
Cameroon is like,
If you
Yeah,
die,
but how many
you know, you
don't
get a whole
get
bunch of
caught?
kills and then die, and then you're like, oh, I don't have another
But look
vehicle.
at how many don't get caught, right? New Orleans is probably not an isolated
Dude,
incident. You look
the
at
Epstein
Los
files have
Angeles,
so
you look at all these
backfired.
other
Like,
places. I mean,
you're like, oh yeah, Trump's in there.
head of
Yeah,
the
it's like
voter,
apparently the
integrity
FBI
in
were
San
taking,
Francisco is an
they were
illegal
taking
Look, one of the
calls.
points
Apparently,
that
where people could
I
literally
think
just
is
call
if
in
they
and be
are
like,
hiring
I think
illegal
Trump's a
people that
pedophile, and those were all in the Epstein
are far
file.
more
Where
tribal
people
than
just
we are
like make
here.
calls
So you
into the
know
FBI and be
that
like, I think
just like
Trump
the
did this and that.
Somalis in
I mean, I guess they're hotline tips and
Minneapolis,
stuff, right?
they're
And they
going
could
to say,
investigate
okay, well, this
those, but
person is from my
like
tribe,
just
and
any
whatever it
random
may
person
be,
could do
you
it.
know,
And there's a whole bunch
going
of
to
stuff
not
like that
be
in there.
applying justice
So,
the same
you know, just
way
people,
from person to
random
person because
leftists
they're
just
like
doing a
legal
whole bunch of stuff
rights.
like that.
That's my whole point.
But then
It's like they're
Epstein
telling you
is
this what they want.
everywhere.
They want,
Mondani from New York.
illegal immigrants to
There's
be
a good
these
chance that he's
positions
either
in the
related to
labor force.
Epstein
They've
or
said it over and
Epstein's
over
his
and over.
father.
Do you think
Like-
do you think they want them in the labor force or just want? Because it's
So
my
many
argument.
things.
I think
So
what
many
they
things.
want-
Obviously,
I think they want them here
I
because
love the
of
fact that they
voting
tried
age,
to,
because of
like,
the census, right?
Hillary and
In
Bill
my
Clinton
opinion,
tried to
the reason
not
is
go
the
in,
more people come in
and they
are in cities, the
passed the
more
thing, the
Democrats
resolution
can
to
use
arrest
that
them if
to
they didn't. So
basically inflate the census because you're only counting people, you're not counting citizens. Inflate the census and skew the balance of power.
I like what ICE has been doing in Minnesota.
Well,
Everyone's like, oh, they
everybody's
shot
been-
people.
That's the biggest fear mongering line.
Suicide by cop is what happened.
It's around basically the amount of people we have in the country.
And see, I hate the way they do the
jump to the census. I'm more concerned
capture
about
points. You should get points.
Hey, you're a
I like in like
cop.
Battlefield and stuff, you get points when it takes down the red thing. So when you're capturing it and taking away the red, when it's been captured by the enemy and you're slowly taking it away from the enemy, like why don't you get points for taking it away from the
I look at
enemy?
them as a potential adversary. Dude, where? Is that harsh? Is that...
This is exactly what I'm
People
talking
should
about.
value
Okay, he's from
say that. No, I'm
behind to the
sorry.
right.
People hate us around the world.
It's so
I go
easy to
Europe a
die
lot.
in one
Well,
shot
I
in this.
resumed going
Plus, I
back
have no
to
heavy
Europe.
tanks.
I was a little caught up for a couple years. My passport was locked down.
All right, screw it. Well,
When you really look at it, you go to Europe, they
Yeah, we'll
hate
do
us
it.
not because of what we do, or they hate us because of what we have. And then you go to these third world hellhole countries like Cameroon, they loathe us. So now they come here and we give them guns. Like, oh, what are we doing? Well, it's crazy.
I know you view them as your adversary, but the Democrats literally view them
That's
as
their
your
voting base.
as your replacement.
That's
they
their voting
view them
base.
as your replacement.
See, I think that's more of it. Is
Probably
the-
should have bought
the replacement of it, right? Is that they are
a
bringing
Russian,
people in and
V-
just
like I should have bought both
completely casting out
a
Americans.
tank and
listen to this.
vehicle
So
from
it's
the
up on
same
screen. So,
group,
the New
so I
Orleans
could.
Police Department
There's
verified
times where I've
Larry
gotten
Taman's
like 4 or 5
eligibility
kills with
through
this
ICE
vehicle, but
E-Verify
then
before hiring him and received no ICE detainer.
it would have been nice to
Jail
have like
detainer
a
decisions
like a
are handled by the
airplane
sheriff's
to then go
office,
and try and
any
kill stuff.
claim NOPD broke the law is false.
See if
that is
it's covered. I'm just gonna
absolutely
rush this.
garbage.
So they're trying to blame ICE.
There's no way.
Oh,
I
there.
the
Where is this
government
guy at? There he
understand
is. I
very
saw him.
well how these e-verifies work. There's no way this individual passed an e-verify from ICE. There's just no way.
Well, that's interesting
There's
because
no way.
we're in Florida and there's a lot of laborers around here that don't speak English, so it's you can make some assumptions. But one of the things I've been told is locally that the e-verify thing is actually very easy.
What did he just do?
And get by because they have the e-verify process out here for the laborers.
Yeah,
as well.
it's
Yeah, but I
not
think
easy to game. I don't know who's saying it's easy to game. It's pretty tough to game because it's a federal-based database. Unless you're dealing with sanctuary cities, which then again New Orleans is. So it is a self-inflicted wound by New Orleans city government.
Ah, I just did that. That was my fault.
Sanctuary city. But for them to
Did somebody
flat
get
out
him?
lie to the American people out saying that, oh no, this is on ICE's e-verify system.
No, he's still there. Somebody else is shooting him though. I'm not gonna be able to move. I think he's repairing too. Question is who repairs first? Yep, there he goes. Cool. Get back here before someone shoots me from their spawn. I don't know. He must. I don't know how. I'm getting used to these higher rank vehicles. I'm still been doing okay. Like I'm still, like I said, like games where I like get blown out, like just dead because people know where all the camping spots are. They're just super reflexive, good, and they've been playing it up here a lot longer. Got more experience. Shit. Yeah, I saw that. He dead? Did I get him cover? Trying to get him cover. Oh, well, there's a can't see shit. I think I got him in cover though. No. I should have been zoomed in. I should have. Oh, I thought you fired a second earlier. Let's just play with the T-34. It's always fun to show up.
Garbage.
Interesting.
Well, and it's creating a way for ICE to be blamed not only for the removal of people, but if they supposedly, according to the New Orleans PD, that their system doesn't work.
Yeah, look, you know what?
So so George, just to clarify, so you're saying the E-Verify system is, we'll say, more secure than the Social Security system?
Well, it's not that it's absolutely not. Neither are secure.
Well, I'm just saying
Well,
there's a
neither are
lot-
secure, but they're hard to gain.
But there's a
right?
lot of illegal immigrants that have Social Security.
No, they don't
All
have
right,
Social
I didn't have the
Security.
chat
Take you to
screen.
Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights in Queens, where I'm from.
It would have been smart. I wanted the A10 because I like the A10.
Walk up and down a couple of minutes, you'll
But
be
at the same
offered a
time,
Social
they don't
Security
have a lot of
eligibility
support. It's
number.
more of a support vehicle. It's not bad. It's not a bad fighter actually. Like it doesn't have any speed, but like if you get into if you head to head somebody, like you got an extremely high rate of fire.
As long as I've been alive, Roosevelt Avenue.
The problem
in
is I'm
Jackson
not gonna be
Heights
able to
in
pierce
Queens
anybody with this.
is full of people selling fake.
At least I can
cards,
get some points
fake
on
social
hitting
cards.
somebody.
They'll take you into a hole in the wall.
Or if
and
I need to
you
capture
give them
something, I
100
can
bucks,
capture
whatever
it.
it is, and you walk out with that stuff. Now, like, how do I know?
But so the A10's good. It's like a
Like,
mixture of a
illegal,
bombing,
like,
a lot of
around
ground target
People
killing
would say,
stuff.
"Oh,
But
I gotta go get a new
I should have
social
picked
card." I'm
up
"Oh,
like
let's go to the Social Security office," which is
I
usually
should have picked
Jamaica.
everything
Like,
up in
"Oh,
one
no,
tech
he's got
tree
one
for
on
now.
Roosevelt." I'm like, what?
Like McLovin.
Because when I spread it around, then I just can't.
Are you saying, George, you
stay
think
in
that
around
because
very long.
New Orleans is a sanctuary city, this guy got in there illegally?
At least I
and
can
then
play
never registered
realistic with the
E-Verify?
A10
That's why-
and get a lot of points. I've been playing a little. I don't usually play air realistic, and I
some
have
sort of
been
TPS, some sort of
playing a little bit of realistic with the
some sort of
A10.
TPS,
So it's gotta be doing
status that led for him to be able.
What is TPS, by the way?
Anybody
Temporary
need?
protected status, right? Which is supposed to be temporary.
It's just not die.
temporary. It's on the temporary.
Things with the government tend not to be temporary.
Yeah, nothing.
TPS.
Right? I mean, look, we're getting all this heat now because President Trump is ending TPS on Haitians, and
That-
I'm sorry,
that last
when
death
was
was-
the earthquake, and I
shouldn't have
thought the
died.
Clintons went there to clean
See,
it up. Right?
I was thinking
Yeah,
I should be
2010,
getting
it's
like
been
8,000
what,
points towards the
15
event,
years?
but
15 years, and we're still considering temporary protective status for them because it's so dangerous. But then you have Colbert, O'Brien,
I actually
and
wanted
all of these people
this
with like, oh, Haiti's
20%
so
off.
beautiful.
I might have actually bought
Hades-
it.
Haiti
Now that I have
doesn't
Golden
need to
Eagles, I
make
might
great
actually buy
again.
something.
Like,
If I
which one is it?
like,
I
if you
interrupted
actually
you.
get
You think
50%
that
off,
TPS
like
So
likely
you
has-
probably
I'd
have
actually
a
buy
GPS at some
something,
point.
even like
and
20%
again,
maybe.
I'm spitballing because this is
These
it's
are
developing,
useless.
right? It's a developing story.
I found
but
out you can
either
actually
get
recycle
TPS
these
or
now.
some sort of
So
temporary,
I've got like a bajillion of these. I can
visa that
recycle them
allowed
and
him
get
to
new
be here
stuff.
because he got a war
So I'm just
authorization at
hoarding
some point.
them,
That's how he got
and
this job.
then we're gonna
The
recycle
thing
all of them.
is nobody double checked to verify like the
Okay.
expiration because
All right, this has
expiration
245
date.
millimeters armor
It's usually
pen.
2 years. And you have to renew it, but you got to
So
qualify.
some
to
of
renew it,
these guys
right?
I might be
So
able to put in
this
a
seems like
lineup and get some
classic
actual
example
armor
of not
pen.
renewing it, them not being on
I mean,
top of it. So
550
it's a
meters,
very
but
bad
like
oversight.
some of
It's
it's
a
not needed. If I can
lazy
get on
and
the side of a
irresponsible.
tank,
Well, I mean,
I can get some,
I understand your concern
200
with like,
meters.
the gun aspect of this, but
I
didn't
might
we
be
just
able to
see
get some
this? I forgot which
penetration.
city, Phil, you may know, but there was a teacher, like literally a administrator that was an illegal immigrant. That
Yeah, I don't remember what city it was, but there was. The government has been, excuse me, the government has been hiring illegal aliens
245
for ages.
218.
Well,
Any
administrator.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but the administrator, I thought she was a DACA
it was
recipient.
it was a he.
I'm sorry, right. I believe it was a
guess
DACA
we'll go with
recipient.
this.
I know everybody likes to call them illegal. I agree
So we
that the
only
way they
got
got
100,
their status
1,700,
was
so,
illegal
I mean,
because
that's not
Obama did it
bad.
through executive order.
George,
But
they all have to go.
obviously,
They're
I
illegal
I'm not
drugs.
arguing that. Look, I'm not
They're
arguing
all
that.
your
I'm just saying.
adversary, George.
guess it
I'm
makes
just
it so
saying
that you
DACA
can't
They
just
can
like
dream
make
somewhere
it
else,
super
George.
easy to do it with this.
George went from they're my adversaries
Destroy
to
player vehicles
I'm
using
I'm
not
not
this
defending them. I just
SPAA.
want
do
to.
not
I
have
think
an
facts matter,
SPAA
right? And
that I
DACA
use.
recipients do have permission to work. That's the difference. I
Destroying
don't agree with
aircraft,
it, but I just want to be.
no.
I don't want to
Not
sit
any
here
aircraft.
and then
Number
get
battles
called out
for any of
later.
the
So
streets
anyway,
you must
let's
win.
move on because there's so much. Look, we can talk about this crap all day long, but nothing's ever going to come close to crap mountains all over New York City. And Michael Rappaport has been on top of it, quite literally,
We're
taking
gonna do it one more
pictures.
time.
On top of Crap Mountain.
Are we sure this is dog
I
shit?
can do this, but just not
I'm pretty
here.
sure this is human shit, guys.
I don't know.
It is New York.
It is New York, but I gotta say, I'm a lifelong New York City resident. I literally
go
left
one
New
more
York
time.
2 months ago,
An
right?
intelligence
I'm
required number of times. I don't even know
not a
how
New
you
York
get
City
that.
resident.
Congrats.
A little over 2 months ago at this point.
Ally destroyed an enemy vehicle by
I
your
live in Pennsylvania.
intelligence.
I'm in northeastern Pennsylvania for now. But I got to tell you, I'm in New York often because obviously
Okay,
that's
that's
where,
it. Okay,
you know,
yeah, I can do
that's
that. I just,
money, thoughts, and bullshit walks. And
I just need to play
we have
Germany.
to go there.
No, I just
But
need to play lower rank.
I have lived through pretty bad storms. 16, 06, 96. 96 was rough, right? I was a kid, but I remember. It's like you were walking in mazes of ice. Never, ever, 8-10 days after a storm has it been this bad. I thought New York was really going to be different than new
I was
under
gonna
the
say,
sky, but I didn't think it
I've
was
gotten
gonna be
better.
worse.
No,
How
I
is
don't
it
live
that
in New York.
the
I live
new
in Michigan,
administration
but I've definitely
comes
gotten
in
better.
and these problems
Like the
are so
highways and
fast.
the
Like,
roads
it
are
makes
pretty
sense to me
clear
that, oh, he
here
would
in
change
Michigan. Obviously, we're
regulations, change
probably.
laws, and
I don't know. New York
great,
gets snow
but
relatively.
the infrastructure there is
I mean, they're
so-
they're high enough up. They get snow pretty often. They're like,
Capacity and the
you know, they're not like Florida or
like,
Texas where they get it like.
literally
Well,
cleared
Florida
houses
doesn't.
and companies.
Florida,
Like, you
on
can
the
say whatever you want
rarest
about
occasion,
Adams,
has
you can say
gotten it,
whatever you
right?
want about
It
Big
can
Bird,
get it.
you can say whatever
Texas
you
gets it
want about
once
all
in a
these
great
names,
while.
right? I can't criticize Bloomberg or Giuliani because they were fantastic administrators. I mean, look, you can say whatever you want about Mike Bloomberg. He was the best mayor of New York City.
New York was gorgeous.
I would say this.
But yeah, I was gonna say the day
Right,
after,
Giuliani's
or within
great.
2
I love
days of
that
us
he
getting
outdid
tons of snow.
Giuliani, managing it. He
Roads are really
continued
good out here.
Giuliani's, agenda, but he built on it, right? New York was perfect.
Nice
And then
in
we
here,
gave it
not
over
get
to
shot.
De Blasio, Big Bird. But he at least was competent on the administrative running of the city.
I did
and
not
so was
realize
Adams, with all the controversy. This guy is a kid.
There he is.
What
I
is
see
he,
him.
30? He's running the largest city in the country. It has a bigger budget than 22 states.
Yeah, I see him.
He doesn't understand it. He can't just appoint people for wokeism. He's like, I'm gonna appoint this one because he's so good on this or so good on that.
Well,
Hit
that's what I was going to say.
something.
Is
What
the
did I-
difference, right? Is a Bloomberg or an Adams, one of those hired people that were competent enough to run the positions that they were being put in. It's a popularity contest, right? Who has the best woke resume is going to get the job as opposed to the actual resume.
Yeah, this is a huge win for the
Oh, no.
Democrats. Still around.
Okay,
I mean,
kills
it's
this.
great.
I didn't hit the
Are
forward
you-
plate in the right
are you
spot.
surprised? I mean, like we knew, like
Ah.
he was gonna get free buses
I knew I shouldn't have
or
stopped.
free
I was
buses,
looking for him.
He made all these promises
over.
on things that.
Hey, I got an assist and a kill. I should have gotten 2 kills.
I gotta say, like he said, he
I'm
was gonna
getting-
give
I gotta
free
know
grocery-
which tanks
city
are
grocery
considered
stores,
heavy
and the only
tanks.
people that I see that did free grocery stores is Polymarket today. They announced that, so I was just like, wait, Polymarket beat Mondami to a socialist like pipe dream. They started funded $1 million for like food insecurity resolution. Free supermarket in the middle of New York City, signed the lease and everything. So, which is like, hey, you know,
I
we
wish you
can
could
help them
upgrade this free
more,
one, or
uh,
at the very least.
Capitalism will always empty so.
Capitalism will always.
Is it called the poly market?
Yep.
Like, is it actually?
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's a vehicle you can't
They
unlock.
outdid the commie with their
So you said Mamdani cleared house. Who did he get rid of? What happened?
everybody. He's still appointing commissioners. I mean, like we
have that story.
we have that story later.
It
on, but
feels
you know
like
what? I
stuff
think it's a
slows
great
you down
segue to
way
just,
too much
kind of
for,
go into it.
modern tank.
It's like the man.
Feels like you should be able to
not
run
only
through that without
doesn't know
slowing
who to
down.
hire. Some of the people he hires aren't ready for prime time. His housing commissioner, she was running
That's
around
friendly.
weeks ago crying because her mother owns a $1.6 million house in Nashville, Tennessee. And it's just like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, he has this group of
saw
incompetent
that's
people.
dead.
His new prison commissioner for the city is a felon, a pretty violent con artist felon. And again, no judgment zone here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I knew
you
I was
think
too
it's
out of
smart to put
cover.
the fox
Where is he?
in charge of the hen house?
Straight
I mean,
ahead.
again, you know, it's the point Tim always makes. Like these people in New
Really?
York, I know you love that city. I always think it's a hellhole, but they vote
Really?
for this and they love it.
Yeah,
they
look.
love it. They keep voting for
Yeah,
it.
but
And they
could
keep voting.
Rikers Island get much worse?
I mean,
How did I
look,
not see him?
I'll put it this way: Mondami
Right, like-
taps. Here's what.
Maybe
Fox
he was
News
more
had
over the
headlines
hill,
with.
but
Mondami taps.
he- like, he should have been in my
to lead
peripheral.
NYC jails, and Riker
Like,
remains
I was
under
looked over
federal
here, but he,
oversight,
like, should have still been on my
obviously.
screen.
Let's see what they have to say during this announcement.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story.
First, I am thrilled to name Stanley Richards as the commissioner.
Looking like that's
Gotta
the
find out what it's
United
for. of the New York City Department of Corrections.
Shoot. I hate the clickbait. I've gotten killed by that thing so often.
Stanley will make history.
And it doesn't
in
matter
this
if I
role
present forward or
as the
after. I
first
don't know where
ever
my
formerly
well, I know where
incarcerated
my
person
armor
to
is.
serve
I
as
have no
commissioner.
armor. Did I even get an assist on that? I don't think I
Well, see, that's my question, right?
So
Sure.
the question is,
We'll see if we can try and get a
will he
capture out of
succeed?
this.
Right? Like, okay, great, you made history. You're the first this, you're the first that. I mean, dude, everybody likes to tell me, like, you were the first openly gay Republican elected to Congress. Who cares? I got expelled. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Here's
my
a
record.
Mig.
It sucks. But, you know,
This is the point, though. I mean, the fact that the illegal was the cop, they have a literal criminal running the jail system. I mean, they literally want criminals.
This is and when did he do it?
I don't know.
When
So
was
wait.
he convicted for this felony?
I
What,
mean,
did he punch a dude?
This is emblematic of what the left wants, though, right? Like, restorative justice is something that the left talks about. You know, they want to say, oh, people are people, and
Alt-L.
just
What
because
are we
someone
in?
did something in their past, they can do anything.
Switch
And
to
it's
line
like,
of
look, man,
sight.
I believe that when someone has done the time, then they should be, you know, they should enter society again and have their rights restored.
Oh, somebody else got him.
But at the same time, you don't put someone in charge of something like Rikers
See, we
Island
sneak to
just
A.
because he was a former felon and it looks good for the photo op, because that's all it is. This is all about this is like
This,
look
like,
at
I'm-
how
I'm-
progressive
these are
we
the vehicles I'm really
It has
trying to learn
nothing
the
to do
most.
with if he'll actually know how to be an administrator. And I don't,
All the
I mean,
buttons
you know,
don't
we
seem
don't
to
have any
work right when
time
I
to
don't know if
see
I
what,
have
you
to
know,
have something on
see what
screen for it
happens,
to
so
work.
maybe he'll do okay. But this is, again, this is emblematic of what the left does.
so,
Like,
look
I
at
should have
this.
had
Look,
it set to
Stanley
line of
Richards,
sight
who did time in the
automatically.
80s
There's a
for
guy here
robbery.
I know.
At least he wasn't a murderer.
It's, thank God, right? Oh my goodness, thank God we're not.
I mean, the
putting
best I can do is get
Asperger's
some
in charge
hits
of
on him and
corrections.
maybe
But,
blow up
like,
his barrel.
I hate passing judgment. I just
There-
think,
there's
where
somebody
did
on the
competence
right.
go? This dude is acting worse than Gavin Newsom.
Competent,
People
no,
can
competence
sneak by.
implies hierarchy, and hierarchy is bad. Like,
Oh
if
yeah,
you
just wanna
collectivism is
get
better,
to
if
A.
you,
right?
yeah,
The
if you,
toxicity of
That's just-
if
individualism.
you
Sneaky.
select someone based on competency, you're saying that person's better than this other person, and we're all the same. It's the whole blank slate idea from the left. It's a terrible way to run a society. That's exactly why the left has so many failures when it comes to government. They can't govern at all because they think, oh, well, we'll just put our buddies in charge. That happened in the
Why am I
Soviet
not
Union.
aiming?
It happens in China, and then they kill their friends. But like, if I understand correctly, that's the way that most socialist governments work.
Well, we're doing
Because they don't want to go and say, oh, well, competency is important. This guy that Mamdani hired to run Rikers, he did it because it looks good, and it doesn't matter what his
All right,
life
so
was
we
before.
need-
It doesn't matter if he's competent because this guy's the guy that we want to put in there because
Need
it looks
recon.
good.
Well, it's also
stuff.
a thing of like, will they cover for what they're doing, right? Because most of the time, these communists are not running, the
researching
tightest
now.
ship possible. So
course.
are
We'll
these
research
people
that,
going
and then
to
we're
fall
gonna
in
research
line and
this.
protect the larger at part of it, or are they gonna like go out and rat on them?
Right. It's always about progress. Progress. And
Once the-
progress means you have to put the criminals in charge.
But
and-
once I-
Progress is good.
We'll switch back over
Because
to Russia.
Why are we
I got a
allowing the
recon over
left
there.
to
He's-
hijack the terminology progressive?
it
Because we're the real
It
progressives.
depends on what you're progressing towards. Like if you're progressing towards a cliff, you want to
Yeah.
stop
Of
and
course,
turn
but
around.
we stop. Like, right, we progress. We progress from slavery. Conservatives did that. We progress from segregation. Conservatives did that. We progress from every single thing that those are all progressive moves. Progressivism used to be a good thing. We're going in a better direction. Now it's like progressivism means
slower
we're going in
moving.
this extreme bad direction.
No. The whole
Much better.
progressive project needs to be
I say
undone
that.
Of course.
from Woodrow Wilson all the way up to today.
Right. And
No
progress.
opposition.
To
No
Phil's
opposition.
point, it's like the
I
first.
like Abraham Lincoln's progress version of progress.
Yeah, but I also think that a level of responsibility belongs on the Republicans, right?
stupid.
Because
Don't
so
even play
many
their
times
game.
the Republicans
Oh,
allow
we're
the
really the
Democrats to get away with
progressives.
stuff,
Just-
and then when we try to hold
They
them
just
accountable,
they're just
or
saying
somebody
whatever
tries to, do the
to
exact
sound
same
like,
thing
oh,
the
we're the good
Democrats do.
people. We're the good.
Republicans
We're
are
the
like,
good
oh, guys,
people.
That's bad for
Just tell them to
optics.
shut
Our
up.
donors aren't gonna like that.
Republicans don't have
Cowtail.
balls or the backbone.
Exactly.
That's the problem. They beg for everything.
Yeah, but Phil
I
hit
almost
it
had
on
a
the head.
hot
It's like the first one, first black
I hate that
first
tank.
Hispanic person.
Well, how
M18
many first was Kamala?
is like
She
the
was,
bane of
first
my
Native
existence.
American, Indian, Swahili.
So many times I've gotten hits on it and don't get kills because it's an open top. There's so many times, like,
woman to lose to Donald Trump.
I just hate that thing so much.
Twice.
I really do. So
On the
many
ballot
people
box.
play that.
Pretty badly too.
But yeah,
So-
Oh, God, it's
all
infuriating.
about the first,
I
you
hate
know?
it.
It's-
yeah, well, that was Clinton.
But we had the first Down syndrome person.
Like, I don't know if
it's,
it.
you know, like we had
I
the
don't even
first, you
consider
know,
it overpowered or
Renee
anything. It's just
Renee
everywhere.
Oh, come
Well, I don't
on,
know.
don't
I
say
haven't
that.
really looked at it.
Pretty
I mean, it's a light tank. It's not particularly hard to kill, but it feels like
Guys, look.
real dark.
Hold on, time out. We can be funny and dark, but that's
I don't know. It's not even like a tank destroyer. It's
This
got
guy, Richard
somehow got
Stanley
this
Richards,
huge
That's how
gun.
Republicans bend to everywhere.
That's funny.
Oh yeah, just wait until we
Right.
get into the Epstein connection. then.
Yeah.
This
well,
guy, this police or this commissioner, apparently he
just
did serve
hate it.
the Department of Corrections as the
Maybe it's 'cause I see it all the
first
time.
deputy commissioner of programs and operations.
And in my mind,
and
it's
the
like,
vice chair of the board of
all right, so I'm a heavy
corrections
tank with
task
a
force to
crap
close
ton of
Rikers.
armor.
So he did serve 6 years in jail and 4
somehow
years in jail, 2
these
years at Rikers
light tanks are
in the
killing
80s
me.
into the 90s. But he also has a lot of experience running
experience
prison
trying to
jail.
shut down prisons.
Yeah,
Well,
Rikers
experience
apparently.
running the New York City prison system in a different.
So,
He has experience in jail.
well, look, let's talk
Oh,
about
did you hear
Mondani for a
the
second
Trump
here,
admin just
because
bought
it's
this
very
huge
important.
warehouse in Arizona?
Yes.
They're gonna put a
All
whole
right,
bunch
so
of.
there's
They're gonna
this
transform
conspiracy
it
that runs
into
around in the internet that I
entertainment
completely
center.
subscribe to, and I
It's
will
like 7
never back
football
down, which
fields
is that
long.
Justin Trudeau is Fidel Castro's son.
I mean, obviously.
I'm never not going to believe that. No, it's like it's
They look so similar face to face.
Yeah, you
It's
missed,
almost
didn't
like,
ya?
Like spitting image, right?
What was that?
And they're his
Right?
mom's
It's like
friends.
so good. And I gotta say, hot. Like I mean, Kasha was hot. Like I can see why he took over Cuba. Like,
okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Don't
He was younger. I can
see
see he was
it.
appealing, good-looking
Yeah.
dude.
So the other
Is
guy
that
too.
it between the two
And-
tins, or is that
Murder
just a
friend of
regular
his.
vehicle?
What's his name?
I
His
forgot.
face on all the shirts.
Like, they're-
Yeah, Shay.
Che Guevara.
There's a guy on the
Che
other
Guevara.
side,
Like,
I think.
They're attractive, and I can see how like this.
Yeah, they got that guy.
Give me your weapons. And, you know, it's like
There another
I
one.
will take care of you. It's like I can see that like playing out. Like órale, wey, vámonos. You know, and people are literally falling for that. But what I think is so insane is that I have been looking at Mandani the commie's face now for
Okay,
months.
that's the tiger. I was
Never
gonna say that's the
once did it
tiger's
cross
eye.
my mind that there could have ever been any like potential similarities to Epstein. And then the internet walks in the internet, and I saw this today on my way here, and I
Maybe that was the one that shot me?
Literally screamed like, ah!
There was another one.
But this is definitely what we're talking
There he
about
is.
today, Because first of all,
Yeah, I see
of
him.
all the people in the world, the Dalai Lama is literally all over the Epstein files, mentioned all over it for some god awful reason. But
dead?
I didn't
Is he
think
on
that this
fire?
organic grassroots communist was ever going to be there. And boom.
Oh, come on! I hit
He's not
the
safe.
port thing.
Who
Just
is safe
perfect.
from Epstein at this point is a question.
Me.
I'm Mark Save.
Me.
We're Mark Save. Okay. I guarantee
That's what I was
you'll
trying
never
to
see
do.
my name on this. I was
I hit
a
the one on the
nobody
right. I don't know
He
why
was
the one on
not
the
a
right
nobody.
didn't kill me.
His mom was buddies with Epstein. This is the story.
For
So
years.
she is a famous.
There is no way
film
he is
veteran.
not either
Like,
related to
Disney,
Epstein.
did stuff
Like
with Disney animations and
his
everything.
his father
That's- he was obviously
is an
involved
Epstein.
in the
So that's either
entertainment world
Epstein's
and
alter ego,
So now let's
Mitchell
take it
or
a
Mitch
step
Epstein or
back. Let's
something,
look at these
or
pictures.
it's a relation.
I legitimately don't see the resemblance.
You don't? You don't see the eyebrows? You see, straight men don't understand eyebrows. So I'll give you a pass.
It's the eyebrows.
It's the eyebrows for me.
Straight
It's the-
men don't
it's big
understand
lips and the way
eyebrows.
they
I
smile.
agree.
It's the way they're like.
I feel like
the
I don't give a
whole
fuck about my
big
eyebrows.
section mouth. They're not identical, but there is a resemblance, and you got to understand that these South Asian African genes are stronger than Caucasian genes. So probably his mom.
If he doesn't come out with a DNA test saying I'm not Epstein, then
They are
it's
allegedly
people should just run
related.
with it fully.
This is kind of scary.
Well, there's a video.
It's
of,
great, though.
like,
The left
Jeffrey
is turning on
Epstein
him.
talking, and then
There's
Mondani
leftists out there
talking, and
protesting
Watch
his,
how they move their hands and
protesting
they're
outside
like
of his
ways
house.
of speaking. Like you're like, wait a second.
But it's like, I
that's-
mean,
Do we know who his dad is?
they're like, oh, you know, Trump, and it's like, oh, you're socialist, sweetheart. His mom and him have been around Epstein in the family forever.
Uganda, he was born in Kampala, Uganda.
Yeah, and he doesn't look like full like Ugandan, right? He looks like Mamdani definitely does have light skin.
I don't know. Dami definitely has conqueror DNA.
He doesn't look like a Ugandan.
He doesn't look Ugandan.
He does have conqueror conqueror DNA edition, as they like to call it. Right? So somebody conquered someone.
Oh, we got a hit.
Have you
Really is
seen?
I don't think
Ugandan?
he can see us.
Have you seen the picture of Jeffrey Epstein
Turn
and Thomas
toward
Jefferson
us.
together?
I'd love to.
There's a rock.
He might be a time traveling vampire.
All right. Jen, go back into the box. Sometimes you gotta put Jen back in the conspiracy box.
No one puts baby in a box.
I'm putting baby in the box
No,
today.
baby, don't go in the box.
Okay, anyway, so look, I gotta say, it's like, of all the things, like, I never thought in a million years that would be a thing. But I do want to talk about something
Take it.
personal, and I hope you
Yeah,
guys
no
don't mind.
points out of this.
And we're all gonna take kind turns.
What?
on this
Sure.
one. We're all gonna
It's like
take
one walking
we're all, you just stood up. Ian's like, I'm ready to pound. So, Hakeem Jeffries is a hard, he emphasized, I'm a hard no to expel Sheila Shifreless McCormick, which is allegedly, according to Axios,
I was lucky.
being charged for allegedly stealing $5 million from FEMA. Now, this is personal for me, and I'll tell you in many, many, many ways why this is personal, and I wanted to talk about the story today. When I was in Congress, I knew about this.
Was it a
I talked
Democrat
about
steal
this.
from FEMA?
The ethics committee was investigating her
There
for
he is.
2 years prior to my, like, anything that happened to me. And after 2 years, they literally accepted her staff.
That was lucky.
and
I
her
almost shot
legal
the
team's
rock
excuse
instead.
that this was an oversight, that
That
she was really
stupid
only
tent
entitled
was
to, I
in the way.
believe, $50,000, but it was an oversight from the government who sent her $5 million, and she thought,
You
you know,
just gone
it was
straight to
correct,
A.
and, you know, dispersed
there's
it
Tiger Team over
accordingly.
there.
She bought a $109,000 Tiffany yellow diamond ring. I mean, who would not? With $5 million extra.
I swear,
showing
if
up
someone
in Vegas
buys-
out front to Tiffany,
Oh my
right?
God.
And this was a big deal for me because I kept.
If I had
trying to
$109,000,
raise the
I'd buy
case of
gold or something. Like I would
selective
buy
prosecution, right?
something
It was a big
actually
deal.
worth the value.
judges
I mean, I
dismissed
guess
it,
you could buy
DOJ
the ring
dismissed
because
it,
you think it would go up. Like,
the Congress and
But I would
ethics
never
committee
wear it.
dismissed it. They
But you
would
know they
not
bought it
take
to
that
wear
as an
it.
issue. Well, long and behold, now she's indicted because finally there is a actual DOJ that is actually prosecuting people like Sheila McCormick. Jeffrey Epstein is that. Hakeem Jeffries is asked. Jesus, Epstein's all over my head now.
Hakeem Jeffries.
I mean, they tried to do this to what's her name,
Hakeem Jeffries
the
is asked today.
Who's
or
the
yesterday,
Minnesota
or,
lady?
I don't know. I think it was today, earlier today.
Minnesota head wrap Muslim
on
lady,
what's his
Elon
take
Omar.
On,
They tried
on
to
the
kick her
expulsion
out
resolution offered by
of
the
one of her
great
things or whatever,
honorable
and the
Congressman
Republicans
Greg
voted
Steube
with.
of the great,
Now,
beautiful
maybe
Sunshine
they've.
State,
I don't
which
know.
is
Maybe there's some
Florida,
like
on the expulsion
reason they kept her in,
resolution
but
on Sheila.
I doubt it.
And here's what he had to say.
Maybe they want to keep her in her
There
position
you
so
are.
that they can process her. They can charge her with stuff. But I kind of doubt it.
Now it's time to bring the tank.
I bet you they just didn't vote on it because Democrats said that if you did, we're gonna like bring something against one of your guys, which is just BS. Elon Omar better be going to jail.
Turn to ash. Let that twilight burn.
What was the ample opportunity to kill me?
Greg Steube plans to force a vote to expel Congresswoman Shirley McCormick.
See somebody getting tagged. Where is he?
Indicted for allegedly stealing federal
Right
funds.
there.
What is House retired leadership stand here? Are you
In the
opposing this effort and
Xerox.
standing, I guess, with Shirley?
Yeah, I mentioned on Friday that Congresswoman Shirley McCormick is entitled to the presumption of innocence, like every other
See if he hears
American.
me.
I'm a hard no as it relates to the effort to expel her, and it's going to fail.
They have a weak spot. Oh, he took my barrel out.
How much
Good
influence
job.
does this guy have? Is it just one vote?
Speaker of the House.
No. He is a minority leader, but really, Jeffries, really Hakeem.
Damn
She's
right.
innocent until proven guilty. She enjoys a presumption. You freaking expelled me before I was ever convicted of anything. Where's my presumption of innocence? And this pisses me off.
That's the difference between Republicans and
Well, I guess I'm not a Democrat. That's the problem,
Yeah.
right? That's the you
Huh.
do have a privilege.
Usually
how
these
people like
have
talking about white privilege. There's something called Democrat privilege. in
Two,
Congress.
like you launch one
Well,
from
no,
each
it's all
side.
Democrat
I guess it'll
right?
launch as
I mean,
one.
look back to Swallowwell or Jamie Ratskin, right? Let's talk about when Jamie.
I know for
Ratskin
I know
and
for
Eric
sure
Swalwell,
this guy is
modified
weak on
my
this is
tweet
gonna be
right in
good.
front of the world during the
He's
second
weak on the
trial,
sides,
and they never
but
even
there's
got
I think there's a
accountable.
weak spot
They entered fake evidence into that
like
impeachment
around his
trial that
barrel
was
area.
altered. and never got
But maybe I'm
expelled, never
thinking
got corrected.
I might
Nothing.
be
What did they
confusing it with
do?
one of the.
So during the second impeachment trial,
SU
Jamie
no.
Raskin and Eric Swalwell took a
One of the
tweet
Russian.
that President Trump had retweeted because we were on the March for Trump bus
The
tour.
IS series.
And they altered it. They added a blue check mark. They completely changed the meaning of my tweet. They changed the photo on my thing to I had a headshot up to me holding an AR-15, so I would fit their narrative of being like an insurrectionist.
Yeah, it's like what Cuomo
Was
did
he
to
was an
Mamdani, where he
M4?
made his skin darker and that like propaganda piece. That was, I thought that
Right?
was hilarious.
But George, I mean, in all honesty, is there, other than you, right? Does anybody get held accountable
Yeah, I
for
think he
anything
was an
they did?
M4.
No, I was like the
what's
sixth
his
person.
name that had gold bars in his
Oh,
jacket?
Bob
I think this is what
you
it
know,
was.
I did time with his two
It looked like
co-conspirators.
it.
Oh, really?
It definitely had that
They were the same
Really?
person as me,
extremely
yeah.
front
It was just
slope.
wild, but
Well, George,
This
do you feel
thing,
better? Do you feel
light
like
tank,
you've gotten a
I don't
little
know
bit of
why
revenge here?
It drives me.
it's not about
nuts.
revenge. It's
Like
about
if I play it, like I'd
honestly,
probably get
revenge
murdered
is
in
making
it.
this personal about me. This is
Yeah.
more about the country.
Right.
It's
No,
only
the country's
134
as far as
pin,
that.
Cooked.
but
The country's
it
cooked.
seems to pin
Like we have
all
a
the
member of
time, no
Congress
matter
who
what.
allegedly stole $5 million from FEMA. That's a lot of money, first of all, and from FEMA. FEMA. That's like what?
Yeah.
Like I want the Tiffany ring though. Like I'm not gonna lie.
It was one of these two
Yeah, but I
guys.
mean, FEMA, George.
I think it was this one because I think he had the
isn't
roll
FEMA in
corners.
itself a problem where they show up to North
The other one has, like,
Carolina and they
sharp corners
give people
right here.
I'll do this.
So I know
Well,
this is
true,
weak right here.
True, it is selective, but
This is
here's
the
what I'll
easiest
do.
kill
I'll
is
keep it
the
interesting,
side.
and I mean this for all the listeners. If I manage to score the Tiffany ring from Rep McCormick,
This.
I will auction
Oh,
it
that's
out
thick.
for
Okay.
starting for a cent.
This is where I got
to
to
the
aim,
audience,
right
and
here.
I'll cap it at a
And then
grand,
here.
and that's
That's where I got it.
$100,000
It's not-
ring.
it's
I
not
mean it. If
here.
I get that ring one way or another,
Even
I'm
this-
bringing it here, and I'm going to let one of you guys get that and make it into an investment for yourselves.
Well,
No,
I
okay.
think
Watch
that's
me
why-
do it.
If I shoot,
I think that's why most people
What
are
am I
black
playing
pilling
as?
politics in general. I mean, yeah, you're talking
Zone
about
shot.
FEMA, like all the government projects are a scam. Like
mean, that'll get
anything in
damaged,
government's a scam.
but-
All the politicians are literally lying and stealing all the time. It's like, is this a shock?
So people are asking, she stole a Tiffany ring? No, she took money that she allegedly stole and bought this very exclusive yellow diamond, multiple, I think like 4-carat, like gargantuan yellow diamond. If you go on her official congressional portrait, if you can pull it up, it's hilarious because it's like right there sitting on her arm.
Oh,
with that.
God.
It's like it's so funny. And
we
earlier,
were in the
like,
Tiger E, weren't we?
late last year during Christmas season, her staff used her official portrait, but then they caught editing out the ring. It was just like such a nightmare because
edited it out.
they edited out for like an official like Christmas card or whatever.
Does she have to give the
maybe
ring
this
back?
was a
Oh,
weird
we don't
because
know.
I
mean,
should
she's
have
still-
pinned
She has a
that.
presumption of innocence right now,
Yeah.
so she's found guilty of nothing.
She
These
bought it
are
with
all
her own
allegations.
money.
So she's found guilty. Does then she
You're
have
telling
to
me,
step down
okay,
from
maybe
Congress,
I
or
hit
is
the
it just
barrel.
their duty
But
to
if she's
expel her?
found guilty, precedent holds
Maybe this
that
wasn't
if
it.
either she resigns or they'll expel her. That's how James trafficked him prior to me.
5.0.
I was expelled
Maybe
without
it
being
was
found
this
guilty of
one.
anything. So I was new precedent. That's why they're trying to apply that precedent to her. The
See, this is
prior
what
precedent to me was
You got to
gotta be found
learn the
guilty.
tanks.
So do you think going
like the obvious? So
forward,
obviously this
people
is
should not
a totally
be
different.
expelled without
They look similar, but
without
obviously this
being
is
found guilty?
not curved corners.
Honestly,
it's
I think the precedent that was set
flat
for me was
stuff.
dangerous. I think everybody should enjoy. I should have enjoyed the presumption of
Versus, like,
innocence, because the moment that I was expelled, I lost the ability to defend myself because I had already kind of been convicted by a jury of my
Yeah.
peers.
The Republicans should have closed ranks and kept you
Nope.
in there,
Okay.
even
Nope.
if you were found
if it
guilty.
was this one, that
Nope,
would make
yeah,
more
they didn't
sense.
do
that
it. I flipped the
That's-
state. You know,
That's
like,
how you exercise power.
I
right?
agree.
Democrats
That's what
will
they're
do
doing.
it.
I should have
Republicans
shot
will
it
do
from
it.
Exactly,
close
and that's my
on.
exact point. Like Republicans don't have any idea how to use power when they have
Here.
it. They should not have expelled you. They should like they should have closed ranks and they should have
So
tossed
the
up
weak
middle
spot
fingers
is
and
like just
said,
above.
F you.
I mean,
We're
at-
not doing that.
At least until a guilty verdict was found. If there was one, then I mean, I think you have to do
Right in the
what's
middle?
right,
Oh, this is so
morally obligated.
No,
by
you
it.
have to do what's good for the
low
Republican
spot,
Party.
but
Because you have to
obviously-
do what's good for America.
I got
You can take it,
I
yeah.
got to read this
Okay.
comment because I think it's hilarious.
I should have aimed
kind of
for in
weird.
here.
So James
It
Johnson
would've made
says,
sense if it
"Kinda
was this
weird that
one."
When Tim takes his beanie off,
The other one
he
I
has
should have been
hair
able to
and
pin
he's
at
gay.
anything.
He's
Could be
been
able to fit
canceled.
anywhere, pretty much.
It's not jokes.
I'm glad you like it, George.
I think it's awesome.
So
That was awesome.
All right, let's play this. I
These
can get
guys-
some.
Jeffries isn't saying presumption of innocence. We're not, or is that what he's saying? She's got the presumption of innocence. We're not going to expel
I
her.
want to save these
Yeah,
for.
yeah, where it's a hard no. You heard
His
she
no.
reached
Hello,
out again.
everybody.
I
Thanks
don't
for
think
stopping
Ian
in.
heard it. It's
So,
a,
yo,
he's
that
a
was
hard
super
no.
hard right now.
Hard no.
Whether for me or
Minority leader.
It's harder than it's
reason.
ever been, Sean.
Yes. Hard.
They
Very hard.
just know how to exercise power.
Yeah, they
gameplay.
do. Look, I gotta say, like as somebody who served in Congress,
All right, we're gonna try
one of the most powerful
this.
people
I
I've
need to
ever
get.
actually seen access
Keep
this
getting
power
to change the
in
ammo.
Congress.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stupid.
Okay, say whatever you want about her. She's
All right, there's a
absolutely
whole bunch of
crazy.
unupgraded vehicles.
Crazy Nancy Pelosi.
I need to.
She knows how to wield power.
I'm gonna go to
She
the
takes that
outside. I need to get
crap out.
spots.
What's her tactic?
Intelligence.
Fear. She probably has a dossier on every single member. Like, oh,
Yeah,
you're not
sorry.
gonna- You remember when Congresswoman
Hey,
from
why are you
Long
looking
Island,
backwards?
oh my God, Kathy Rice, didn't vote for her for to be speaker again. He took her off of all committees, put her in purgatory, gave her like non-relevant committees for a member of her own caucus that's in a swing seat, right? So like that's the kind of stuff she does. Remember when she attacked AOC for not voting her for speaker? So Pelosi wielded power.
That's the kind of stuff the Republicans should do.
I agree.
Johnson should
Yeah.
Throw it on their head.
It's really
Johnson
annoying
should
when
be
the
doing
Republicans don't
everything
stick
he
in line.
can
Like, I'm
to get
fine.
people in
There are
line.
things that we shouldn't do,
Like, they should-
but it's
they
like
should be doing
then we
everything they can
shouldn't
because, like, I mean, we've talked about this a
shouldn't
lot.
like
but
just
they lose
it's like
the midterms,
we have power.
then
If the Democrats get power again, they are going to do terrible things to
Right,
the
and
to
we
us
obviously call her
for
Micro Johnson.
Oh, come on.
because, like,
just trying to get illegals out of the, you know,
Micro Johnson.
He's got a
Micro
razor-thin
Johnson.
margin.
out of the country. So it's like, oh, don't do things because they'll do things back to us. They're gonna do things back to us no matter what. Hey, that's such a terrible argument. The dumbest argument I've ever heard.
When I criticize the speaker, I speak to him.
I know it's a
personally.
stupid, like, I know it's,
To him and I'm
Okay,
like, I think this is a
Micro
bad idea.
Johnson, are you listening?
So
I know it's a crap
what
argument.
I say about the speaker is he has the worst job in America. And every speaker
Like, they're just saying that to
has
say
the
something.
worst job in America.
Most of them
It
don't even have
sucks.
morals.
It ages you. It destroys your personal life. You have no semblance of a
What?
A great example of that is look at Kevin McCarthy now and take a picture of him in 2023.
Oh, okay. I need to unlock that. That thing is super fast.
Slept, almost looks like he had plastic surgery done. You know what that is? It's called sleep.
But I need to get kills, or I just need to get
Sex? I don't know. I'm
intelligence.
just
I don't get
saying. It's
intelligence
like
unless they get the
being
kill.
speaker sucks. You have the weight of the country on your shoulder, and everything's your fault. If you do good, it's your fault. If you do bad, it's like you didn't do good enough. If you do bad, you didn't try hard enough. It's like it's never enough. So in that thread,
We're getting
I'm just gonna like
swamped.
quite pivot to my favorite person who loves to be talked about, James O'Keefe. I love James. That's not a dig at James, but James loves to be talked about. No. I love James. I go to James' birthday parties. James always invites me to things. I just think he's fantastic. I love him. I mean, dude, I was at his party last year, his birthday party. They had what do you call those marshmallow heads? It was like so crazy. He DJ'd an entire set. I was just like, okay, James is on fire. But with OMG Media, James O'Keefe's one of his undercovers discovered on a hidden camera, and this is breaking today, that FBI official admits Minnesota fraud investigations will result in 0 arrests. And quote, I don't think anybody, daycare fraud criminals, would ever go to prison. So this is where the DOJ, where the DOJ FBI just going to point somebody. So essentially,
If that's
this is what I
true,
talk a lot about. It's
if
all
nobody
clear.
goes to
We're
prison,
getting
if
all
they
this
don't,
great stuff. This is why I think nobody's going to go to prison. This is now a thought, personal thought. Okay, I think it's because once you start pulling that thread, it's bipartisan.
if no one goes to jail, if they don't arrest anybody for
I figured like
for that
Walton
fraud,
and the other idiot are
there's
kind
going to be
of
another
like,
January. Like I did another January
I think
6th.
I think it's Waltz. It could be members of Congress. It could be. It's bottom to top. And if you start pulling that thread, I think it's going to be
Now it's
a
some rant.
complete
Who in the FBI said this?
A
He says,
disaster,
he's like, I don't
absolute
think any,
disaster,
like,
where you're
I don't
going to
think
see
they're going to go
Republicans
to
and
whatever.
Democrats all have to go to prison. So it's either
I mean,
you just let it go and you call
I mean,
it a rounding error.
they
boo-hoo, we'll do
arrested
better,
the people
or
for
you
the
start putting
Minnesota church
essentially your own in
thing.
prison.
Yeah, but it's not
Which they
just
could have just
Minnesota, that's
easily-
the problem, right? If they
That's
start
the point.
pulling on New York, if they
Why-
start pulling on these other major
What,
metro
maybe
areas,
I gotta know.
like,
I gotta know
it's not
who
just
said
the
it. I
people
gotta
in
know who
Minnesota
said
that
it.
go
I
to
gotta.
prison. Now
I
you've
mean, it's
got
O'Keefe,
elected
so I think he
officials
does a lot of
in
good
LA,
stuff. But
in Atlanta, in New York, that
Who
are
said
all
it?
going to go down. And does that
If
make
somebody
up a
high up
majority
said
of the
it,
Democrat Party?
then
I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe.
But I mean,
You'd
I
be
guess-
shocked. You'd be shocked at
I
the
was gonna say,
intersectionalities that Republicans and Democrats
I was
are in
gonna
bed.
say because like who
In
cares
the
if it's only
micro
Democrats?
I agree.
they're
Like,
all in bed.
there's
Garbage.
people on
Like,
both
if
sides that
you're-
are up. I mean, not
if
just
you're,
both
like,
sides, but like
sailing a
there's a lot of
galleon
Republicans
through the
just
ocean,
a
half
lot of
your
Republicans just
crew
don't do anything
mutinies
ever.
But
So
you need that crew
infuriating.
to sail the ship, or you're all going to die. I mean, you can't.
Okay. I need to learn how to
All
play
walk
this thing
the plank.
better.
Exactly.
Well, this is what I was saying.
For a
This is
scout
why, like,
vehicle, you would
regular
think it
people
would be
don't
fast.
support government,
Like, how is the T-34 series faster than this thing? It's got less armor. It's smaller.
Most people who know anything don't support government spending. Like, it's all a scam.
Yeah, but think about how many journalists have gone
Well,
up
if I
to
go
Minnesota.
this way, I'm just gonna
We've
die.
never heard anything like this. Nick Shirley goes up there, doesn't ask questions,
What a
and just
hero! What a
straight,
Chad!
right?
23 years old. What a
Straight
Chad!
reports, and everyone's like, "Well, why are we hearing about this?" Because at other news agencies, you have levels.
I was gonna
of
say
editors.
they've
You
already
have
arrested some people for
you have
fraud in
everything
Minnesota.
else
Like
that
there's like
will
70 some
take
people they've
everything out
arrested.
before, you
Why
know,
would they
it
arrest
ever
no
gets
one
anywhere.
else?
I gotta tell you, like, what a Chad. 23.
Maybe they're
I can
referring.
tell you, I
Who are
was
they
not
referring
out
to?
there
Are they
with
referring
my
to
phone
like
and uncovering $9 billion worth
people
of
in the
fraud?
government?
I
Like
totally
they're
did
referring to like Tim Walz getting
Now he's in
arrested.
California, so
Like I could see like Tim Walz not getting arrested, or a lot of the higher up people getting arrested, even though like there's almost a certainty
I think
they're
we were
involved
talking about this
somehow.
yesterday in the member show, but
You know,
it's
even if
like,
it's just they're getting some small
unfortunately, like,
payoffs
Shirley
to.
and all the independent journalists, the knows they have to go into these places because the locals aren't. They're just not paying attention, you know. So you have to have these like outside people coming in.
Like some people.
So
in the
I
chat say
have
this,
to put the
and this
crosshairs
caught my
on
eye. If
somebody.
someone's
It's not
stealing
just
my
in the
money,
general
and this is
area.
what is it? Heather Bug, 265, and it's
How do they
someone
target
is
that
stealing
guy
my-
already, man?
Stealing my money. They're never one of my own. Like that's true. They're not one of your own, but at the same time, they're part of the crew that keeps you up, right? And I guess one of your pillars. That's a sad part, right? In criminal organization, friendship, politics, in most
Trying to
cases.
just get an angle
I
and
witnessed
see
it from a
something.
local level. I think what people, the whole two-party system works in
Let's not do
front of
that.
cameras. They work well on a national stage in Congress and White House dispute, Senate House,
All right,
Congress.
we got to hit
You
on
know, the
something.
whole
Ooh, I got intelligence. There we
shit.
go.
But when you go down
Let's just,
to local politics, they're all in bed. I'll give an example. In New York, it's like you're like
Ricochet.
a Russian election. I'm not kidding. Judges, for instance, every year there's judges on the ballot. The GOP chair and the Democrat chair get together and say, okay, you take 3 judges, I take 3 judges. There's 6. So we'll cross them.
Okay, we got
That
2 intelligence.
judge
I'll
for
take that.
Office will appear on all party lines. And then the same thing happens for all the other judges. And you're just like, it's a Russian election. Does it matter if you're voting for the Republican or Democrat? You're just the same person.
Yeah, it's totally.
Okay, I got the scout at
You know, it's
least.
in the RNC too, the RNC and the DNC,
Got
like
to
they're
back up.
saying
I should
contractors,
have.
like the people that make the security badges and the people that, you know, make
Really? Really?
the event, like, the sick event.
Okay, he has the fin stabilized BS. I need to unlock that. I think that's what I'm unlocking. Okay, I got 2 intelligence though.
There are billionaires, specifically New York City, for
So-
instance. I'm not calling anybody out, but John Katzmatidis,
I'm-
big billionaire in New York City, right? He donates to Democrats and Republicans.
Doing stuff.
Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, Trump's mentioned that himself. Like, that's a smart thing to do.
that's a smart thing to do. Yeah,
You have a lot of money. You give money to everybody.
It's the same money.
So everybody owes you a favor, or at the very least, they don't look at you. You know,
they don't bother you.
Yeah.
How'd that work out with Trump?
Well, Donald Trump decided to get into politics. If you just stayed a billionaire and started kept lining the pocket, then
Got an
you'd have to love
assist.
him.
Yeah, well,
Remember, before Trump was elected, he was like everybody's favorites. He
are
was
you
hanging out with the
kidding? They
Clintons,
rapped
blah, blah,
about
blah.
get him?
it. Everybody wanted to beat Trump. I mean, I love Trump.
I don't
I've loved Trump since I was a
see-
kid. I was always my whole thing with Donald Trump is Trump Tower. As I was a kid, I'd be like, Mom, I want to have a building with my name on it one day. It was just like, wow, it's amazing. To me, that's always been like the like pinnacle of success.
Yeah.
So for
I
me,
don't
it was
see
just like, oh my
anybody
God,
hiding
yeah,
around that
this
corner.
Have you ever played a game where after 2 days you're still stuck in the beginner village? Or you can only escape one?
For New Yorkers, yeah.
This feels like this is another layer of this combo that isn't necessarily what the story was about, but it feels like this managed decline is like that it is happening right now with the crypto dip, with the gold going up and then dropping 30%, crypto dropping by 30%.
Who makes that money? When that
creates
drop,
it?
No.
Whoever shorted the stocks.
Dude,
I don't know. Can we?
I bought a crap ton of silver at $20, and it is currently worth 80 something.
I can't do that. I completely.
Like I've got like
total
I got like
rationale if I talk about
30.
insider trading. I go absolutely disgusting.
I picked up not 30. I picked up like 10 or 15 ounces of silver.
Like I get really
at like between $20 and $50.
I'm
I'm happy. It's like, who cares if it dropped from 120 to 80? Every time I went in to pick up stuff, people were selling at 80. People were selling at 70, 80, 120. Those people have been holding on to that silver since it was like $6.
You know, a business doesn't get to do that, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
it's like if you think smart people, like sure, it's probably like it was older people, but that's why you need to teach your kids about these things. I mean, I understand. It's not always like, first of all, yeah, obviously the public school system sucks, but like, to be honest, my parents didn't teach me. You know, I'm in my 30s, and my parents didn't teach me about the stock market. Really, my mom taught me a little bit about the stock market because she's the one that does stock market stuff in the family. But
yeah, he knows how to disperse the work.
Yeah, the chat's complaining about you being gay, but that's okay.
It's so stupid. It's like, oh, all the rich people made all the money off of that. Like, yes, I understand they probably made the largest portion, but there was plenty of people that were like 40, 50, like a little bit older, but there's plenty of people that were coming in. And then it's like, well, then people should be teaching their kids to, you know, put 20% of their money into savings, 20% of their money into long-term investments, and then the rest into, you know, spend what you need on bills and stuff, what you have, and then put the rest away in like portions of stuff.
Now, thanks to the great work of citizen journalists like Dick Shirley, Americans are able to see what actually happens in Minnesota outside these daycare
It's just so silly. The other thing, it's like, well, he got that. I gotta go slower. They're just ready to go. Well, that's stupid.
Cases like that, like money stuff, years, literally.
On top of that, it's like, there's plenty of middle American people that it's like, that are making both.
I bet she's hot.
I mean, her
that guy was totally like, I'm getting laid today, guys.
For an FBI agent to be talking like this, those tits must be on fire.
It's so.
Sydney Sweeney, who?
It's so wild to me that. Okay,
But that was also a low-ranking FBI agent, wasn't it?
How the government, and there's a girl, any girl interested in your job, it's a setup.
I mean,
no girl is interested in your job.
But he wasn't talking to anything official. He was just talking to opinions, right?
Too, right?
Yeah.
Like.
I mean, it's just safe.
I mean, he definitely wasn't doing what the
it's a setup.
It's a setup.
With the guy protecting Vince.
Daycare fraud, and you don't really get
JD Vance did, right? He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're in Florida right now, and here's all the plans to JD Vance's. You know, here's his itinerary. You know,
that's a really good point.
And here's his plane, and here's all the, you know. He was just talking. He was just talking kind of generic about his job.
Kind of based. That guy was straight up like, "Yo, this case is going to get put on ice for years. They're going to tie up all the loose ends." Well, he didn't say this. I'm saying
he was
this.
just talking generics. Like I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell like what side he was on, to be honest.
Hopefully, the public will stop talking about it.
30 years from now, we have like the Somali fraud case list dropping because
they did it again.
It's like
I need to get rid of that rack of HE.
Right now, too. I wonder if that's a herring to distraction of this.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
but here's what I do
try and
know.
use the HE.
In all of hypocrisy that we're seeing here,
I've heard I heard HE
for
got
hypocrisy really
crapped
goes
on a while
to none
ago.
other than Billie Eilish. What a train wreck.
We're moving on already.
Yeah, but they were so iced out at the Grammys.
Yeah.
Iced out.
This is why
I mean,
Ian's
and the
takes.
fact that
It's
she's
like
using talking points.
my
from, like,
parents have
either
been
Mike's
putting away
95
money,
years ago,
and
you know what I mean?
my parents have
Like,
been doing money,
dude,
but they're not like
Come on.
rich upper
As an
class.
artist, okay.
It's like,
Would you usually
why
get
shouldn't they
paid
be
with
able
the Grammys
to-
go pontificate like she did and then get called out by a tribe? But your $14 million mansion's on stolen land, ma'am.
I mean, look,
everyone's complaining. It's like, oh yeah, it's the boomers, it's the older people that are making. It's like, yeah, they've been wise in putting their money away, so they shouldn't be able to.
talking politics from stage.
They shouldn't be able to.
There's 5 guys.
Smart.
There's 4 guys in the band. I mean, I'm on this show, and my Twitter is all politics and stuff. But when it comes to representing
Shouldn't be able to
all the bands,
benefit
there's
from it.
4 other guys in the band.
You know, my parents aren't rich,
Have
but
different
they're at
politics,
least smart
throughout
about
the
how they,
entire
what they do with their
so,
money.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not a solo artist. I'm in a band, and the band doesn't have politics enough. This is just stupid.
Yeah.
They keep acting like it's just a whole bunch of like millionaires. Or
Billie
something.
Eilish's stolen land ice call out at the Grammys by essentially reminding her your stolen land comment was cool. Just mention the tribe.
I know. I mean, that's all they cared about.
Okay, I was
Just
16.
like,
I was trying to get it
"Stolen
before he killed him.
land And whatever, we don't have it, but just next time, give
This
us a
really,
shot.
this thing feels like it should be moving.
Billie Eilish and some
What
of the
engine
other
do they
ones.
put a
I
little
think
quieter
that
engine in it to
people
try
wanna
and
go
make
up
it
on stage
harder
and
to
shit
hear?
on ice and do all, no, I don't.
It feels like
But I think
it
that
should
the
be moving
people in
at,
their
like,
comments, their supporters and the people
60
running the
kph at
Grammys
least.
are telling them like, yo, you need to speak
Why are
out
we
about
not
this.
taking
Why aren't you
this?
speaking out? And we know this is happening because some of the artists and some of the people are making videos and they're like, I'm getting bombarded in my comments. I'm getting, hate mail. I'm
Somebody-
getting calls. Like, I don't know what to
just
do
weren't
here.
taking
I'm
it.
supposed to mention this. So here, let me just state this statement and they'll leave me alone.
To be fair, I mean, if I guess to play devil's advocate, the celebrities on stage, if you're looking out at that audience, there's literally people dressed like the Tongva tribe out there. So I feel maybe she was a little scared, like, hey, if I don't say anything, they're gonna rush the stage.
I think she believes all of it. I think that most of them do. I think that it's kind of a hive mind out there. It's a very uniform opinion. I mean, I've spent a lot of time hanging out with people in the business, music business. Very uniform. I've gotten a lot of people that used to be back in the day.
I'm so light I can't even.
Before it kind of became a thing, before getting canceled and stuff. They used to be my friends, and they don't work trying to call or whatever. So I think that it's genuine. She's saying these things because she believes it. Because almost all believe it. They really believe that they smell their own farts.
I don't think that's that they believe it. You know what I think it is? They tell themselves these things so many times they have to believe it. Why?
Ah, crap.
Jennifer
I hear
Lawrence, the actress, registered Republican from Kentucky when she was younger. She grew up conservative. She went to Hollywood, boom, goes crazy. Miley Cyrus grew up in Nashville. No, super conservative. She goes crazy.
But you look at.
Hey, there we go.
Right?
Intelligence times.
She made
She's
that.
standing her ground.
She made that.
I think that should be
meme,
4 of them
and
now.
she
I think I needed
give
5.
That woman the evil eye for asking the question the way she did, and now she's been like, look, I'm not a political person. I'm not in arts because I don't want politics, so I'm not going to be talking about it.
But you know
can
that's vote
do
for I'm conservative, leave me alone.
well,
She's
of
not
course.
willing to go into woke.
I mean, of course it is.
Yeah,
But
she won't speak out. But do they understand?
No, I don't necessarily think that it's code that she's conservative. I think she's probably
Dude.
politically aware if she is. And she's just
12
like,
millimeters?
I don't really want to get into this.
It's like 12.7 millimeter. You're telling me 12.7 millimeter can pin me?
Yeah. And so, she's like,
That
whatever.
is
But she's
such
like
bullshit.
Lana Del Rey married
That's
that
another
dude.
one, yeah.
All right.
I love that story.
That's just great. And she loves that guy. She's on the red carpet. Like, look at how cute my man is. Blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah,
she's great. She's a good person too, and she's been having a lot of these good
All right, maybe I shouldn't go that way.
I'm gonna real quick on this because I think it's funny. Back to Sydney
You guys
Sweeney
got
before I finish
blown to
dunking on
bits.
Billie Eilish. She literally gave $1 million
I can give two
donation
shits about
to an
these
LGBTQ
Billie Eilish.
organization and wrote, "I hope they find the cure." Period. Didn't say for what. And that blew up. It goes absolutely
Like,
viral. The gays on Instagram.
They deserve to lose all their money.
What do you cure for what? And it's just like, and she just left it there to hang.
They're like,
And I thought
they're
it was
like,
so
I'm a
deep.
filthy rich
Look,
socialist. I'm willing to sacrifice.
People know that.
Absolutely.
What's the Florida fart quad meme? His line.
Gay men that take PrEP because they want to be able to go and have promiscuous sex and stuff like that. So
some of you may
I'm
die.
not sure what she was talking about,
That's what the
but,
rich.
you know, there are signs.
That's what they're. You know.
My argument is that
For their political goals. Some of you may die, but it's sacrifice I'm willing to
If they
make.
were actually with the times, they would be on stage in a full communist outfit, like up there saying, "We need to destroy the government."
I mean, they're not reading Herbert Marcuse, yeah.
That whole like we're on stolen. She said like we're on stolen land. Every person that says we're on stolen land should automatically have to give up if they own a home, if they all their property. They should have to give up all their money, all their property, all the money they make for a job. That should have to go to some Indian tribe.
The kid's like, cup. He still doesn't know what that means, but he believes it is a cup now. But it doesn't. These, when you're living it up, I was there for like 5, 8, 7 years. It becomes this web of community that you disassociated trying to hatch from a kid. They will stamp you out. You will be thrown away. And your career, it goes with it. That's being an actor with those friends, and that's the people you pick. You know that this girl, Billie Eilish, is just getting constantly told these things by her community, you know. Sorry, George, are you about to...
I was just going to say, look, that better example than Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. I
saw it.
I mean, I'm not saying she was perfect, but she was normal before she worked on this set of Wicked, and it's like, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, they were in a... I think
There was a tank destroyer out there. Everybody's
exploratory committee relationship.
Libby Emmons did, she wanted to talk about this. And we talked about it a little bit in the after show, and she went fairly in depth on it. The first time that they went out doing the promo for Wicked, they were so weird and so off-putting that Wicked 2 didn't even get nominated because of how their behavior was toward each other. It's just weird.
I'm getting better at those
They
shots.
just were behaving weird. I don't know if it's
Figured
because
out
of
how to lead my
Cynthia
shots.
or not, but you know, like there was a time where
I think someone's headed this
the
way.
worst thing that Ariana Grande did was make a donut. She was a dumb kid.
Well, I think what's really like surprising is so you have the Cynthia Erivo thing. She's looking all scrawny, looking like real sick, and then she comes back. I think it was to the Grammys last weekend, and she was like color back in her face, weight back in her face. Like she looked great again. So it really was Cynthia Erivo.
I agree. I mean,
My precious! I just want to touch you. I just want to play with you.
It's so freaking weird. And she has freakishly long fingers and the nails accentuate it. I mean, but then again.
Kind of looks like a demon.
But then again.
you got something?
She is the
You're
black.
playing the
I
IS
think I know the
one,
interview you're
right?
talking
Yeah.
about. I just, it's like two women, like two girls in a series running them.
Oh, you gotta be you gotta be joking me.
Well, she's
It's a joking and kidding at the same time.
like picking her hair. And you're like, dude, what are you doing?
You're telling me that thing's heavier than a tank? Should have been with
Weird,
pushing
and
out.
the more famous you get, the weirder a lot of people get.
Yeah, and then according to Nicki Minaj's bombshell drop yesterday Nicki Minaj pull up in the Mansa automobile gangster with a bad bitch that came from Sri Lanka. Yeah, I'm gonna take the color Willy Wonka. So, I mean, and then she starts to drop this. Your favorite artists have been practicing rituals in the satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. Now, what god that is, only God knows.
Oh,
If your
you.
master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up. I mean, what?
I blew his cannon off, so what is this guy not firing for?
Chucky,
Well, to
apparently.
defend her though, I mean Sandra Bullock.
Dude, what bullshit?
Years ago on the Ellen Show, that they would
What
take
could
the
he see?
foreskins of Asian babies and
Bullshit.
literally
I call
thread it
bullshit.
into their
I hate
faces.
this
That's
game
why
when it's
Sandra
like
Bullock looks the same.
from
That's
their
why all the
angle they can
actors,
see
don't
all of
age
my.
because of this.
And adrenochrome. I mean, they wanted to say it
He should have
was in
seen
this space
nothing.
of,
He
like,
should have seen none of my tank.
conspiracy, but not really. And then we see what's coming out in the Epstein files.
I don't know
where they
why
really
my-
were having babies brought in. From
I wasn't
European
loading.
countries,
My gun
Asian
wasn't taken
countries,
out.
and
My
they were
driver was
doing
dead. For some reason, I was not loading.
Is this really that far off?
Adrenochrome is just oxidized adrenaline, I think.
Either some sort of game glitch happened. I don't know. It pisses me off. It pisses me off.
The way, apparently, the way they harvest it.
Every time it switches, like if people move in your, if one of your people die and it moves people around, it stops doing everything.
I just built a budgeting app.
So I wasn't loading. I should have had the kill. I should have had the kill.
Can it generate reports?
Such bullshit.
It can now.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
My gunner wasn't dead.
Tracks who still owes for the group.
Makes no sense. My driver isn't the loader.
Since no one seems to care.
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
That's what gets them high, and apparently they said that it's better than heroin, it's better than anything else, is this weird adrenochrome.
Oh my gosh. I mean, look, we don't know if it's true or not, but like Nicki Minaj, it's like people now want to dunk all over Nicki. You know, Nicki's an A-lister. Nicki's been around. This is not a fringe has-been. This is Nicki freaking Minaj, and I'm gonna put stock into what she's saying. Because she's been on the right side of a lot of issues. I mean, I wrote an entire bill in Congress called the Minaj Act. I don't know if you guys know this. It was a medical freedom bill, and I named it after her because hey, I'm a fan, right? So I thought it was funny, like mix a little pop culture. I got all the Barb's attention, like, oh no, Queen Nicki got a bill after her. She talked about me on the Breakfast Club and all of that stuff, but the point was, it was a medical freedom bill. Why she was talking about her cousin's friend who took the COVID jab and his testicles swelled up. Right? And it was an actual side effect.
Right.
In rare cases. Right. So I did this bill. It's on Congress.gov. You can look it up. It's there. And I had that intersectionality of like wherewithal to try to, you know, bring her into the fold because she was willing to say these things.
He's dead.
4 years, 5 years, 6 years ago now. So I believe her. I genuinely believe. Do you believe her?
I mean, look, I don't see what she has to gain by lying.
That's my point.
I believe her, and also too, like, it's one of those things. I know Libby made this argument too. There needs to be more celebrities, especially like bigger name celebrities, come out in support of conservative values. That's why people have lost, you know, all respect for Hollywood. It's all one way, and it keeps going crazier and crazier. And it's all one way. You know, the Chris Pratts, the Nicki Minaj's, like, they need to come forward. Like, we need to see more of those.
Dude, I don't know if it's true what she's saying, but we were talking about human sacrifice earlier, me and Mark, at the house, because he saw a person sacrificed one time. It was.
Oh, there was a picture in the Epstein file of what looked like a possible
musician circles,
baby between like two chickens or something.
In foreign countries, you see some crazy shit.
There's some pretty gross things in the Epstein files.
And,
that's like a line from Monster that I was just.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we have a pretty coddled life in the U.S. up here in the pay some money to get your food lifestyle. So just, I think people go when they get very rich and comfortable. They tend to go a little esoteric. They start to get crazy into the occult. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, but I think that they made this so they want you to think it's part of the occult, right? That the human sacrifice. Oh my God! Don't even look at it. But they're making it part of mainstream society. Look at Jay-Z. Look at all these other people who have mad rumors that they're doing some weird ass shit. And then Nicki Minaj comes out at the same time as the Epstein files dropping. And if you're looking at those 3.5 million files that came out, there's sacrifice. There's human sacrifice. There's going after babies. Going after children. There's killing people. Right? Like, is this really so hard?
Oh, I didn't get the kill.
When you have Sam Smith dressed as Fat Satan on stage.
I should have aimed just to the lower left a little bit more.
Satan coming.
Right? He needs to lose a little weight if he's gonna put them spandex on.
So Satan's supposed to be like him from the Powerpuff Girls?
Well, I mean, like they said, why are they doing that?
They got him.
Like they are Lady Gaga. Another example. How many times is Lady Gaga, you know, fake sacrifice somebody on stage?
Left. Why isn't that?
Yeah.
It's like, it's hard for me to. It's not just that people in our culture do that. It's crazy.
Absolutely. have no
whirlwind's
doubt about what
confusing.
Nikki said. I think
as-
Nikki just said it out loud.
I just think Nikki's just speaking her truth. She got nothing to lose. Like, I mean, she's sheltered. She's
Because when it's got a
not
closed
gonna
top
go back down.
and you shoot inside of it,
That, oh boy.
She watches all fall.
Oh,
for
when
gold
the
against her.
when it explodes,
No, that's Nikki's song.
when if a
I
shell
know.
explodes
It's
inside
like
of the
Nikki's
tank,
Nikki's just out there.
it can kill it, but
and she's just not
is it
scared.
called I don't know if it's
Look,
called
I dunked on
overpressure,
Cardi B for
but
sport.
then when it's got
always
an
have.
open
This is
top,
not a new thing. I'm not.
a lot of
I am
times
not a
the other
newfound
person
Nicki
survives.
fan. Like you just
so
felt like
I obviously
can
got
go
to
deep in her
hit,
music.
killed
I mean,
somebody
Like,
by doing the other one.
I'm not a newfound Nicki fan. I have Nicki music all over my playlist. That's what I. Sadly, I like trap music.
You and me both.
So it's like I've been dunking on Cardi B for sport for like years.
All right, 1,900 points.
Everybody
See if
is
we
just
can
like
get a little
picking
bit
up on
more.
it now, and they're doing it. I'm like, okay, great, join the club, but like, I'm sorry, like I'm the HBIC, so excuse me.
Nikki and Cardi
always
B.
good though, too. Like,
Nikki and Cardi
I
B.
heard an engine, but I
Like,
can't tell if it's
Cardi
the friendliest.
pushes that
I think it's
thing
the
at
friendliest.
one
Am I right?
point.
It seems like the value of human sacrifice is that the blood is magnetic, and if the spirit is some sort of magnetic, dynamo flowing through the atmosphere, then the blood has a connection. Like the iron in the blood connects to the spirit. I don't know, man.
I don't
Just
think,
take it away.
I
Sean.
don't think
Yeah,
that's,
shut
I don't think that's
up.
right. I think honestly
Plenty
what
of
they're
Aztecs
doing.
did it.
Yeah, well, they did it because their gods and their rituals. But I think the idiots today do it just they do it just to be the opposite.
Hold on. He says it.
No, I know, but the reason why they champion it is because it's the anti.
Frontier, where you will be compelled into the dark.
Oh gosh, I've
The frontier is
played
vast.
you online.
You'll cross countless
I get
systems.
Society,
commercials
right? So
to
it's
get
like the
back into it.
opposite. So like, if we're in a Christian society, they're gonna say, well, we love the devil, because
Okay.
they have the Gnostic knowledge, they have the inside knowledge,
I'll take it.
right? So that's why they champion
Only one
the dark stuff.
That's
I
what
should have
it seems
had
like
that
when you're saying the
whirlwind.
dude was wearing the fat devil
whirlwind.
costume. The fat dude in the devil costume.
Right.
That's the
Sean
guy.
Smith.
Yeah, Sean Smith. He's like, ooh, it's so edgy. See,
Exactly.
I'm counterculture.
Give
But then there's
me
people
your
that
attention.
actually do it. Potential,
Well,
which is
look,
really.
right. There's a lot of them doing it, right? You
Eyes
have that.
wide shut.
What's the name of that
Yeah.
black kid that did the song with Miley Cyrus's dad? Come
I don't
on,
know. I forget his name.
Yeah, the blood
He
shoe
did-
guy.
He did
Nas,
that
Little
track
Nas?
of Billy's,
Little Nas.
right?
Little
Nas
Nas,
X.
yeah, Nas X. What Little Nas
Yeah,
X,
the
right? Like,
pregnant man one.
yeah, like, dude, like, does it
Yeah,
get
but has
weirder than
anybody
that?
seen him since he was wandering down the streets of West Hollywood
I don't
in his
know.
tighty whities and his cowboy boots singing? I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
no one's
Honestly,
seen him
they're all-
since
they're
then.
all
Why did he do the
delusional.
pregnant
All right,
man?
so we got
Why did he do the
this.
pregnant man?
Because he's crazy. Because
So I
they're
can pin
satanic,
200
they're
mil
demonic,
here?
They
Because
want to
we'll
oppose
talk
everything.
about it.
Exactly.
Because
He
we
knew-
would be here talking about it.
G
Yeah, but
equivalent of
pull that tweet
500. So
back
if it
up from Nikki, her
penetrates,
original
then
one
I
real
do.
quick.
Oh no, I believe
okay,
everything
I'm
she said.
always
Your
confused about these
Lord
guys.
is Satan, and I think that's where our society is like
Right.
getting away. Is that there are people in our society in positions of power that actually worship Satan. They don't do it for
100%.
fun. They don't do it for anything like that. They actually worship Satan, and he
I think this is
demands apparently
worse.
blood
I don't understand why they give you
sacrifices.
a worse
And then how many
ammunition.
people in Hollywood have had their kids killed, or their kids are trans, or
Okay, no,
something like that,
it's-
which is a
Right.
form
For some
of
reason,
human
it's slightly
sacrifice.
better
Right,
at
because
30
we can't
degree
go out
angle,
and kill
but it's
people
only
now,
like
right? If God
1
made your
millimeter
kid
better.
a boy, and you decide no, I want my kid to be a girl, you're going against God and sacrificing your
can
child.
absolutely go out and kill children. You just have to do it before they're born.
Or your
Right.
name needs to be Planned Parenthood.
But
yeah,
that's
I mean, it's the truth. You can there are more babies aborted than there were children sacrificed in the Aztec Empire.
Right? No, but that being said, I mean that is why they do it, because
wanna-
being the
that
opposite
one,
is the
bring it to the
cool
front.
thing, right? So if your kid's cis, my kid's trans, like that's the way.
So this
they
one has
think.
no
They-
TNT
Yeah, but I
in
think
it.
that's
They get
what
social
makes it
So
credit.
this one should have
I guess, look,
TNT in
Matt
it.
Kelly, Matt underline
TNT
underscore
equivalent.
Kelly is saying that we sound nuts. Stop
500
talking about the
grams. So
Satan
once I
stuff.
penetrate, I
Feels
should
like
get
hit a
an
chord,
explosion
chord.
inside.
I mean,
But I really do think like in
I'm not
Hollywood,
going to stop talking about the Satan
should
stuff
be
because I
200
don't think it's
millimeters of
crazy.
pin.
I think it's real, and I think people in
Make me
Hollywood.
stop talking.
Like, do they?
I'm
65
here.
degrees degrees,
LA,
0% chance
say
of ricochet,
that
72.
my God is the Satan thing, or do they
77.
just
So
have
it goes
no
up really
God,
quick,
and they're
but
drawn to these evil satanic behaviors.
You're
I don't-
talking about
up to 65 degrees. That's pretty good.
Like people that would consider themselves Satanists, which don't worship Satan, they worship themselves, or people that are
Cumulative.
into
I don't
the
get that.
cult,
Cumulative
which
jet
actually
angle of
do
attack.
believe in like demons and
200
they
millimeters,
worship like the devil and
173
stuff.
millimeters.
Yeah, you have
30
different
degrees.
levels too. I mean, this is why Scientology
understand that,
thrived
though.
in Hollywood
Well,
because
not according to Joy Villa now.
Why?
Have you seen Joy Villa taking Scientology by the balls?
Oh, I'm just saying, but it's thrived there for so long because people in Hollywood are.
All right, we need
insane.
one
Shout out
more.
to Joy
I
Villa
thought
for
we-
shout for literally putting them on their knees.
Oh, so
Well,
what
I
happened?
mean, Leah
Oh,
Remini
Oh,
you
she
get
showed up to the
streak.
Grammys literally with a dress that says Scientology kills.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like,
Wow.
It was dope.
Man,
It's crazy.
I used to live right across the street from the Scientology Center in LA over on Franklin, and
I knew it.
we did an audition. We got cast, me and my girlfriend, as
You
a
do.
married
You look
couple.
like a Scientologist.
I was like, show me what you got,
does, honestly.
Scientologists. But they were like, we want you to lie and tell everybody you guys are married for our movie.
Yeah.
And it was like, this whole thing's a
There
fucking
we go.
scam.
Wait a minute. That's called acting.
Yeah, it was. They hired me for an acting role for this church. And I'm
That's
like,
right.
what the fuck?
They would give people free acting lessons, and they'd also promise
Yeah.
them, hey, access to like bigger celebrities, and that's what the Satanists are doing in LA too. You know, they're giving them opportunities, they're giving them access to bigger celebrities. And yes, there's definitely people that believe it. Like there's people in Scientology that literally believe it. But you also have the people that are
Wait,
going along
is that
for it.
so? Is that what
it's
the
like the cool
PT?
thing? and they get the
Because I guess the first like
look at
fin
Joy Villa.
stabilized for the
She looks stunning
Russians.
as always. Talk about look, she's a queen of stunts, right? Joy Villa shows
Oh
up
my-
like
so
a
it is-
MAGA
it's
dress
stabilized.
Or make America dress great again. And
When it said stabilized, I didn't
kills,
realize
like,
it
bro.
meant fin
Tom
stabilized.
Cruise,
Like the guns.
we
Why is
need
the
to do a
gun
wellness check on
stabilized?
you. You might not be doing too well tonight.
Yeah, he was upset.
He must be very upset over
They
this.
literally have Tom Cruise convinced that he can move
Okay,
objects with his-
either it wasn't stabilized before, and because the upgrade it is now, or I didn't realize it was stabilized.
Can you start looking
Okay.
like you're 60, dude? Like, it's not healthy.
I heard that he
I mean, I'll still die to whatever,
That's
but
crazy that he's 60. What's the family? Yes, sperm on his face. Is that true? Tom, is that true? I heard that it kept your skin healthy.
Somebody just said I'm a zestologist. Yeah, I am zesty.
So what made you, when we were talking about Satanism, what made you think of Scientology?
No, I'm just saying that's just that's how easy these LA types are to convince of dumb shit.
Well, and Scientology is like the LA like religion, right? It's very like actor oriented. That's where Tom Cruise is like up on the couch, like jumping on Oprah's couch,
Right.
like.
It was like a
do some
fraternity,
weird shit.
or like, I'm talking about Satanism all day. Let's
We
go.
can talk
Close.
talking about, I guess,
Arknight's Enfield is giving out 145 free pulls right now.
Yeah.
That means you can summon characters without having to worry about spending.
He was
So
just
you
camping
already
there.
know
See,
how to
this is the
check out
problem. If this thing was
Alright, so let's go
faster,
check out the pull
if it
animation for
went
this
at least
graphic game. This is the
55, like it
limited
would be.
banner. So it looks like right off the bat we have to
so
go ahead
good.
and pull this lever down, which is really cool. I love the fact that there's like a little interaction.
fact, it only
thing going on.
goes-
And I'm assuming the color means that's what you're
Why?
gonna get.
Why does this
So
thing go
let's
faster?
assume that is a 5-star character. Hold on, these
right.
animations are sick.
We're just gonna
Super
scout
clean.
some stuff.
Okay, we'll take it. We got Wolfguard. He looks pretty cool.
about Satanism, and it takes people who are really dark to do what, you know, this gentleman and this individual did to our friend, and I think he was a friend to many of us in here, Charlie Kirk. Talk about somebody who's in bed with the devil, right, to kill someone. And now his defense team is seeking to block the videos of Charlie Kirk's killing in his murder case, claiming bias.
Claiming bias.
Yeah, like claiming bias. The defense attorney.
I mean,
says
of course
that,
they're gonna try and
they
do
want to
that.
remove the video because of now attorneys
But
are
it's
demanding
direct
charge in
it's
Kirk's
direct
21, a
evidence.
state judge to block such videos from being shown during a hearing scheduled for Tuesday. Defense attorneys also want to oust TV and still cameras from the courtroom. Arguing
We would
that
like you to.
highly
I need to know who the
biased
judge.
news
We'll have to find out
outlets
if the judge allows that. They're gonna. There's. Oh
very sorry for what I'm
my.
gonna say.
Okay.
Hell couldn't come faster for this mofo. I mean it.
There was a
I mean,
vehicle on the
look,
other side
we still
that
throw
should have
people on the
absorbed
chair. No, we
all
don't
of
do
that
the chair.
pretty
We do,
much.
like, the
And the fact
shot,
that it
right?
then
You know,
somehow
yeah,
penetrated
yeah,
still
like,
my armor.
Sometimes we do lethal injection.
I know I have very little armor, but still, come on.
Decided they morally stopped. Oh, that's funny because they're
That was so
pharmaceutical companies.
infuriating.
They'll sell us all
After
the
I
other
went
drugs,
and
they'll pump
used
us with all of it,
fucking.
but the one to take out.
I mean, it wasn't
absolute
like a paid
human
for one. It was a daily
excrement
one,
out of
but still.
circulation. That they have a moral clarity. Look, I'm not for the death penalty. Like I'm pro-life in beginning and end of life.
If the
but
judge
there's
does
special occasions
anything
that you
to,
just
like-
can't, it's too close to
If the
home.
judge isn't completely
I would
like
argue
fair,
the death penalty is too good
and if
for
he
him.
aids the murderer of
Yes.
Charlie Kirk at all,
And
like
no.
there's going to
Okay,
be
so-
such
so
a.
can I give you a plan of
people are going to get so.
Because you can't just put somebody on death row.
The judge wasn't
They go on
terrible
death
in
row
like
and then they
Rittenhouse.
suffer years.
He was pretty.
I think a
He was
great
okay in the
start would
Rittenhouse
be,
case. And then there was like the Wisconsin, the guy that like drove through the Christmas parade. She put up with a lot of crap because he was representing himself, but you know, she gave him enough rope to hang himself at least.
After what you did, and in the way you did, you stole a father, you stole a husband, you stole a friend. You stole
But it's like, oh yeah, we would like you to
You stole a man who I genuinely
not show the evidence of his crime,
That was
please.
my very strong opinion about
We
what I
move-
thought Charlie Kirk was. Just because I didn't think if convicted, obviously, but again, these are allegations, and I have to give him the presumption of innocence. But the facts of the case are
Someone's got a
so
problem.
hard to refute that obviously I need to give him that presumption. We spoke about presumption of innocence earlier.
It's like,
right?
yeah,
But
you
I
know
think it's
the
important that
evidence, Judge. We would just like you to throw
look at
all the
this is
evidence
there are
out.
People that wake up and find the fortitude, and God bless these attorneys to go defend.
I'd be fine if it'd be like there's
Like,
sections of
I talked
video
about this
that
the
give
other
just
day.
complete
I
opinion.
don't think
But if there's
people
there's
like
video
Agent
that just
Young
literally
and
show
I don't think he's
what
ever gonna
happened,
be
it's like
convicted.
how
I
can
think
you
he's
just throw
wrong.
videos out?
I think a great example of that was
It's like, oh, it's
some of
biased
the
against my.
more
It's like,
extreme
yeah, the
versions
evidence is
of
going to be
that.
biased
Well, I think
against
what
your.
the defense is trying to do here also helps the psychopaths
against
out there that are
all evidence will be
spinning
biased against a
completely
criminal.
insane narratives about what happened to Charlie. So like, no, I agree. I think like we need to be able to see everything. We need to be able to see the case. We need the evidence, like everything. Like
I wouldn't be shocked if it came out later on that they're consulting with our favorite crazy person who does everything for sensational views. But
yeah,
Milo Yiannopoulos?
no, I
I'm
did
just
not.
kidding.
No, that's not. No, that is not who I was talking about. No, that's not who I was talking about. That's why I came out of my mouth.
We're gonna tell him that you threw him under the bus.
That's not what I was talking about. You want me to say who I'm talking? Yeah, I'm talking about Candace Owens. I knew you were talking. Oh, okay, great. Okay, I was trying to be a gentleman about it, but
I think what these guys, the defense team is doing is what their thought process is. If we show this gruesome murder, the moment that Charlie's hit, it will make the audience or the jury immediately be like, oh, so bad, guilty, guilty, guilty. So I see what they're doing. I don't think it's going to fly. It happened to him. Present the evidence. But one thing, a conversation I had with people at Turning Point when we went over there and we were doing shows over there at Charlie's studio after his death was that would Charlie actually forgive this guy? Because he might. He's like a legit Christian. He might actually be like, look, you're still going to face punishment.
And just
but I
because you
forgive
can forgive somebody,
you didn't know what you were doing. You were
you
manipulated.
can forgive somebody, but they still need to
just why
face.
I did right away.
I just learned here. Utah still has death by firing of 5 guns. That's
Firing
wild.
squad.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
That's not bad.
To give each shooter plausible deniability that they were the one that killed the guy.
Like, if it's found that he's
That's why they do
guilty, I just think the
multi-shooters.
death penalty is
Like
just
everyone that's like,
too
oh,
easy. Like,
Christians,
listen,
they
I don't
forgive,
like
but it's
for
like
people in jails
it
and all
doesn't.
that. Like, I agree 100%.
If,
Like,
if that's your thing, it's like, oh, he would have forgiven him, so we shouldn't punish him.
Okay. No, I'm saying,
Somebody ever
I just wanted to clarify
says that, they have no idea what they don't know anything about
about the
Christianity.
member show. But
What it teaches.
I don't like the fact that our money goes to like
I think
keeping
those
jail.
engines are my teammates.
For weeks, we've been supplying the province of Glenmore. Our troops have secured a foothold in the region.
They must all be spawning over there.
Getting valuable loot for our faction. Soon, we'll be ready to take our lands back from Fort Sterling.
They've slowly been moving in on us and advancing their front line.
God damn it, dude, this pisses me off so much.
We must protect
Oh, I finally stick my nose out. You dead? Are they camping their? They're camping their own spawn point.
I know exactly what
Okay, it was the guy.
at the heart
I was
of
looking
the
right over
province
there. I
it
didn't see
lies.
anybody.
The fortress. Built of strong timber and impenetrable stone it is.
Ugh.
Getting in won't be easy, but I know how to get an edge on it. We're as ready.
People in jail, but like for him, I would gladly pay. Like to have him suffer for years and years and years if found guilty.
But what I don't understand is
No, we need to bring back public executions.
It's saying that the
Extreme
video
concept.
can't be played. Yes. is
Or
the
like we should bring back like
really
old,
graphic and
what-
something I never
like the
wanna
Romans
see
used to
again?
do, like several days of like
But
torture
that
and stuff
video
before
also
public
shows like,
executions. So that
bro, like what?
I never watched it. I was
Make
in
the-
prison when it happened, and I was
Like, if you're a
I was
bad
in
enough
solitary
person, you
confinement
should,
being tortured by the former warden of the facility, who was fired, by the way. Bye, bitch. Sorry.
See ya.
we allow too many terrible
I
people
was in solitary
to.
confinement for 41 days.
The thing is
tortured
there's-
by, a woman by the name of Lynn Kelly. Yeah, torture.
I'd have to see the evidence,
Torture.
but I don't know.
I
Like,
was told by a
see if there's
CEO,
enough evidence
actually,
to
who
like
watches
convict them
this
for something
show.
like that.
He's like,
But
hey, do you watch
I don't know. Like, I haven't seen
like
all the evidence, so like I don't know how like do we have like DNA evidence or fingerprint evidence? We have some videos of him there. Like how well did the video show if it's him coming off the
no
roof?
TV, no access radio, anything, right? So,
But there are. I mean, we have like we obviously have.
I didn't see it.
Serena
And when I came
Zarutska
out,
or
it's funny,
whatever her
my
name
partner
is.
goes like,
Like we have
"You
that
wanna see
evidence
it?"
of
I
that
said, "No, I
that
don't wanna
guy,
see it."
that black
He's like,
guy,
"Well, it was all over the news, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I
homeless
missed
black
that
guy,
cycle, so I don't want to. I never
stabbing her to
opened
death.
it. You know why?
And I don't care if
Two
he's
things.
supposedly
I had a lot
out
of
of his
respect for
mind.
Charlie.
Like if
I
you're
disagree with him
insane
on
and you
circumstances.
stab somebody, that's
Like,
just as
normal,
much
like a
to
normal
execute
human
you.
being, disagree with.
Like
I'm sure we all disagree on stances.
as a public
I don't wanna
public
see
threat,
that. I
you
don't
should
want to
be
see
probably
I
executed
remember
as well.
Charlie alive. I'm just gonna, remember that.
But,
I never saw the video. I have no intention of
yeah, we just
Well, George, I
to
have
me,
to
it
tell
doesn't
you.
need to
Get rid of
circulate. I don't
people.
want it circulated so his kids can see it.
We were in spaces.
Like if we have evidence like that
obviously,
where it's all on
this happened,
camera,
we
your
were on
face,
Spaces
your
or
evidence, like
X
there's
Spaces,
just
and
so much evidence that
literally
it's
one of the
impossible to
first
say,
things
oh no,
people
that's not
kept
you.
coming and saying was, I wonder what George Santos is thinking right now. And the amount of times that your name was brought up around this whole thing of wondering like how you feel, like.
And we got
it
tons
was
of cases
really
like that
eye-opening.
where it's like
tortured. I was being tortured.
Yeah.
where it's just done, especially with video cameras everywhere nowadays.
I don't think most people, if they had the choice, would have watched that
No.
video. Like that was kind of the unfortunate thing with like free speech.
I wish I could unsee that, honestly.
I
Like,
wish I
If you
could.
knew him, it's so hard to.
I can't even imagine it. Like people have tried to describe it to me like I'm not interested. I'm good. You know, I don't. I'm not a gruesome kind of guy. I like watching horror, but it's fiction, right?
No.
I don't want to see that to friends.
This was
people
one
I
of the
actually know.
most gruesome, like visuals, like.
No one wanted to see it. That was horrible. Yeah.
So show it in the
I
courtroom.
hate people
They
that
didn't
try
want
to
it.
do
I
this.
don't
Like,
want to
I
watch
don't need
it.
I
Make
don't
them
need.
see it.
You don't need to repair me or anything.
We're
just a prime target for a double kill.
I think we should see because there will be a reaction.
It's a fucking airplane.
And I think it should be played. I think the jury should see it. I think a fair trial entails that being shown
In his face.
Yeah.
But
you
also
gotta see
too,
the face of a stone cold potential killer.
But also the quell.
Like, I wanna be your butt buddy.
Theories are going on. I think
And then
people
you
need
both
to
die.
see the hearings. I honestly think it's a public right.
Like if they're trying to help
I think so
prepare
too.
you.
I think the reason the defense team doesn't want that is because this guy's a liability on
I
the
can at
stand.
least
He looks
be
like a
like, okay.
crazy guy, and he seems completely it has seemed messed up, really messed up.
100%.
Well, look, if you want to talk about crazy and absolute
I see
bad
where he's
shit
going. He's-
and killing and all that. Well, today was one hell of a day for killing. I don't know how to start this one. Did Jill Biden dodge a bullet, or did she just take a different bullet that was kind of like Weekend with Bernie's? And I guess I don't know, but this came out today. People Magazine, TMZ, everybody reporting what to know about Jill Biden's ex-husband, Bill Stevens, who was just charged with murder for killing his current wife, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden and
How did I get
spouses
non-pin, dude? That was the
seem
flat.
to have some
That was the
intersectionality
flat
about
side.
that.
He was barely at an angle.
She's just an innocent teacher, George.
What a weird family. What a weird family. Like,
You're supposed to say Dr. Joe Biden. By the way.
doctor my ass. If I have to call her a doctor, you call me Professor Santos. Or better. No. You call me. I'll show you what you're gonna call me. Hold on. You're gonna call me. If I call her doctor, you call me Honorable George Santos right there, okay?
The Honorable George Santos.
That's it.
I don't know if we want to show it to the camera. It has
I
your
don't care. No, we can show it to the
personal
camera.
address on it.
No, it doesn't. Why'd you make me double check? Asshole. It's like my former member of Congress ID. It says honorable. I'm like, if I try to make somebody call me honorable, they're gonna bitch slap me.
Who carries paper? Who carries paper money?
Okay, guys, rotation.
Fair. I do. I'm technically Congress. I'm from New York. We have that bad habit. What, you don't carry paper money?
No.
I do. You never know when you need a
I
grant,
track
like,
him. I track him.
But in this case, do we know why did he kill his wife?
Because I've traveled.
Oh, I don't know. Well, first I want to say I feel for Hunter through all of it.
Right.
I know Hunter is not clean through and through, but boy, did that
I should have tracked
for a rumble with his family. This fumble.
Him and Ashley.
I feel worse for Ashley.
Like, would you be clean after what he went through?
Yeah, really. Bo checked out. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but Bo's just like, you know what? I'm just this family's growth. I'm peace. Like, just give me cancer, let me go. I can't stay here. And I'm not making light of cancer. I lost my mom's cancer, but I gotta say, it's just like Bo was the only decent person in the family.
Yeah.
Like,
What did I miss?
If you really measure it all up, I mean,
Oh,
he was the only decent
damn it. Sucker got his tracks.
He was a serviceman. He served this country honorably. He died. He essentially.
Dude, what is this tiger? Oh, I don't know the OST at all. His front side must be far more armored than a regular tiger. I don't know how I didn't die on the second one. Cannot see him through there. Rock there.
Got sick during service, and I think wasn't he like burn pit victim
Yes,
type
yeah,
situation?
that's what I've heard.
Yeah, so
Oh, dear.
like this is a man who literally.
I didn't realize I was
Bo
recording.
Biden was an honorable human being. You
Yeah,
could disagree with
that
his
real
politics,
fast.
but he was still an honorable.
I don't even know anything about his politics. I mean, I assume he's a Democrat from his father.
Yeah, what was gross is Joe would use that story on the campus all the time and talk about how heroic Bo was and stuff, like to the point where you didn't even know Hunter existed.
Well, I don't think Joe realized he was dead.
That's fair. He probably still thought he was alive.
Okay.
George, why did Joe Biden's ex kill his wife? Do you know?
Are we sure Joe was?
You know, I'm literally trying to
Can't see
craft
shit.
this story.
Yeah.
It's been-
Biden and murder always. It's so crazy.
So
Somehow,
here's what's
he can
going
shoot me.
on? Where are we? Give me a second. There you go. So on
Yeah.
December 28, 2025,
That doesn't make
there
any
was some
sense.
dead
It
in
doesn't
the
make any
living room
sense.
Of her and Bill's
Not
home
only
in
is my
Wilmington,
gun
Delaware.
barrel
Again,
somehow
they're all
blocked,
in
but-
Wilmington, Delaware too, which is like, yeah.
I know. Either it's a
according
game
to press
mechanic
release
or
issued by the
like,
New
maybe it's
Castle
actually
County
how
Police Department, she
stuff
was
works when you're
discovered,
near it versus
by
far away
authorities
from
at
it.
approximately
I don't
11:16
know.
p.m. Eastern
But at the same
Standard
time, it feels like
per the
bullshit.
release. Her obituary later reported
It's like-
that she died on December 29th. She was 64
My
years
gun
old.
my
Police
gun
said
is
that they
somehow
responded to the
occluded
residents after
by the
getting a
wall.
report of a domestic dispute. Now, that is one hell
But
of a
his gun
domestic
isn't
rescue, and these are
approved by the law.
60-year-olds. Like, what the hell are they? What is this, like?
I guess the right
Mrs.
side is
White
poking. I don't know.
with
I don't know.
with the
Some, I need to
candelabra
see.
in the
I need
kitchen
to explain to me.
Like, what is this, Clue? Like, what is going on in Wilmington, Delaware right now? Like, I'm not making light. Like, this is a human being. You know, she's probably somebody's
Also,
mother
that 1,000-pound
or grandmother, I
bomb.
don't know. She was definitely somebody's wife.
Or whatever that bomb
potentially
was blowing up and
her spouse
taking
didn't like her
out both
very
by
much,
tracks
but,
at that like ridiculously long range.
What's going on?
Feels scummy.
It's hard to make. I agree with you. It's hard to make light of it.
I can't. It's
I
hard
need
to not make light of it. Or you
second,
make light
I
of it, and then you feel
something,
bad
'cause I
immediately for making light of it. It's like, God damn
I
it.
didn't fight in combat and in war, but that's what the soldiers do too. They'll just joke about it and be like, "Hey, guy's head got blown. Ha! What else can you do but laugh?" You know? And
what's today's
or go
date?
crazy.
Like she didn't make dinner, you know.
Who has the higher body count, Clinton's or Biden's?
2026.
Clinton's.
Oh, Clinton's.
Yeah, that's my
But
guess.
I don't talk about the Clintons because I don't want to get added to a list, so I just don't
I
talk.
mean, the Biden
We don't
body
talk
count's
about the
pretty
Clintons,
high
right?
too.
Ever since I heard the allegations
trash.
from what's her girl name, Tara Reid.
Tara Reid is. Please don't use Tara Reid
Is
as
she a
a
joke? I don't know anything
Come
much
on,
about her except
Tara
her
Reid's a
allegations.
Russian propagandist. Please don't talk about her. Look,
I wanted to.
you can say whatever you want about Bill
But
Clinton.
now you make me really want to talk about her.
Tara Reid is a Russian propagandist that ran to the
What is it
Kremlin,
called? It's not called
did
a trash-
every
what's the thing
talking point
called?
in
Trash.
Putin's wet fucking dreams that to demoralize America, and don't give that woman credence. I'm
From my
sorry.
angle, it looked like she was fleeing
listen, I can't
potential
argue.
assassination.
No, she wasn't. She came back here for a wedding. If you're fleeing an assassination, you don't come celebrate
Why is it
weddings
not
in the
in-
States. You stay in Russia if it's so dangerous here. She's a Kremlin puppet. That's a Kremlin puppet. I'm sorry.
Did she have ties with the Russians before she
I
went?
don't know. I mean, do you need ties with the Russians? You just show up and they're like, we'll give you some conditions.
Wait, weren't you just in Russia, George?
No, I was not. That picture's from 2016.
Oh, okay.
You're not a fan of Russia right
What's
now?
it called?
I-
Wait, okay.
Russian
Or
people,
Russians or Putin
Russian
or whatever.
people, super cool. Putin, piece of shit.
Okay, so you get out of jail, and all of a sudden I see pictures of you
That
in
was a
Moscow,
troll. Ben.
and
That
I'm
was a
like,
troll.
did George really
He-
go
it
to
was
Moscow?
used to be
That was
trash
my
Now,
2016
like,
picture, but I
is
did
this
it just because
really
I needed to
happening?
troll the world. Yeah. I got out of prison and
I hate the
posted
fact that you
2016
can't
pictures of
minimize
me in
video
Moscow
games.
in the Kremlin.
Nice. That's exactly what you do. That's
You really think that Tara Reid was a Russian puppet? Like,
She
like that-
became one.
What made you? Well, maybe that
Well,
might be true.
when you go
She
on
got
Russian,
used, that's
when you
true.
go on Russian-sponsored state television and talk crap about the United States, like, what does that make you?
Oh, I didn't get any
yeah.
captures. I was like,
So
why
whether or
not?
not she actually was assaulted by
guess?
Joe is almost irrelevant to the point that she's has served propaganda-wise the Russians in some capacity. But ever since I heard that story that she said Joe pushed her up against the wall and, you know, grabbed her by the, you know what, and she tried to push him away, and he was like, "You're dead to me." And she was like working for him at the time. That whether or not it's true or not, I don't know. Who in the hell would lie about something like that with that graphic, extreme thing? Her mother apparently called into Larry King right after it happened. There's show Larry King talking to her mom live about
Wow,
what it
you
just
unburied Larry King.
What's that?
You unburied Larry King.
I did. I feel
and we're
like because my
live with
microphone's so
Larry
low to the table right now. I have to lean in.
Ian's future. Yeah.
Oh God, my gosh. So Donald, how are you? Remember when Donald Trump used to go on Larry King Live? It was so
All the time, yeah.
Yeah, all the
All right,
time.
we need
Like,
one
it was like-
more
but that posture, the only
intelligence
human being on
streak.
television to do a show like this.
Norm and Larry are always great together.
38th
through Norm
parallel,
Macdonald.
okay.
Yeah,
Did you
those
see
are great.
when Trump was on Larry King and he's like, "Your
If I play
I'm
this
sorry,
right,
your breath
I should be able to get
smells
this.
very bad." I mean, is that okay? Do you mind? It's very bad, Larry. And then he was like, "Not just joking, but that's a power when you're discussing your babe or clumsy." So I don't know. I was just some anecdotal, ill will towards Joe Biden after I heard that Tara Reid story. I don't know if it's true or not. That was like you want a glimpse into what a guy could be, a power hungry, a politician could do to a vulnerable woman that works.
The armored cavalry is on its way.
Yeah, but don't you guys remember Bill Clinton? Like,
Flying
how many
tanks.
women were there at one point where it was like, oh, like 27 women have come out and said they slept with Bill Clinton?
I mean, and the fact that he was in that blue dress.
Hi, I'm JT, and I'm a Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of elitist people who all happen to vote the same way and who all happen to live in huge cities on the West Coast. And so, Result Hunter takes those elitist values and elitist and pushes them down a little bit.
I can actually get kills with this now.
Meanwhile,
Yes.
there's sources of truth that we believe have been deranked a little bit by Google and it pushes those up a bit. And the main thing that you'll gain from using the search engine. is
Sometimes
that
you can get
accuracy
an intel. You
generate
can mark them. Sometimes you can mark
much
them
more likely to support
when they're hiding behind things.
things
But
that
he was
support
probably too
conservative
far up
values
there.
rather than things that support elitist and liberal cultural values. So thank you. Please use resulthunter.com if you're a conservative. Hit try now to go over there. And you can set the default. You can hit add to browser and follow the instructions. See you at resulthunter.com.
There is a lot of guys over there.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. You just built an app.
I'm on lunch. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book share an app.
Profesor de español.
I mean, that was like the fact that
Seed photo.
it's so.
Oh, it's kind of sexy.
crazy.
Come on, Bill in the blue dress, kind of hot.
I mean,
Come on, joking, but we know the kinks that were taking place. I mean, we know the kinks that were taking place in Epstein Island. It was
yeah, but I think.
Bill running around in a nice chiffon blue dress.
Well, then how do you?
He probably was.
Then you have George Bush on the floor with the two fallen towers, and you're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I remember that.
That's kind of dark humor. Like really
or
dark.
that's the blackmail that Jeffrey Epstein had on him.
Well, you know what? On that note, everyone, like, please don't
Damn,
forget to
man,
like,
if I had the thing
smash
ready.
the like button, subscribe,
Share.
to join us on Rumble and on the after shows where we're going to be doing, and I'm going to be reading some of these super chats because I've been like sadly like going through them because they catch my attention, but we're going to do more of them. There's so many more, but please like, subscribe, follow on socials. It is so cool to be here with you guys, and I want to say,
And don't forget to go to timcast.com and join our Discord. If you're a Discord member, you can join the after show and you can call in. There's a bunch of people that have met, met their girlfriend or boyfriend, husband. There's a couple of kids that were because people met in Discord. Yeah, so go to timcast.com and join the Discord.
absolutely, and we will see you guys in the after show, and we're gonna go through some of these super chats, and stay tuned because it's gonna be pretty fun. But thanks for this awesome conversation.
Let's go to super chats.
Yeah,
Satanic
let's go to super
shit
chats.
is my favorite part. The satanic shit. I'm always into like dark, the demons, angels, spirit realm.
Okay, Tom.
You
Okay,
should
Tom.
have I love it.
Okay, Tom Hanks. Angels and Demons.
No, I haven't seen it.
Never saw the movie. Oh my God, Dan Brown. You never read the Dan Brown movie, the Da Vinci Code series?
No. Heard of it.
Oh, you should. I mean, if you're into Angels and Demons, you're missing out on a great series. Blast category is blasphemy.
The DMT shapes that they see in those lasers. That could go. Okay, let's get a super chat.
Let's get super chats. Ian, because there's a lot about you. What's going on in the chat?
My loader's busted.
Can't wait.
Some people had a lot of love for you, I gotta say. So,
Nice. Okay.
ba-da-ba-ba.
Right on top of me. Nice.
I wear glasses. Oh, what did I?
It's gonna be big.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh,
It'll be
think I
back.
got it.
It'll be back.
hard.
Temperamental. Okay, got it.
It's
right
fine.
here.
But I'm liking that
We're
now.
back.
I'm
And
liking
we're
the
back,
PT.
folks.
And we're back. Sorry, new here. Total amateur. Okay.
That fin stabilized turns it
I'm
into
not
a
your
beast.
buddy.
I'm not your buddy guy.
I'm not your. Is that what that is? I just see. I'm not your buddy. Okay. I can read what I see. I'm not your buddy.
I think
guy.
I need a different button.
Send us this awesome. Leave it to the Krassensteins or however. Say those liars' names to share a letter
You
that
switch it
would
from
put
V to,
Epstein
like, C
aged
or something.
14 and Trump 21. I guess Epstein must have been a very enterprising young lad. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the Krassensteins did. Can somebody enlighten me?
They're just.
I know Ed and Brian fairly well, but what did they do? What are we talking? Why are we dunking on the Krassensteins?
They're the
Who
Krassensteins.
doesn't dunk on them?
I usually
It
try to be.
sounds like
I think it's the whole reason for
I think they're
purpose.
fucking hilarious. Like, I think they're hilarious for all the wrong reasons, but I think they're hilarious.
Yeah, but the funniest part is when you get them in spaces, they're not nearly as
They're
like.
so nice.
Yeah, they're so nice and like not nearly as nuts
I
as
get
they
along
are
with
in
them.
their
Like,
like
and
comments.
people give me crap because I get along with them.
Male
But-
feminists are all hilarious.
Okay, I'm going to read this one because, first of all, Botanic Stone 90, 100 bucks, thank you.
100 bucks.
Okay, baller. So let's go with this. Dang. Revolution said on record, on C-SPAM, Trump is in the Epstein files over 4,000 times. Is Trump gonna sue? You know,
that's a minute.
Trump suing Trevor Noah, ABC, BBC.
Jamie Dimon.
I gotta tell you, sue him, baby. I think he should because it is slander, and Rep Ted Blue is a slanderous piece of shit. I work with him. I can tell you, he's a slanderous piece of shit. He just makes shit up. I'm just gonna make up this, and then he goes, "This is much better." It's like he's like sucking his fingers and putting it up in the air, like quite literally. That's Ted Blue in a nutshell. And Ted Blue's garbage. But okay, let's keep going here. I want to see some of these $100. Like I like these. I'm a capitalist. I'm not gonna read anything under $20 now. That's it. I'm kidding. No, please let me know. Okay, let's go this one. Okay, so this is another one. Wolfie, 374171, another $100 baller. Okay. So Tim has the best fans. I gotta say.
Okay. Hello.
Those reactions to the pretty good joke is a textbook example of why.
Would have been nice if you saw him a second earlier, but
the leftist
I wasn't expecting that guy in the ditch.
Televised murder of their enemies, and y'all couldn't put away your top hats and monocles long enough to lightly chuckle at a joke. Pathetic. Okay,
This guy has literally never been in the member show because there's going to be a lot more jokes than that.
I'm just gonna say this. No, he's criticizing my shutting down the joke, and I'm gonna say this. I don't celebrate death because the moment I start celebrating death, I'm just like the left. So I don't find humor in celebrating.
Hold on, buddy. Okay,
We can make
the guy's name was pretty, and the girl's name is good. It's pretty good.
I mean, that is fair. You can't argue with that logic.
Maybe you should tell the left to pick better names to put on the news next time, okay? Pretty good is not my fault, it's the left's.
Look, it's funny. I hate you. You're so good.
It's fair.
It's just like I don't see a positive. Do you see a positive in celebrating?
We went from framing them to.
Wait, George, I have to, you were in jail when Charlie got shot, okay? As bad as Charlie getting shot, was that?
I was born to do this.
With holy steel, I will end all evil.
Gaze upon me, if you dare.
Logic meets power on this battlefield.
That's friendly behind us. Guy right behind
The reaction after.
Was it that bad?
George, it was
Like the left was celebrating?
George, it was
Elation.
Nobody in an official position was celebrating, but TikTok and Instagram were full of reels.
So any
the soldiers, the foot soldiers.
Yeah,
So just even regular people on the street. Well, he was a bad guy, so it's good.
I mean, there wasn't just like, well,
Russian.
you know, it was celebrations.
It's either a Russian.
cheering,
Yep.
It's a Russian.
Fireworks.
The
difference
Russian
is, George, in the
version.
case of Preddy,
Tiger.
he wanted that.
Like,
That's all.
You're saying he's like a Palestinian martyr now?
He literally was.
It was suicide by.
He wanted us to talk about it. He wanted us to cheer for him. Like that was his life's goal.
He had broken
Well,
legs.
here's my life's goal. My life's goal is to have more people like Grafty, Grafty here.
Who's camping at these
$2
spots?
just to say great hair.
It's like the
Thanks.
weirdest spots
I don't know if
ever.
it's my hair. I hope
Like
it's not
I'm
Ian's,
camping
but
at.
if it's Ian's, I'm just gonna cut his
Well, I
hair
guess
off.
it's just up on the road.
It's
but
mine.
He's like watching the river. I mean,
Oh, I think it was.
It's not
Bill
Jen.
Maher.
Nobody cares about Jen's hair. If it's your hair, Ian, I'm cutting your
Run
hair.
the search. Don't do it, George.
I'm shaving your
touch
fucking
it.
head.
It's not
That's
worth
it.
it. Just dark
Any
green
compliments, George,
vegetables.
to read all of your compliments that are super chat.
Lower your sodium intake. Nice long dark hair.
like I'm this
I mean,
close.
Say nice things about
holding my
George in the
fingers
super
very
chat
close
too,
together.
Okay,
I'm
let's
so
go back here
close
Joe
to like going
Flatterer.
more than
Is that
one
what that
kill
is?
per death. At least I'm getting the capture. I'm
Dude,
getting
I
a
am
capture and a
blind.
kill.
I need
With the rest of my team.
You can't zoom that, right?
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna botch your names.
Yeah.
All right, Joe Fiachoa.
guess.
It's my son Roman's 11th birthday, and he requests the IRL show from the night before, or where'd it go? Oh. Or a song from All That Remains on the way to school every morning.
That's wonderful. You got a good kid.
Please wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Roman. Can we get a happy birthday like a proper like, dude? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Roman. Happy
I think that's the take instruction out of this.
And he likes the
That's great.
Look at that.
Appreciate that.
Look,
I
that's
think the only
amazing.
person that didn't sing was the actual singer.
Well, I was singing.
Oh, you were?
All right, give us an acapella. Come on.
Phil.
No.
Come on, belt it for us.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, we got more guys.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Kill them.
birthday, dear Roman. Happy birthday to you.
Roman, that
I
was
like
an
this map,
acapella, and
but
your
I just
dad got a
haven't
steal
gotten
for
used to
20
it
bucks
yet.
on
It's
that.
only like the fifth time I played on it.
Let's keep going.
Kind of new into my rotation.
El Jefe Lopez, $2. Thank you for your donation, by the way, and for your absolute support here for the crew at Timcast IRL. Who knew a bundle of sticks and more balls than postage?
That's fantastic. Any gay jokes will
That a bundle of
read.
sticks had
Any
more
gay
balls
jokes.
than the GOP. I mean, look, I gotta tell you, the GOP is pretty ballless and spineless. I can confirm.
What do you think about this? Is so Trump dogging on Thomas Massey all the time, or do you take sides in that ever, or do you just like whatever? It's just
Dog harder.
go dogger. Go dog.
So you're saying don't like Massey?
Yeah, like Massey does an incredible job at his job, and then he disagrees, and Trump's like, "We got to get him out." You're like, "He disagrees with you." But
Massey is. I get along with Tom, but Massey is one of those self-aggrandizing whores in politics that just love to be a contrary.
Shots fired.
No, I love him. I love
Wasn't
him.
sure
I'll
if you
say
saw
this
it or
his
not.
face.
I was afraid he was
I'll
going
say
to
this
run
his
right in.
face because I love the guy. I got along with him. Massey was a big springboard and sounding board for me in Congress. I'd go up to him and be like, Tom, can you explain it to me? I don't get it.
He gets a friend.
Again, I'm a freshman. I was a freshman member of Congress, and I was trying to understand my job. And there was things I did not understand, especially on the appropriation side. And he'd teach me, and he was so generous and gracious and tell me why it was wrong all the time. Don't vote for this. This is garbage. You know. But I genuinely believe he just likes the ability to say no. He's Mr. No. You know, and that's all part of the self-aggrandizing nature of politicians. So, but I like Massey. And if Trump wants to dunk him, it's a free world, baby. It's free speech. Don't you like the 1A?
I do.
Then come on, why are you criticizing? Let him dunk. He dunks on Trump all the time.
Because I criticize when people want A different than I want them to, and I try and manipulate
That's
the 1A the way I
censorship.
want 1A.
Okay, Ian, that's called censorship.
Manipulation and censorship.
Censorship.
I have liberal tendencies, but I'm very
Do you see the hair?
legitimate.
Get in the circle.
Like I care taking liberties with things when they need to be, but I'm very conservative.
I'm just gonna go.
Now take the point.
Take it. Right now. So, Forsaken Shadow, thank you for your donation, by the way, and thank you for the support here. Just in case it wasn't
Just destroy the Korean town.
Arrested a Jamaican national who overstayed his visa and got hired as a reserve police officer in Maine after he tried to buy a gun.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it's happened before. I mean, this is the plan. This is the plan.
It is not an oversight, Ian. No. It is probably by design now.
It's the plan.
No, it's absolutely by design.
There's no way you can have oversights like this in two separate states, two separate politics. I believe strongly there is a faction of this country.
Is this also for?
Only do on Arknights Enfield. 1. Customize your map. You can
build
I've
zip
only-
lines
what?
all across the map to make your world as convenient
I haven't
to
seen
travel
this
as
in
you want
anything.
to. Play all 4 characters
I
at
did
the
join an air
same
battle
time.
activity
Wherever you
with
go, your 3
LA
teammates will always
bomber
follow.
or
They can explore chests, mine, and fight
Okay,
enemies for
arcade.
you while you AFK. You're not locked onto one character either. You can swap freely between all 4 team members whenever you want. 3. Make your world farm
Okay,
itself.
and then
you can build your own factory
reduce the
systems
aircraft
to
spawn
automate
cost for
farming
each
so
scouted
you'll never have to
player
slave
killed
in the
by
mines or pick a
ally.
billion flowers ever
Okay.
again. So download Arknights for free.
I was like, what
now.
is it going to do for realistic?
That really doesn't like this country. Americans that really don't like us, and they're willing to do that. What's your take on that?
There are definitely a significant portion. I think that the majority of Democrats look at the United States as a bad thing, right? So overall, the United States has done more negative in the world than it has done positive. The United States needs to be restructured. I think there are way more communists in the United States than people realize. They want to see an actual revolution, and there are a lot of Democrats that would call themselves Democrats but would fall right in line with the communists and do whatever the base wants them to do. That's why you see like
I don't know which
the
one's
whole squad essentially, right? Like the squad is really kind of leading the charge and deciding
'Cause I
what
wanna be
the
able to
left
see
is going
things
to
pop up on
what
the
the
distance.
Democrats are going to focus on.
I need to be able to
It doesn't
see
matter what
things
the
at a
American
distance.
people think or what the electorate think. They're
Vision
going to
should do
shove this
that.
stuff down, Americans' throats because they think that they're in the position to make the decision for the American people.
Mm-hmm.
You see it in the mayor and also the young people on the left here in the U.S. They're far more closer to socialists than they are to a liberal Democrat, right? Like they think that socialism is a good thing. When they think of socialism, they think, well, I don't own anything, so no one should own anything. You see the election of Mamdani, the election of the mayor in Seattle. These are both avowed socialists.
Yep.
Probably communists. Bernie Sanders had all of this populist momentum, but it's largely socialists that were driving his campaign and stuff. You see a lot of the staffers. I'm sure you know this, but there's a lot of staffers in D.C. that are avowed socialists or.
We're just going to be answering a whole bunch more questions from the audience. So there's something I've been wanting to watch recently. Andrew Wilson did a video. I mean, it's kind of old news, but I mean, there's some stuff on Don Lemon getting arrested, but we'll watch that later. No, I wanted Joe Rogan. I want to hear stuff. That's up there.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Joe Rogan annoys me because he's so wishy-washy, but I was nice to supported Trump, but now it's like, oh, Trump's doing exactly what he said he was going to do with deporting people. It's like, oh, but I don't like the fact that he's dragging people. It's like, yeah, he's going to drag people. People aren't going to want to go. What do you think is going to happen?
Prove me wrong or something like that.
But I love Andrew Wilson.
It was
Andrew
something akin to
Wilson's
that.
the type of person
My
that's got the
understanding
balls.
was that
Christian with balls.
essentially, TPUSA ripped that idea off.
And everyone's like, you're just not nice.
Yeah.
It's like,
And
I wish
then,
more Christians weren't.
I think he feels a lot of
when
responsibility for.
Don't take advantage of your
happened with her.
niceness. People take advantage of
Because-
Christian niceness.
Is he the Mossad?
And it's like when as
What's
soon
that?
as they
Is he
realize
the Mossad? Yeah,
someone's
exactly. That's so funny.
match temperament with somebody.
I don't know.
I like the fact that he does that. So if someone's being nice with you and being genial with you,
Kansas is getting
matches that.
She's getting
But as soon as
dragged
someone
on Twitter today because she's like, I've
starts
lived in
being a
Connecticut, I've
dick
never
to
seen
you,
this much
right?
ice on
He's
trees,
gonna give it right back to
and,
you.
It's 30 degrees
because then
out, and
they're
everybody's like,
expecting you to
yeah,
be nice for no reason.
30 is freezing.
So it's the same thing. It's like
That's so funny. It's
And
ice on
you know,
trees.
like,
Do you
this
see
is
all the
the
little
I hate
Cleo
it. It's like
memes?
people try to use
It's
Christianity and
it's so
conservatism.
funny.
It's like we play by a certain group of rules. And it's like they do the like you're not, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. And they expect you to play by your rules. And then when you don't play by your rules, or when they do illegal shit, or when they do a whole bunch of bad stuff,
I think this lighter just
they're like,
shit the bed.
well,
Can I borrow that?
you're supposed to forgive me. You're supposed to forgive me. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. And it's like, well, you're just trying to use my rules against me while you do criminal crap. So, I'm not going to allow you. I'm not going to treat you by my rules. I'm going to treat the in group by my rules. I'm going to treat the people that play by the rules, right? The people that play by the rules are going to get treated in the rules. The people that don't get treated by the rules are going to get slapped by the law. And I like that. I like that he does that.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's really funny.
Well, Candace has painted herself into a weird corner where everything
Candace.
has to be a wild conspiracy.
She was never
like it has to be
conservative.
Bridget Macron's a man.
She was-
Erica Kirk
She
killed
was a grifter the whole
Charlie.
time.
It has to like one up the
I
last
mean, maybe
one.
Charlie Kirk's death
You know?
drove her
Yeah.
insane. Who knows?
It's really funny. He came to the same conclusion that I did. So it's like I've seen those conspiracy channels come
But
up
she went nuts.
before.
Maybe she had
And
secret
then
feelings for him. I don't know.
They come
Well, he's
up
a puppet.
and they crash out, and the reason is because like for her, I think she had the whole like she was involved with this, right? She was involved intricately with Kirk. She knew him.
Yeah.
And so that gave a lot of credibility to a lot of the things that she was saying. But then once you start moving back into like Mandela effect stuff and
Yeah.
you know, time travel and
Time
this and that,
travel.
yeah, people are like, ah.
I mean, you can do that if you're that guy, if you're Art Bell. You know, if you.
Well, you know, but Bell, I remember I used to listen to Bell all
He's
the
the
time.
goat.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why I got
he was
him up
great.
on the wall over there.
You remember that intro? Boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so
From
he
the Kingdom of Nod.
Yeah, yeah. I remember listening to him
I took you out, like,
for
3 or 4
years.
times.
When I drive around with my dad. Right?
Yeah.
And he was
we dropped some
like it was a big deal. And I remember the very first episode I heard from him was something about the NIM. It was like,
What's
you know,
the NIM?
The NIM were like, this guy called in, he was a time traveler, right? And he came back in time because his whole thing was like he had to stop the weather patterns from destroying the future because the NIM, an alien race of greys, had come and they were heating up the planet slowly to change it to be the conditionals that were necessary for them to then live on the planet. And you know, Art Bell, he's always playing into it with the lunatics, you know, and he's like, and does the
Usually don't
CIA
play from this
currently know that you're there doing this? You know? And the dude's just like,
Yeah, Art would give you all the rope.
Oh, yeah.
You can call it, Art, I'm a werewolf. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, did you ever do the Bigfoot episode?
No.
Oh my God, that's the funniest episode you'll ever hear.
Really?
Redneck calls into Art Bell and talks about how he killed Bigfoot, where he buried it, and the guy it's like, I don't know if it was early trolling, like before trolling was trolling, but it was like this guy, he was like, yeah, you know, me and Timmy, we took him out back there and shot him right in the chest twice, and there were some youngins, and they spread out a little bit, and then we packed up the Bigfoot and buried him in the backyard. You know, and Bell's just like, and you said there was youngins.
The Bigfoot people are the weirdest. Duncan Trussell and I went hunting for Bigfoot once. We did this, I used to do this TV show for a while called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And I would go like, all right, tell me about chemtrails. You know, and I'd go meet with all the loons and all the people that are like really involved with UFO, anything like that. And we went and hung out with the Bigfoot people. So we went Bigfoot hunting for like 2 days. The next day we went to the Northwest and talked to all these people. And they're all like the same person. I just said it's like a team of unfuckable white guys. It's like that's what you find. Like these guys are just like they found their calling. It's just looking for a mystery in the woods that you'll never solve.
Well, there was a guy you used to have on your podcast, and he was huge for a long time, and I think it still is. It's remember those missing cases, right? That's a big deal. And I was always like, anytime I heard anything about that, I always was enthralled with it because some of the stories were invented.
Yeah.
You're 500 miles away and all this. But that guy always had you edged because people would always go, "What do you think's going on?" You know.
What was that guy's name?
I can't.
Oh, you
can't
dick.
remember it, but he was like.
Oh, I still got it.
Yeah.
I still got it.
411. Yeah, missing 411.
I've seen him on Instagram
stupid.
or on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid
he got
Muhammad.
Mark records, you know, and he started going through, and he was like, "There's some really weird stuff going on here for how many people are missing in national parks."
There is.
Don't ever name your.
But the reality
Don't
is.
ever name your kid Muhammad. Might as well just name him pedophile.
That's the reality. That's why you don't find mountain lion skeletons.
That was
mountain
my
lions are
fault.
a real
I
thing.
shouldn't have
I've
gone
never
that way.
found a dead mountain lion skeleton in all the times I've been hunting. Never, not once. You'll find elk bones. You know, you'll find stuff like that.
I found some coyote skeletons before out in the Nevada desert.
Yeah,
but mountain lions are a real thing. You very, 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 very rarely find a dead mountain lion.
Yeah.
And there's so many of them. Now think about how few people actually go like hiking into the deep wilderness. Your body just gets consumed. Sure. You know, there's so many animals that come along, rats, all kinds.
I was gonna say how many people go hiking and never see them.
Yeah, it's so easy.
And they can smell it for miles.
Sure. Bears. Yeah. Anywhere there's wild pigs, and then it's over, and then there's nothing left.
Yeah, they can smell that stuff for miles.
But it's like people always want to attach some crazy, deeper, weird, you know, UFO, Bigfoot meaning to it. It's like, no, you're in the wild, and nature has a whole plan for dead things, and does a really good job of consuming
they don't
them.
last.
Not at all.
Well, that's the thing. If you live out in the country, you see this all the time. You know, raccoon will be around getting in someone's trash. They'll walk out, bam, raccoon's done. They just go throw it in bushes. You don't need. That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Problem solved.
Problem solved, and it disappears quickly, and plants consume it. That's it. It rots. And things eat it.
Doesn't even take that long to rot. It's just
pretty
gone.
quick. It's pretty quick.
Hey,
you ever
there
seen
we
like
go.
those time-lapse photos where they take a dead animal and they let it sit there and you watch it get consumed by maggots? It's very quick.
Yeah.
Where is?
These poor people that go hiking. You know, if you go hiking and you're by yourself and you break an
At least I got the
ankle and
intelligence
you're
that I need.
15 miles in, and
But
you
I
don't have a
knew he was
compass,
there. I was just scanning
and
it.
You're kind of like,
how did he see me?
judging which
Dude, he
hill
is so
you came
short.
over, and
I'm as short as
there's a
he
lot of
was,
people
though.
that
Like, I
just
had the
get
wall
ahead
in
of
front of me. I
themselves.
thought
They
I was
really shouldn't
pretty
be
well
that
protected.
far out there.
He
and they
arched
just
that
die.
perfect.
Happens all the time.
We're getting
You know, so like
slaughtered
this
right
idea
now.
that it's like,
dude, we are.
There's you could.
Dude, my team sucks.
If you look at all the data,
I mean,
and
I'm not helping
you try
too
to find a
much.
pattern to it, and you
At least I
start
gotta get out,
imagining
but-
that there's some grand conspiracy, that some watcher in the woods that's consuming
we are getting
people,
murdered.
some demon that's out there. You can get pretty kooky with
I
your
think the
ideas.
popular theory is wild men.
Oh, wild men.
Wild men.
Oh, like humans?
Yeah, well, or some human variant that are.
That's what this guy.
If you like this kind of stuff,
I'm not sure because he
watch,
won't say.
it,
They don't. He doesn't actually
what is the
give
movie?
his.
Bone
Here's what I
Tomahawk.
think is going on.
That's a good movie that
But
kind of
people
does
ask
like
him, and he's like, well, I have my
Neanderthals
theories,
in a Western
but he never
movie
tells
together.
you actually what the theories are. You know?
Interesting. I wonder why he doesn't want to tell. Maybe that's why he's not more popular. We just came out with it, like Candace.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be huge.
Yeah, like those guys that used to be in the 90s who were saying that we were going underground and killing the Nephilim.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
guys,
yeah,
Those guys were great. You're going down, it's like, God, man, and they were giants. They had 3 rows of teeth, and your special forces are going down there and taking them out.
Yeah, there's a whole group of people that believe that there's
There's B, but
underground
somebody was
creatures
firing across.
that live underground and come out at night. And there's always been like,
Cryptids?
yeah, whatever they are. You know, some people think the Greys live underground. You know, there's not a lot of mystery left. You know, outside of places like the Amazon, the Congo, that are super deep to get to. Not a whole lot of mystery left.
Maybe ocean depths.
Yeah, ocean depths for sure.
That's like the whole
guessing
sports
this
frontier,
direction.
right? Is
Mhm.
ocean depths.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like
anytime
this-
I turn on the TV, it's like, look at this crazy creature. I'm like, that doesn't exist. And I look it up. That
Yeah.
exists. I saw one the other day. Tweeted out. I was like, Mandela effect has to be real. It's called a Siberian mule deer. You ever seen a Siberian mule deer?
No.
They have fangs.
Oh, right. I have seen a fanged deer. I forget what they call it. Apparently, that's the. You know? Do you know what elk?
That's the guy who
ivories
shot
are?
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like a tusk, like way back in the day.
It's so retarded looking, dude.
Yeah, the fanged deer. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
weird. It's very strange.
I should have got that guy that was
I
going
wonder what
across
they
first.
were there for.
Yeah, well, I found a video because I was like, no way, these things exist. I thought I was
There's a
being
guy off
mean,
to the
you know. So I always look, and this thing is real. So I found a video of them fighting, and they use those things as weapons.
Oh, that makes sense. That's the only thing that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
gorillas. The gorillas don't eat meat, yet they have these massive fangs. You know, nature's weird. So much variation, you know. There's so many different types of life. And the fact that they all sort of synchronize, like this one eats that one, and that one eats this one, and this one eats there, and that one goes there. It's like very fascinating when you really look at just the wide variety of species that exist.
Well, most people don't know anything about it. Like, most people have never. We live in such a comfortable world that is completely guarded from everything that's out there. And it's like, people had a taste of out there.
Yeah.
I think that the worldview of many people would change very quickly, especially feminists. I think that feminists would immediately stop being feminists if they just had a taste of like, well, you know, people actually did have to shut themselves up at night from wolves. That was a real thing. Wolves would come in and eat you. And so you would shut yourself in so that didn't happen.
Well, that's gone so far the other way that fucking retards are bringing wolves into places.
Yeah, I know.
It is so dumb. You know, I have a good friend.
Didn't they take it over like in Yellowstone or someplace? They reintroduced wolves and it just decimated the deer population.
Well, the elk population, but that's actually arguable that might have been a good thing in some ways because it was getting to... Elk need natural
I feel like I should have gotten that
predators,
side
and
shot.
mountain lions can only kill so many elk.
I know it was at a bad
but
angle.
What's really interesting is mountain lions kill way more elk.
I have 145 millimeters
because the
penetration.
wolves find the mountain.
It's got to be
lions
like a
and
20
take their elk.
degree
And
angle
so
on his
then
front
the-
plate on that
the
M4
mountain lions
or
have to go
something,
kill
right?
another
Whatever that
deer
is.
or, you know, whatever.
Why like just issue
Should have like 70
like, why do
millimeters.
that?
Well, you have to have some
70,
natural
80 millimeter
predators
plate. Shouldn't have
in a good, healthy
Shouldn't have like
ecosystem.
100
And there's a good argument,
plate.
particularly in
Where did that guy shoot
Montana, that at one point in time it had
Where
gotten
is he?
to a point where you're going to have like rampant disease because they were issuing
about to
these
get shot out
they
of
were issuing
nowhere.
like unlimited or a large amount of tags for people in the midwinter so that you can catch these elk in deep snow and just pick them off because they were having so many of them and that they weren't sustainable.
There
They
it
were
is.
hitting these massive populations. So their populations are down to like
Oh, you got my breach.
40%
You got my
of what they
breach.
were at their peak when they brought in the wolves. But the problem is these wolves, like what they did in Colorado recently, is the dumbest
that was
of all
so lucky.
time.
The fact that
because
you-
they brought these fucking wolves
At
outside
that
of
distance, the
Aspen,
fact that you be able
and
to
they
hit the
took
breach or
wolves
cannon
from
like
Washington
that, like,
State or Oregon, but whatever it was, these wolves from the Pacific Northwest were wolves that already had been killing cattle. So they captured these wolves instead of killing them, and then they relocated them to Aspen, where they're killing cattle. So they relocated them onto my buddy's ranch. Like there's 5 of them.
And he had a cattle ranch, did he?
He doesn't have cattle on his ranch, but his fucking neighbors do.
Okay.
And his neighbors are losing cattle left and right. And so now they've killed off a couple of them, and they're trying to. It was a disaster, and it's because the governor's husband, he's a wildlife lover, and he thinks it would be amazing if we had wolves.
You ever
in our
talk to those
community.
old deer hunters in Michigan?
In Michigan?
Yeah, they've been pissed off for, like, every deer hunter I know in Michigan has been pissed off who's a native for years because they all used to shoot pheasant. That was the big deal in Michigan, was pheasant.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's the story I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, right?
It's not because they don't want you
But the
killing enough deer.
DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, imported a bunch of western coyotes in
Oh.
order to thin out the deer population because the deer population was basically mangling all these farm crops.
Yeah, they should have just let
Now
hunters
that's
kill
an
them.
all-you-can-eat buffet for a coyote in Nevada. These ground birds that are just these fat little ground birds, and they decimated the population. So you'll talk to these old deer hunters. Have you seen any pheasant? No, shut up. Shut up.
The interesting thing about that, though, is pheasant's an invasive species. That's not a natural North American species either. They brought those fuckers over, and they are delicious, and it's fun to hunt them.
Well, they would always just walk those train tracks, those old abandoned train tracks. You know, and they'd have the dogs kick up the pheasant, they'd shoot them from the track, dog would bring it up. It was like a Michigan pastime.
Yeah, the coyote thing's a real problem, because coyotes are now, they used to be a
Yeah,
western
they
animal,
are.
and now they're in all 50 states. Not
We,
only that, they're in virtually every city in America.
Well, they've been wiping them out. in
They're
Michigan
out.
pretty good in
Yeah?
rural areas. Oh yeah. Well, what they do now is they have the GPS trackers that put them on the dogs. Old boys will get in with their R15.
They live
Those
like
dogs
whenever
will
we go
run
out to the
for
horse barn
200
during
miles,
mating
and then they
season,
finally take a
they won't
shot,
shut
and they
up.
just will do that all winter
They
long.
won't shut up.
That's good, but
yeah,
it's
yet they
hard
won't.
to wipe
They're like,
them
oh, we'll
out, 'cause
import
what they do is
the
you'll hear
coyotes, right? We'll
calling.
import the
It's like roll
coyotes to
call.
kill the deer,
Like,
but
"Arr!" They're letting. Sometimes there's a lot of confusion to what they're doing. Some People think that they're letting the other coyotes know that they've killed something, that we have food, but it's also a roll call. And when one of the coyotes is missing, the
instead of just
females
letting the
have more
hunters,
pups.
kill
Really?
deer
Yeah,
and
it's
call
a
the
weird
herd.
natural reaction. Also,
right? Because we're a
their
natural predator.
Enemy
You're
is
like,
gray wolves.
it's just so
when,
stupid.
They
It's so stupid I can't
they
even, like-
evolved to when the gray wolves killed them. 'cause
Can't
the-
even get my
the gray
brain
wolves
to,
don't
like,
breed
utter
with
it.
coyotes, but coyotes do breed with red wolves. That's why you have these like coy wolves on the East Coast.
There's like
because a
coy
coyote
dogs.
is a wolf. It's a wolf. It's just a small wolf. And so their natural inclination is when they're getting chased.
But, yeah, they
move to a new area.
they make the
and have
horses
even more
extremely
pups.
afraid.
So that's how they've spread out through the entire country.
They're
So if you go
dangerous
back
in
to, like, the
packs,
turn of the century,
and
like
they kill the
the
dog.
1900s,
If you can't let your
coyotes
dogs
were
out at certain times of
exclusively
the
a
year
Western animal.
in the wilderness,
Now they're in New
when
York
you live
City.
out like where we live.
Which is crazy. They have them in Central Park.
Because they'll
They have
kill your
fucking
dogs.
Coyotes running around Central Park. Some lady this morning posted on X a mountain lion in San Francisco sitting on a porch in the city of San Francisco, a big one, just sitting there. It's like
Just having a good time.
well, that's just because California has the dumbest fucking laws when it comes to those things.
Well, they have terrible gun laws too.
They have terrible laws.
They have terrible laws.
They have terrible laws, terrible everything.
Terrible politicians.
Yeah.
You know what's a shame too? We grew up in San Jose, and that's the most beautiful area. The
Yeah.
Napa Valley area. It's the most beautiful area on planet Earth.
Yeah.
The weather's always perfect. It's January 15th. It might as well be July 15th.
Yep.
Right? It's always perfect. It's always gorgeous. And they fucked it all up.
They fucked it all
They
up.
fucked it all up.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they fucked it up real bad too.
Oh, it's almost unfixable now, especially
that you
like
gotta,
San
like,
Francisco area.
Pay to hunt
Like
deers
the
is
whole
ridiculous.
Pacific Northwest
Hate
is
the
almost
government.
unfixable. It's like they double down.
No,
and
they would-
keep
they would
going.
make you
Like,
pay to take
Seattle
shit.
now has a communist mayor.
If they could get
Who's
people
been
to
living with
go
a
for
parent.
that,
New York,
they'd be like, "Oh, you got to
they
take
all
a
got
dump. All
communists.
right,
Yeah,
you pay
isn't
us."
it?
Black Lives Matter
You
had
can take a
they
dump
were
in your own
their
house
head
without
organizers.
paying
They were
us.
communists, avowed communists. Like,
Until it came to buying property with Black Lives Matter money.
yeah.
What's happening with that?
Well, then they're very much capitalistic.
How come they're not in trouble? I don't understand that. Like they spent millions of dollars of that money on real estate.
Yeah.
There's only one UFC 325 this Saturday, and on DraftKings Sportsbook, the number one sportsbook for live
That's it.
betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone.
Like-
DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks, because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight. One punch, one kick, one takedown. New to DraftKings, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins with code Rogan. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPEN-WIRE. Text HOPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Muskogee, Kansas, has to per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I don't know why the heads of many of these organizations aren't being rounded up and summarily arrested.
Yeah.
I mean, we're watching these. I've been covering the riots nonstop.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, protests. The
Agreed.
completely organic protests, which are totally organic.
Dude, he should,
And
he
it's
should have
been
sent in the
interesting to
army by
watch.
now.
I was watching one the other day.
Army
we
should be
were
sending
live.
in,
It was Don
or should
Lemon.
be sending
And he had showed up
everybody
in
on the
Minnesota.
street.
The first thing Don Lemon
if you
does,
go,
right?
if you go
I
anywhere
hate Don
near
Lemon,
an
by the
arrest,
way.
like
The first thing
officers
he
making
does-
an
dumbest
arrest,
Oh, yeah.
like
motherfuckers
an
that has
arrest
ever
like
gotten
that,
on television.
He's terrible.
a targeted arrest.
First thing he does, he drives up in his car. He's in the back seat. He
You could
jumps out of the
protest, but it
car,
should
and he
have
has
to be
a
like
shit-eating
half a mile away
lemon
or
smile
something.
on his face. You know,
The fact
he
that you can
runs
go
over with
anywhere near an
Starbucks
arresting
to
officer
these people, and he's like,
when
"Here he goes."
these, especially when these are
and then
dangerous
he jumps
people,
back in the car.
most of them
right?
have either committed
and they
some
drive
sort
off.
of
Now here's what's
rape,
interesting about this. He
like
comes
all of the
back,
ones that got
and
warrants
he's in
on
there
are
with the
either have
protesters,
committed some
you
sort of
know what I mean?
crime, rape,
He's interviewing
murder,
them.
assault.
Most of the protesters
Just
saying
all
we're
of
coming
them.
from out of town. We're from this state. I'm
And
from
it's-
2 states
and the
away.
fact that
I'm
they
from
can
3
just
states
warn
away,
these people
you know, for this totally organic
by like
protest.
being able
Well,
to
the
tell,
cops,
like
what they
you know,
start
notify
doing,
them
they have
with
these
sounds and
guardrails
everything that
on
ICE is
the
nearby
sidewalk
looking for
or the
them.
ICE facility. And there's gaps inside of that barrier.
Everybody
so
on
they
the
pull
street
the
should
police
just be
cruisers in
arrested.
just to fill those gaps so that they stay behind the barrier. And Lemon's like, why would they do that? Why would they keep us compressed, behind this barrier? And I'm thinking, because you just stopped your car in the middle of the street to run across the road and give these guys Starbucks, you idiot. They want to keep the roadway clear so that they can get their people in and out. You literally stopped your car in the middle of the road, ran across the street to give these people Starbucks, and then got back in your car. And they're like,
I would have taken that sooner,
why is it
but
that they're trying to keep us from getting into the road.
I see it.
What
I
are
think
you
it's another
talking
one
about?
right there.
I just couldn't believe. I was like, what?
It's amazing when these people that are so smug, well, they're protected by a large organization, by CNN,
I don't know if
and then they get fired, and then they're basically like a dog, like Carl, getting released into the woods, and then they have to fend for themselves. And you see them in the world of podcasting where you don't have anybody writing things for you, and you have to express your own opinions. You're like, oh, this is the real you.
It turns out you're a moron. I didn't know. Whoa. The whole time, Maxie's thinking the whole time, I never thought I'd be an entertainer. I didn't think I'd do anything with podcast. Never in a million years. I never would have thought that.
You were, an engineer or a robotics guy?
mechanic, yeah.
A robotics mechanic?
Yeah.
How did you get involved in that?
Well, I was a gunsmith for years. And there's no real applicable skills outside of that for anything, actually. It doesn't really carry over in anything. It's really its own thing. Bluing, things like that. It just doesn't carry over. A friend of mine said, hey, look, because I told him, I was like, I need a job. I'm not making it. What do you think? He's like, you should apply to be an industrial mechanic. And I was like, I don't know much about it. He's like, well, just go apply. So I did.
Dude, our team's been wiped out.
So the guy was like, well, I want to hire you at level 3, which was high, it was like mid-range. Wasn't the highest, wasn't the lowest. I was like, damn, okay. What's the pay? It was like 30 an hour. That to me was life-changing. So I took the job, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but they trained me up well. And then there were some robots on the floor. I started working on those, and then from there they trained me in robotics. So it was all fun.
So you're talking about automation, like
automation, and it was all food.
You just jay out, or did you do
all food robots? So we weren't dealing with Johnny Five. We were dealing with like vacuum systems and ovens and various robots which were associated with those. Like, for instance, there was a packaging machine that would all it would do is form boxes. That's it. All it did. That's it. But it would form, 1,000 boxes. And it was a giant robot. It had a huge sequence of functions on it. When people think robot, they always think humanoid. But almost no robot is in any way humanoid. That's just not what they're for.
It is weird, right? That we think of robots as like robots. We think of iRobot.
Yeah, if you came across a robot in a factory,
you
would have no idea what a robot. You'd be like, what the hell is that?
So how did you go from that to debating people online?
COVID. So
really?
the lockdowns happened, and I was laid off. All the food plants in Michigan were shut down, especially the meat plants, and that's where I was. I was in the meat plants, and they all shut down because of the draconian restrictions of one wretched whipper. And anyway, while she was out on the boat partying with honey, we were all locked out of work, right? So
I don't know how
we had the stay-at-home orders, and I would argue with these dumb liberals on Facebook. So I started crashing the panels, and I would debate with them. And
somebody killed
I had a lot to
guy
say.
before he
And
died?
those things started to become more and more popular, and they would move over to YouTube. People
One
would
of these
clip
guys
it,
should have
and I
had
started
me.
getting invited on to do debates with other people, and I didn't know who these people were. It wasn't my world. Like, I didn't know who any of these podcasts.
Maybe one of our guys
and
killed
stuff like that. I
We got
listened
two
to it maybe
points.
occasionally online, but like I couldn't have told you who like Bosch was or Destiny or any of these people. Like, I didn't know who any of them were. And I didn't care. To me, it was just some other dumb, smug liberal.
If it wasn't due to
that's where I got
if
my
it wasn't
start.
tickets, I think we might have.
I
won
never
it.
would have foreseen at all that I'd be sitting here with you.
Like the last couple guys we had
That's
left.
so
I think.
well, I never would have foreseen I would have been here either.
Like we
It's
had
weird,
more
huh?
skill on
Yeah,
our
it's
side.
weird. Very weird.
And I'll never get used to it. And
No.
you get people walk over and they're like, "You're Andrew Wilson," and
Kills it again. I got
nobody,
5
you know what I
kills.
mean? But it's nice to meet you. Shake their hand.
Oh, it's
you
because
gotta
I didn't
chat
get
with
the
them.
win. If I got the win,
I'll never get used to it.
No, you probably shouldn't.
Double the points.
It's probably
right?
better to not get. I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm used to
it's
it,
probably
man.
better to not be used to it. Keep you sane.
And maybe keep you humble.
Still feels like I got way too few points.
You need something. You need something to keep you humble.
That win
We
is
all know
surprising.
people that did not have something that kept them humble, and they lost their way. The wheels fall off.
Yeah, those are marbles.
Yeah.
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 You know,
Especially as you get more and more famous, it becomes more and more unmanageable.
I feel like I'm pretty well grounded due to the fact that I didn't come from a political background. There's no famous people in my family. You know, there's just none of that. And so I feel like
we're gonna
the
switch over,
grounding's
'cause
always
we can
there
finish the rest
because,
tomorrow.
You know,
I've
even
been having
from
to
the
do it all
family,
in one
get the
day
call
lately.
like from
Finish
my
it
brother,
tomorrow
for
morning.
instance. Like he's been calling me the. I don't know if you can say the F slur here, so I won't. But he's
What,
been calling
faggot?
me, faggot. He's been, he's been like the phone call since I was 15. What are you doing, faggot? Has not changed.
Good.
It has not changed. It's 42. He's like, happy birthday, faggot.
That's normal.
Yeah.
I remember you were having a conversation. I think it was on Pierce Morgan, who is the best cat wrangler in the business.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what he does. He cat wrangles.
Yeah, I just talked to him briefly.
Is he okay?
On it. Well, that's what I asked him.
Yeah.
I sent him a DM and I was like, hey,
For people who
man.
don't know, he fell.
Yeah, he fell.
And really fucked
And it
himself
was the
up.
hip.
Yeah.
And at his age, the hip, you don't want to, nothing with the hip.
Yeah.
Every time I see anybody who's 60s,
Mm-hmm.
they get the hip injury, it's bad.
Yeah, it's not good. I think they think your lifespan at post-hip surgery is like 10 years.
Yeah, it's right. And
He'll probably be better than that.
he will.
'cause
And I think he's
wealthy and-
mobile.
Oh, that's good.
He's mobile.
Well,
But I
they're
asked
really
him,
good at hip replacements now.
I was like, "What's
to get water.
Are you doing?" He's like, "Yeah,
around.
I'm doing okay." And I was like, "Don't fuck around with the hips, dude."
It's crazy that he had to have a hip replacement. Like, how bad was that fall?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the details of it were, but
I felt like a sack of spuds, he wrote. Wound up needing a new hip after fracturing the neck of his femur and is recovering from surgery. In addition to being on crutches for 6 weeks, he won't be allowed to take any long-haul flights for at least 12 weeks. He tripped on a small step inside of a London restaurant. Wow.
being drunk,
He could have been a little fired
a
up.
little drunk.
But he's also, not the most fit or agile guy in the world,
True. Yeah.
He's only 2 years older than me.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, damn.
Yeah. Some
But-
people
Yeah.
don't take care of themselves.
Yeah, he got the crack. Yeah, I got to quit these. But yeah, he got the crack on the hip, and I was like, man.
Do you think that American spirits are better than Marlboros for you?
Probably.
Yeah.
But they taste like shit.
Do they?
Oh,
Is
they're
there
terrible.
a difference?
Yeah.
You really like the Marlboro taste?
Yeah, I
You don't
do.
think you could get used to American spirits?
I think I could. I've been trying the cigarellos. Those
What
have
are
been
those?
helpful. Like the little mini cigarette cigars.
Oh, yeah, Ron White used to smoke those.
Yeah.
He just quit totally. He went to a hypnotist, quit instantaneously, but those are loaded with nicotine, like way more nicotine than a cigarette. He was smoking those.
Yeah,
What
good.
are those little tins? We have those. What are those tins, Jamie? Do you know what they are? It's like a famous cigar company sells tins of these little tiny cigars, and it's great if you don't have the time to smoke this. Like you get out of a flight, you just want to have a small. But he inhales these motherfuckers like a cigarette.
That's brutal, dude. That'll do you in. And then washes it down with whiskey.
Well, he doesn't
Not
drink anymore.
upgraded,
either.
not going
He
to.
quit drinking. Yeah, I think he went.
That was
for it.
always in his bit, though. He was always up there smoking and drinking. And I always thought, love that.
Well, he did it. He did it till the wheels fell off, and then the drinking was the big one. He went to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Like your liver is not in good shape. Like if you back off now, you'll probably live. If you don't, you're not. You got like a few years left."
Well, and alcoholics, too, they have it. I don't know if he was one or not. He might have just been like a heavy social drinker. But like real alcoholics, that's no way to live.
No.
I mean, they stink.
Mhm.
They're like, I mean, kind of everything about a real alcoholic is just they look completely unwell. They're just kind of mangled,
Yeah.
Out of here.
It's a weird disease too. In that addiction is one that you can't quit. You can't just cold turkey.
Yeah. You'll die.
You'll die.
Yeah.
There's only a couple of things that'll just kill you if you quit right away.
Yeah.
And alcohol
All
is
right,
one
that
of
was a
them,
dumb
which is
decision.
really crazy because it gets integrated into your
And that
biological
BF-109 looks like
system
he
where
was
you
going
need it to stay
off
alive. Your body's like, okay, we're going to use this for fuel. We're going to use this to function.
Yeah, they've been
even though
weaning
it's
people
poison.
off alcohol with beer for centuries.
Is that what they use? Beer?
Yeah, they used beer. They would
Interesting.
just go, okay, and well, it was pretty common to drink beer and ale with dinner. You know?
Right.
They just wean you off with beer.
That makes sense.
They knew hundreds of years ago, there were books on how alcohol, what are they, consumption or whatever they
Yeah.
called it, it killed you if you just quit if you were an alcoholic, and so they'd wean you off with beer.
Wonder when they started making hard liquor. Because you would imagine like fermented things like wine and beer were like the first things that people consume.
I think it's been around for several thousand years.
I wonder like how they figured it out.
I mean, the
too.
biggest the biggest distributor in Europe of wine was the Catholic Church.
Well, wine has certainly been around forever. But like, what about hard liquor? Jimmy, put that into our sponsor, Perplexity. When was the first known? I mean, we don't really know because there's so much weird shit about history. But like, what was the first?
I always want to get in the back of the pack.
Documented hard liquor, like whiskey, vodka, shit like that. That's the stuff that kills you. If you die from beer, boy, you're fucking. You're going hard. Like Shane Gillis will sit here on a podcast and drink 16 Bud Lights. First
All right,
alcohol
I look like a retard
drinks
right
were
now.
fermented things like beer, wine, mead. Okay, thousands of years before true liquor. Okay, first recognizable liquor appears when people begin to distill. Archaeological evidence shows fermented drinks. Okay, that's around 7,000 BCE. So clear evidence of true alcohol distillation. Chinese rice beer distillates by about 800 BCE.
Yeah.
So a couple thousand years.
A couple thousand years,
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
I don't
Wine,
drink,
the
but I've always
strong
wanted to
spirits,
try.
The Arab alchemists.
I don't remember there's Korean,
interesting.
there's
Using
Korean
the
and
term
Japanese
alcohol,
rice
the
wine
root
that
of
I always wanted
alcohol.
to try.
Well, and they used
Just
they
for
used
like the
alcohol as
cultural
base
factor.
for.
There's nothing
for
really
alchemy,
like
too.
American
That was the
stuff.
base
that I
for
want
trying to transmute
to
metal.
try. But like if
I
I'm
wonder if they were
gonna
ever
go over
successful.
and like
Never
enjoy some
successful.
sushi
Nothing?
or something,
It seems like a crazy thing
I'd
to
want to
waste
have
so
some
much
sake,
time on trying to
but then
lead
like
into
there's
gold.
some Korean rice wines I would want to
there was
try.
whole kingdoms spent
Can't
trying to
remember what
figure
it's
out how to
called.
do
It's
this.
like it's
wild.
And it's just like, and they
really
never, I mean, you think
white-
about it, it makes
it's a
sense,
white,
right? If you're the first one, if you're the one who
rice
knows,
wine.
like you can
I
just
should know the
create
name
as
of it.
much wealth for yourself.
Every
as you
K-drama I
want.
watch,
Oh, yeah.
the old
And,
people
it's
drink
It's
it.
amazing that they kept
It
trying.
comes in like
Must have been
basically
someone saying,
jugs.
They got it. I got it. Just give me some.
Oh, there's tons of frauds.
Yeah.
There was tons of frauds who were alchemists who, they were that century's version of a snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
Of course we can turn. And there was ones even in the 90s who were like, we can now turn base metals into gold.
I think there's something now where they can make some gold, but I think it takes an incredible amount of energy. And
Costs more
I love
to make than it's worth.
Right.
So whenever
I think
my
it's one of
engine's
them
on
girls.
fire, but
Is
I
that
had
a
like
fact?
my
I
shit
feel like I read
engine's on
something
fire.
like that.
It never shows
Fairly recently.
my thing,
But
the thing
it's-
to let me put
here's
it
the
out.
weird one.
But
Why
once
gold?
my
Like, why does
airplane is
anybody give a
completely
fuck about
destroyed
this
and,
metal that
and
you can't
burning
even
up, then
use?
it's like,
Not
oh,
much
now
of
you
it.
can activate
Right.
it.
That's true.
Is really what they're saying is 90% of all the gold ever discovered still in circulation.
Right. Yeah. Well, China just found a huge vein of gold, an enormous amount. But I mean, when you say enormous, it's like relative.
Yeah.
Because I think the entire world supply of gold will
I
fit
like
inside
these
of a football
airplanes.
field.
These French
Yeah, there's
ones
not much
are
of
really
it.
cool.
Yeah.
It's and very little of it is worth a lot. I mean, even if you think a pirate's treasure chest, it's not actually that much gold.
Right.
So it's
It's a box of gold
It's
as opposed to like how
extremely
much iron
valuable.
there
And
is.
also, you can do things with it you can't do with other metals. The same thing with silver. Silver.
Scientists mimicking the Big Bang accidentally turned lead into gold. Yeah, so this is the thing. But I mean, again, I think mimicking the Big Bang, like what are they using? A particle collider? Like what are they doing? Okay, how'd they do it? How to steal a proton. Protons found the nucleus of an atom. So extremely small amounts. In fact, a total of some 29 trillionths of a gram they made. Okay, smashing lead atoms into each other extreme. So it is a particle collider, I guess. Working on the ALICE experiment and the Large Hadron Collider. Yeah, there it is. In Switzerland. incidentally produce small amounts of gold.
You just need a particle collider. That's all. No big deal.
No big deal.
You just build it into a whole mountain, and now they're building a second one. They said,
Yeah.
building into a new mountain.
Right. Well, there was one they were putting during the Clinton administration. They were building a particle collider somewhere in the middle of America. I'm trying to figure out where it was.
I'm certain there's already more than one.
Oh, there's many particle colliders.
Yeah, but I'm certain there's ones that are even
Hidden?
probably larger and hidden than the one that's currently there. Yeah.
Really? You think so?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
What do you think they're doing with them?
Well, I mean, the military applications for that are like they're enormous. I mean, the idea that you could make like some kind of particle weapon, you know, or something like this.
Oh, right.
Yeah, there's no way that the U.S. military is going to let scientists have a gadget like that somewhere that they don't have complete control over. No way.
Oh, he turned back
I
at
wonder,
me.
because I don't know what kind of military applications you would have for particle colliders. I mean, for sure.
How is he not
explosions? Right?
There's probably but you've got a giant loop and you're slinging,
smashing things
yeah,
together, right?
Yeah.
So what I mean, what do you do?
Like a
you
hair under the
smash
speed
things
of light.
together. You can make them go boomy boom, right?
Kind of. Well, the real concern with the Large Hadron Collider was they were going to create mini black holes that were going to eat their way through the Earth. That you wouldn't be able to stop them. They would just like slide through the Earth. You know.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard they were concerned they were going to open up a portal to a different dimension. I've heard, like,
they did.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of things.
timeline.
Yeah, we changed our timeline. We're on the new timeline. You know, the whole 9 yards. I've heard it all. I'm just saying that anything. It's just been my experience when I look through the historic record that if there's any scientific gadget out there that looks like it has the potential to make something go boom, the United States military has a version of it somewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But for whatever reason, they abandoned this one during the Clinton administration. I don't remember why they abandoned it, but people can, if they have access to the area where it's at, can still go inside of it and see like what they started to build, but they never did. But it would have been larger than the Large Hadron Collider.
Yeah.
I want to say it's in Georgia. I don't remember though, but it was going to be an enormous particle collider, and for some reason they just stopped funding for this thing.
Okay, you do
But
well, they're talking about funding another one that's twice the size of the one that they have now. They say that they need more room to smash more particles together.
what are they trying to do?
I have no idea. Like, that is way outside of my domain. I can tell you, probably the same things you've heard, right? Is they're trying to smash small particles together to see what happens. That's what the official story is. But it's funny because every time a new story comes out, it's like scientists smash this together with this, and this happens, and I'm always like, okay, but what does that mean? And you never get any of that, right?
Right.
This one was in Texas.
Doesn't
Oh, it was in
operate
Texas?
as
Yeah, the
well
Clinton.
as
Okay, that's
the
it.
P-38.
Yeah.
$1 billion on it.
It's not fully upgraded, but
Yeah,
obviously
I
the
wonder-
P-38
see if you can find
guns
some
are
images
better.
of it.
It's
Oh,
not
it is
bad.
outside of Dallas.
Got a crap
Okay.
ton of them, but
Abandoned
8
superconducting super collider site in
7mm?
2008. Wow. I wonder if you could buy it. That'd be fucking awesome.
Get
Set up a
Brogan's
podcast
own particle collider.
I mean, there's nothing there. It's
What
just
the-
concrete.
Yeah,
Let me
just
buy
finish
it.
it.
What's the big deal?
Like that weird time machine.
Did another
out in the
airplane
desert.
fall
That
into
was
him from
funny.
Let me
above?
set up an archery range inside of it.
Confirmed this stuff last week.
Department of War confirms plans to scale direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
Did you see that thing
Why
that
would
China
why
made?
would they need a hydro collider though, right? Or a
Right.
particle collider? Well, because they want to make stuff go boom.
Yeah, direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
Yes, the Department of War has direct energy weapons. Yes, we are scaling them. Wow.
Conspiracy theorists from a while ago.
Oh, of course.
Told ya.
Well, that was a lot of people. The
I
really
want my
kooky
Fallout
ones.
rifle though. I do. I
What's
want
that?
my plasma rifle.
Right.
I do.
A
Like if they
railgun.
have plasma rifles, you're gonna buy one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
You'd probably get a tax stamp. It would probably be like a lengthy thing to
Oh,
get
for
through.
sure.
I'm glad you're a gun guy because I wanted to bring up this
Ooh.
whole thing with this
Oh, check
guy,
out my
Preddy.
Yeah.
And I haven't talked about it. We
that
haven't done a
up here.
podcast since that guy got killed. But that whole thing, there's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on and why riots only in Minneapolis and why riots in the
Minneapolis
place
people are
where
insane.
there's an
And
ungodly
leftists.
amount of fraud that has been discovered.
Coincidentally, right
Yeah.
around the same time.
Exactly. Like instantaneously afterwards, the narrative completely changes. Everybody forgets about the fraud, now all anybody cares about is ICE and fascists and Nazis.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I
care
it's
about
there's a you know what a color revolution is,
Of course.
and for people that don't, it's
Can't even-
it's a
my brain just went
coordinated
blank.
effort
I care about the
to
fraud.
cause chaos. And
I mean, if
this
they
is
want
a
to get
very
rid of the-
coordinated thing.
you know, if the
idea that this
leftists want to
is an
go crazy.
organic protest. These riots.
You know,
are organic,
fewer
is
of them,
nonsense.
but,
it's provably nonsense because now they have access to the signal chats, so they know that these people.
Cam Higby, by the way.
Yes.
He's been on the front lines of this. The Crucible has been a big supporter of that effort. My channel. I will often snipe his coverage while it's going on, send my audience over to send in super chats in order to keep this guy going. I think that work is critical.
Yes.
It's critical work, and there's not that many people doing it anymore because of how dangerous it has become.
Yes.
And so I'm a big supporter of that. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says politically, but what he's doing on the ground there needs to happen.
Right. You need to understand that this isn't organic, regardless of how you feel. I don't feel that that guy should have been shot, but I understand what happened. And what happened was chaos.
He brought a gun.
What happened?
Not
first of all,
just he
it wasn't
brought a
ICE.
gun.
People
He
need
reached
to
for a
understand
gun
that.
and he was fighting officers.
It was
he deserved what he
Customs
got.
and Border Patrol people. So they were brought in to assist ICE.
And I think he should have, because
and
he was
they're
reaching for
telling
the
this
gun,
lady
and the
to
fact that he
stand
was
away,
fighting,
and then this
they were
cop
justified
gets
in
very
shooting him.
aggressive
Because when you fight
and
officers,
shoves
you're
her.
armed. They don't know where the gun is.
You have to
A
understand
gun
the
sound possibly
situation that
goes
they're in,
off,
right?
and they see you
And this is
reaching for
not making an
something.
excuse
You're
for
going to get
any of it.
shot.
But you have to
Therefore,
just
it's
put it into
justified.
context. These people are getting harassed outside of any hotel they're at. People blow horns. They try to smash into the hotel.
They dox them.
They dox
I mean, what is
them.
it? It's
That's why they're wearing
justified,
masks. It's
but
a coordinated effort.
It's justified,
I'm not
but
saying that guy
not
should have
pretty.
shoved that guy.
What is the
I don't think he
word?
should have. Or that woman. I don't.
You know,
think he
it's
should
not
have.
like-
And then
it's-
pepper sprayed.
it's
And
not like they
then
pointed
the
a gun at you or
guy
whatever.
Who got shot, Preddy, he
But he
steps
reached.
in, which is, if you know anything.
So the thing is if the officer never pulled the gun off of his hip half a second earlier and started to walk, like he grabbed the gun, started to turn and walk, and then possibly the gun went off because there is a gunshot, and they're trying to find out if that's the 6 hour, the guy's Preddy's gun accidentally going off as he's walking away, the officers are walking away. He would have reached for his hip. He still would have reached for his hip, and they would have shot him still. So in the camera, you see his hand go down, and whether it's his phone in his hand or whatever, it looks like he's reaching for his hip, where the gun was, right? You can't reach for where your gun is, right? While you're fighting with officers, you're going to get shot. That's why it's justified. And then also the fact that if you listen to the video, it's like 99. It's like 99, 90%, 90% that there's a pop sound that pretty sure the gun went off. We'll have to find out if there was a missing bullet, if the gun had been fired recently, which makes it, we'll have to find out. But you can't fight officers, reach for your hip, and then be like, I didn't deserve to get shot. If you present a threat to an officer, especially a lethal threat, which reaching for the gun on where the gun would be on your hip, and one officer pulled it from the back of the pack, and all the other officers didn't know that he had taken it off of him. So when he had his hand at his hip and then he had something in his hand, even if it's his cell phone, it looks, they think it's his gun, and then possibly a gun sound going off. You're going to get shot. You're going to get shot 100%. It's crazy that anyone can say, I don't think he should have gotten shot. So you think the officer should have taken the risk of him? Because you're lucky in this case that the officer was able to get the gun off of him. Let's say the officer wasn't able to get the gun off of him. Does the person have to be shooting you? Did the officers have to take fire? Did the officers have to get shot before they can shoot you? What in your mind? I think if someone does something that a normal, like me, if somebody were to present me with that threat, Like if we were to get into a fight and then he were to, like, now just a general. So let's say we got into a fight. Let's say he attacked me, right? We're just in a fight. Let's not even say one of us who's, I mean, I know in real life, one person, whoever started the fight, would be in the wrong, and therefore the person reaching would be in the right to defend themselves if they felt like they were in danger enough to shoot me. But let's say we were in a fight, or let's just say Preddy's in the wrong and we're in a fight. If he reaches to his belt and I see a gun, I have every reason to shoot him. The law is in the right here. They have the right to arrest him. They have the right, like he was obstructing. He was obstructing. We have video of him obstructing in the middle of the street. We have videos of the officers telling him multiple times to get out of the area, pushing him off to the side twice before. He didn't stay out of the way. They pushed him out of the way again, and then he pushed the officer when they were trying to get another woman out of the way. So he put his hands on an officer, and then so they have every reason to arrest him, and then he fights the officer, and then he has a gun on him, and then he reaches, puts his hand where the gun is. So they have every right to shoot him, and therefore it is justified, and he should be shot. And you can say, "Oh, I don't think he should have been shot." So what are you saying? He should have to pull the gun and he should have to shoot them. That's what you're saying. Why? When should they have the right to shoot him? And a person does not have to wait. Neither a law officer or a civilian have to wait to be shot to defend themselves. If someone presents them with a more than definitive, like more than reasonable threat, especially lethal threat, which a gun is and a car is, then they have every right to shoot you. And I think it's only a moron that says, well, he shouldn't have been shot. What should they do? Should they have tasered him? He was already fighting back against 6 officers, and he was already pulling a lethal target. What if the taser didn't work? We've had multiple times when tasers don't work. I've seen so many cop videos where they use tasers, and they do absolutely nothing. Should they try to shoot him in the leg? You know, like, I've seen it where the cops tried to punch, like one cop was already trying to punch him. Was trying to punch him and get him down, was trying to punch him to get the gun away from him. I'm not sure, but one of them was punching him really hard. And it's like, what else do you have to do to get him to submit to the arrest? It's just ridiculous. I think a pansy, you know, Joe Rogan can be like, oh, I'm muscular, I'm this, I'm that, all he wants to, right? Fine, he can win in a fight, but morally, right, he is a fucking pansy. Because let's just say it was Joe there, and he presented a threat, and the guy reached for his gun, and Preddy was completely in the wrong, and Joe was there, not as an officer, you know, as an officer or as a civilian, and possibly Preddy was either presenting lethal or presenting a threat to Joe, or even say, because remember, he's also presenting a threat to all of the DHS officers' teammates and everything, right? So what if you had your family there? What if you had your friends? What if you had a whole bunch of friends there, and he presents lethal, and maybe he's not even going to shoot you, maybe he's going to shoot one of them? You're so morally weak that you're saying, nah, I wouldn't shoot him. Like, the reason we have such a shitty country is because we have such morally weak people. The guy went there, was part of a, I'm going to say it's a terrorist group. Like, they were insurrectionist group, terrorist group, all those groups that they're in, all those phone groups, all those groups they're in and stuff, where they go around following ICE, attacking ICE. You know, they're not protesting ICE. They are mobbing ICE. They are attacking ICE. We have videos of them swarming cops, attacking cops, physically assaulting cops, throwing things at cops. They are a terrorist group. I mean, even if you don't want to call it a terrorist group, fine, an insurrectionist group, whatever. They are attacking police officers, and he's part of this. And to say that, you know, he shouldn't have been shot, then it's like, well, then we just shouldn't arrest criminals. We shouldn't shoot criminals. We shouldn't arrest criminals. We should just let criminals do whatever they want. And this is exactly why we have like the country's falling apart, and like morally weak men make bad times. And that's exactly what Joe Rogan is, a morally weak person. Like, he might be physically strong, you know, he might even be like dedicated to what he does, and you know, like that kind of like mentally, there might be a mental strength about him, but he is morally weak. So that's exactly why we have issues like this. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna go take a piss too, so make it like a minute. Uh-oh. Okay, don't.
About concealed carry. If you are a concealed carry holder and you are carrying not just a pistol, but 2 full magazines as well, you do not ever
Magazines aren't even a
physically
problem.
engage with someone. You also are supposed to carry your license on you, and you're supposed to
Just
you're
carrying the
supposed to have ID
gun
on you.
and getting
All right, you-
aggressive with the police.
And you're trained
Yes.
specifically for this, by the way. I was a CPL instructor for years.
Okay, so
and
you know about it all.
The thing is,
As soon as they go
there's
to
a
arrest
framework
you-
here, if you don't mind if I add
As
your
soon as you
framework.
arrest,
The framework
he should have
here
just
is
gone
this
on
is
the
a
ground,
mathematical
put his hands
formula.
out,
So I've
said,
been following
"Officer, I
these
have a gun on my
extremely
hip."
closely live, and
And
looking
stayed
at how
still.
this is done. Let's go backwards.
He
in time.
wanted to
You
fight.
Remember
He
what was
wanted.
going on in
He wanted
California.
them not to probably
Nobody
kill
died
him.
in California. There was an ice raid on a Home Depot, and they went nuts. And they started
He
smashing
wanted a
police
conflict
cars,
that
they
would
were
get on the
starting
news or
fires,
something.
Right?
He
This
just
was not over
unfortunately
somebody
got the
dying.
one he didn't
And now the
probably
narrative
think
they're
he was
trying to
gonna
make
get.
the narrative shift. The Gestapo's in here, murdering American citizens. Well, and what was going on in California then? Because there was no American citizens getting murdered there. What was going on there was they did an ice raid in a Home Depot, which anybody who's been to California knows that, it used to be that you drive down the street and they would all hang out in front of the Home Depot and you'd say 2.
Right.
And they'd hop in the truck and you would,
Get
they would go,
laborers.
they were
Yeah.
day laborers, right? So it didn't surprise me that they were there doing daily raids. Okay, that doesn't surprise me a bit. And they all went ballistic. Now, here's what was very curious about the coverage of that, and I had a debate with a couple of leftists on this. What I saw was what looked to me to be a police stand-down order. There was people.
If you want to see good debates, if you want to see how to debate Wilson's stuff, I haven't even seen his paid stuff, but just seeing his videos with him debating. Even if you don't, unfortunately, if you don't like debating on he's very good on debating the points. So what was it? It's not interesting where he's gonna he's not gonna get a whole bunch of dunks in on the person. He can. I mean, he can he can make some funny stuff and he can get dunks in on people. But what he is gonna do is he's going to get people I don't know. You got to really see it. I'm not great at explaining this, but he gets people to explain their terms and then and he shows evidently how they're wrong. It shows that they're wrong. He shows objectively either how they're subjective, they're being subjective, not objective, or he shows objective facts about how things are wrong. He does a very good job at explaining it. But it's someone's people get angry about people debating over a word or something. What does this word mean? And it's like, but you need to know what the word means so the two of you can, and if the two of you can't agree on the word, or if one person says, okay, this is what the word means, but then they continuously use the word wrong to try and win their argument, then then you don't win the argument because they use the word wrong, but it's how the left likes to twist words, and he has to make them stick to reality. And it's just an interesting, not just interesting, but it's a great way to defeat the left. It's how they twist words. They twist words so well, and he does a great job of untwisting their words. And he makes them define their terms. He makes them. I mean, we can watch one of his argument videos later, but his debate videos later. But he does a good job. I know some people are like, well, I don't like his debate like they like watch debates to watch one person dunk on the other person and this and that kind of thing. But his actual debates are great because he does a great job. I think another great debate where he doesn't even really have to go into terms and stuff is he does a debate against this Muslim. I can't remember what it's called, but it's one where he does this, like he brings like his argument is from a point of from a Muslim ideology. They marry their own cousins, and because of inbreeding, like it brings their own IQs down and stuff. You should watch that debate. I can't remember who it's against, but if you just watch like if you just like type in Wilson Muslim debate or something, or like inbreeding debate, like inbreeding Muslim debate or cousin marriage debate, you'll probably find it on YouTube. It's still there, should be, but it's a pretty good one. But he does a good job on a lot of this stuff. I know a lot of people like don't like the debate of terms, right? They try to win on other things, or they try to like play off, like they try to like do a whole bunch of games, like not a normal debate, but there's a lot of games people play. But then somebody will use a word, and then another person will twist the way they talk about things and be like, they'll take a whole bunch of things and be like, they'll not take things for granted. They'll I can't remember what he says. They'll say things as if they are so when they're not really so. So they'll take a whole bunch of things and be like, this is the way it works, and they expect you just to agree with them, and they'll go from that point. But he's like, no, I don't even agree from that. Like, I don't even agree from those, and they get angry because he won't agree with those things, right? Like if you don't even agree on the word transgenderism, the two of you have to have the argue, like, what is transgenderism? And then you got to go from there. You can't just like have an argument on transgenderism because the two of you don't even agree like what it is, or like what is, like when someone calls Trump a fascist, you don't even know what a fascist is. What is a fascist to you, right? What is a fascist? And if you can't even describe what a fascist is, or if they describe a fascist and say, this is what I think a fascist is, and it's just basically, some big mean person versus what actually like an actual fascist, or what fascism is, or something like that, right? And there's a good debate where he argues about fascism with and stuff like that with a lot of people, and so he gets into a lot of those, and I think it's very smart. So definitely watch his stuff, and I think you'll learn a lot. And it's an easy way to untangle the words. And people try to just be like, oh, Trump's like, they'll just say things and think it is so, or expect you to agree with them on certain things to go along from that point. And if you don't, and be like, I'm not going to agree with you on this point because it's just not true. Like they expect you to agree what a fascist is, and it's like, but that's not what a fascist is. That's not what this is. That's not what, they don't live in reality. And he has to like untangle and like show stuff. And yeah, he's good.
Who were breaking into, I don't remember if it was an Amco or a 7-Eleven, but they were busting into it, and the cops were
I'll take you out in a little bit, okay?
The side corner watching this go down. Didn't do anything. They didn't do anything about it.
Right.
Okay. If it got too rowdy, they'd clear it out, and then they let them continue. It looked like a stand down order. Like you don't involve yourself. Well, what I think these guys have figured out is a mathematical formula, and it works like this. If the local police are not going to protect the federal buildings, then it's left to the federal police to do this, right? In this case, ICE is going to protect its own buildings. The FBI is going to protect its own buildings. If the local police aren't going to protect it and it's surrounded, then who does the protection then? And this is why Trump, he unleashes the National Guard, but where? To those federal buildings, to protect those federal buildings.
I think he should do what he did on DC and just put on every corner.
And basically, anytime he's unleashed the National Guard that I've seen, it's to federal buildings to protect them.
The only time that I disagree is like in DC, unless those were other they weren't just, but like I believe National Guard was on many street corners. I remember seeing videos where they all were on street corners. They should just have them out there patrolling like police officers. And then when they see stuff that's going on, they should report to the police officers and be able to make arrests like police officers during an emergency. Rocky, I love you. Go lay down. Go. Go lay down. Go. Good boy. But that's the only time I disagree. When I did see him, like L.A. and a couple of the other places, New York and stuff, I do agree. Like he was restricting them to that. But I remember seeing videos and stuff where they were, unless they were sitting in federal property that I didn't know. Like maybe they were on street corners and stuff that was federal property. And a lot of Washington got lots of federal property, so I could just not know that. So that could be my my failing of knowledge.
And so the mathematical formula works like this. The longer it is that protesters are engaging with federal officers whose job is not to do basic street cleanup of thugs, that's the local PD's job, the chances that there's an incident, which is going to be a bad incident, is
That's
going
why they
to
should have
occur. So
cracked down so
basically,
much
the longer
earlier,
you're
though.
there, the more attrition there is, the more engagements you have with these federal officers over time. Eventually,
Yes.
there's going to be something which is out of pocket that happens, or something which is escalatory that happens, and they're banking on that. And that's why ICE is out in front of these, or not ICE, the Antifa people are still out in front of the ICE buildings in front of many states night after night after night. And it's designed specifically to make sure, it's just a math formula, right? The longer we're here and the less the local PD involves itself, the more chance of incident between federal officers and us.
You're knocking steel against flint.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
waiting for the fire.
You're waiting for sparks. And in this particular instance, this guy clearly had been very involved. I don't know if he was a part of the signal chats, but when you go to what's supposed to be a peaceful protest, and you're fully armed like that, with 2 magazines, it's kind of crazy. Right, like
I don't know why everyone's
do you need
advertising
so
the 2
many
magazines.
bullets?
Now the libs are all pro-Second Amendment, too.
That is wild. That's absolutely wild, which I'm for.
He had every right. He didn't last month, but okay.
I like it. I like where it's going. I like that because that's kind of a trap.
I mean, the left shouldn't have anything to
MSNBC
say
did
about
to his
it.
image?
Yeah, where they gussied
Basically
it up.
did the opposite of what CNN did to me. You know,
It's the fact
CNN
that he
during
was
the COVID times turned me green.
He was very
and,
specifically
they made
attacked,
me
like,
ugly and looked like I was dying.
he was
and they
stalking
made him
police
handsome.
officers. He
So
was
people would be
engaging
more
police
sympathetic
officers.
to him getting shot.
Like
which is
he was
kind
attacking
of
police
wild.
officers.
Like, are ugly
That's
people
why
less
you don't do that
valuable
with.
to
You
MSNBC?
shouldn't do that.
Less
But you
marketable.
especially don't do that with a weapon.
Crazy to me. Like,
That's
look
how you
at the
die.
difference.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. They shortened up his face. They gave him a little bit of a tan.
Oh my gosh.
They widened his face a little bit. It seems
edited
like
version of
they just made him
Freddy's
a little
face.
handsomer.
Yeah,
A little hotter.
They gave him a bit of that Chad jaw, didn't they?
They shrunk his nose a little too, didn't they?
Yeah,
they did. They shrunk his nose, gave him a little bit of a handsome jaw, so he looks like an
Even
American.
made him. If you look at the shoulders, it even looks like they may have plumped up the shoulders there a bit.
A little bit, yeah. The one on the right looks like he's a little plumper. Yeah, yeah. They changed the tone of the color. Wild. I mean, they changed his fucking teeth, man.
Communist News
Look,
Network.
they gave him veneers.
Yeah.
Look at the difference in his teeth. He's a much more handsome guy. Like, that one on the right is like the handsome brother, and the one on the left is like, fuck!
Yeah.
Why couldn't I look like
Yeah,
my
the one on the
goddamn
right.
brother?
Yeah, the one on the right. They were twins, and he took more of the protein.
Right.
Right. That was what happened. The thing is like this doesn't surprise me. By the way, this is. What's going on?
Was this
and
CNN
This
who
is
did-
a
was this the same people that did this
well-crafted
to-
thing.
Yeah.
And the signal chats prove that, but we knew it anyway.
Yes.
They
Just
did
by
this
Involving government, by
to
the
Rogan,
way.
right?
Yes.
Allegedly, at least, involving Minnesota state government.
Was it the
Involves
same network
Waltz.
that did this to
Yes.
Rogan?
So that's not alleged.
Right. That's
you know?
not alleged.
It's not alleged that it involves Waltz. It's not alleged that it involves Frey.
Right.
And it's not alleged. Well, what is alleged is the allegations of fraud, of course. But
there would be a reason why you would want to distract from all that fraud.
Sure.
And that would motivate you to do something along these lines. So let's go back to the instance. So
These
you've got
French
these
airplanes,
cops
like
that
this
are
one,
on
looks like
CBP
the front looks like a
guys
shark to me.
that are on
high alert, right? There's a lot of tension. People are screaming. If you're in an environment like that all day, like I've never been a police officer, but I was a security guard.
Targeted things.
And when I was a security guard for Great Woods, and by the way, I'm not comparing this in any way, but I'm just explaining my mentality when I was there. It was very much us versus them. It was a small group of guys that were working at, I worked at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's a concert venue in Mansfield. And this was when I was fighting. So it was me and a bunch of guys from my Taekwondo team got hired to be security guards. One of the guys came and said, hey, you guys want to get a job working as a security guard? It's great. You get to see concerts. And it was like a good pay. And, you know, I was doing a bunch of random jobs back then while I was competing just to sort of pay bills. And I said, yeah, okay, what do I have to do? And they're like, it's nothing. You just go there and you work. First day on the job, I go there, some guy had stolen one of the security golf carts. So there's this dude named Alley Cat. He was the head guy of security. He was a fucking character, hilarious. His main dream was to open up a bar. Alley Cat's Libations and Victuals. He had this whole dream. It was like just a real character. But this guy was a hardcore motherfucker. And they caught the guy who stole this golf cart, tackled him to the ground, and he was beating him in the face with a walkie-talkie. This was my first day on the job, so I'm like, okay, so this is what we're doing. And we kind of became like almost like cops for this place, but there was very much an us versus them mentality. And it turns out it was a lot more involved than I ever thought it was. And then one day I was at a Neil Young concert. I was working the Neil Young concert and riots broke out. There was fire, it was cold out, and there was like a grassy area. So there was like a lawn, so it was like there's the inside, not inside, it was like an outdoor concert venue, but there was a roofed part of it. And then the back of it was like this lawn area that was in the back. And these guys had started bonfires up there. And we were supposed to go in there and break up the bonfires.
It's got an actual...
And then my friend Larry, who is like one of the most mild-mannered guys you'd ever want to meet, but, you know, a elite black belt. He gets in a fight with this guy, and some guy pushes him, and he knocks this guy down. And I'm like, okay, chaos is broken out. Let's get the fuck. I'm like, let's quit. Let's get the fuck out of here. And I used to wear a hoodie. I used to carry a hoodie so I could just zip up the hoodie over my security outfit and like, bye. Because I knew there was going to come a time where I was like, I'm not getting shot, stabbed, killed, whatever, stomped
over
to
this
death
venue
for $20 an hour or whatever the fuck I was getting. So I wound up leaving that day. But there was a very, and I remember very clearly, like, oh, this is probably what happens with cops times a million. Like, you develop this us versus them, because it was very much us. We would meet up at the beginning of our shift. We would all talk about what's going down. We were catching people that were bringing in alcohol, like women in their purses would, like some Carly Simon or something be playing. They'd sneak in a bottle of wine, and James Taylor, there was a lot of that. And so we'd have like literal fucking trash cans filled with bottles of wine and liquor at the end of the night. We would get to keep them. We'd take them home. And so this us versus
that's
them.
a nice perk.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah, that's a nice perk.
Yeah.
It's like,
also, I was illegal to drink. I was only 19 at the time. But
an even nicer perk?
Yeah, it was very clearly us versus them, and the tensions were very high.
Yeah.
Like whenever some weird shit went down, everybody puffed up their chest and everybody was ready to throw down. And I was like, this job is not good, but it educated me. I was like, okay, and in my mind, I was like, okay, this must be like this when you're a police officer, again, times a million. To think of what's going on.
Wasn't that why they have their codes, right? They have their oaths they take, and then they have their little codes to each other, too.
Exactly.
But I don't blame them.
I don't blame them
seems completely, there's a certain wisdom to this.
Let's dive down.
Like, hey, look, that could be me.
100%.
And so if it's you, I'm going to be right there with you.
100%.
And then if it's me, you're going to be right there with me. I get it.
Also, there's a tremendous amount of social media content that anybody could access at any given time where a lot of these dorks are calling for violence. It's all over the place. You could find it. The least likely people that would ever be involved in any sort of an altercation are on TikTok calling for violence. We got to kill these motherfuckers. We got to shoot these motherfuckers. And these guys are out there in the middle of that. All right, so tensions are high as fuck, and they're getting screamed at all the time. They're on red alert. They're wearing vests. They're carrying
Well,
guns.
their wives are getting called and threatened. They're saying they're going to rape their kids.
Exactly.
And they're saying that they're going to brutalize their family members.
Exactly.
And they give them calls in the middle of the night, and they whisper to them, well, how's your dad such and such doing? You know, and just cryptic things like that, and let it go.
Exactly. And this is very coordinated. It's very coordinated and organized, and the way they find out all their information is very creepy. So, again, I don't think this guy should have pushed that lady. I mean, the way he did it was very violent. She was a small woman, and he shoved her very violently to the ground. Then this other guy, Preddy, gets in between.
That thing
them.
is a beast.
Okay, which, again, if you're a concealed carry holder, is a giant no-no. You do not fucking do that. You do not engage with law enforcement when you're armed. You shouldn't engage with anyone. Ever. I mean,
you should be trained to avoid conflict.
Yes.
That's the whole thing. It's like if you're armed, you move into that next level of you need to really be avoiding conflict. You're not supposed to be in bars drinking.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to be at big parties and things like this where violent things can occur.
Exactly.
You know, you can take it to church, defend the church. Other than that, like you're supposed to be avoiding conflict.
Exactly. So he gets in between the officer and this woman, puts his hands on the officer, and then he gets pepper sprayed. They go to the ground. There's a lot of scrambling going on. Now you have to understand what happens when you get pepper sprayed, okay? I've never been pepper sprayed, but I did get tear gassed once during Fear Factor.
He put on his hands on the officer before the pepper spray.
These people had to.
The officer
I forget what they
pushes
had to
him,
do, but we
then
built this. Or there was like
he
a
pushes
structure,
the woman,
and they were
and then as
inside
soon
the
as he pushes the
structure, and
woman,
they released tear gas.
Preddy
and
turns
I got
around
hit
and
with
puts
it.
his hands on
It's
the
pretty
officer,
brutal, but
and that's when they get pepper sprayed.
Yeah, it sucks.
And he can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Your eyes swell up. Your nose starts running like crazy. Yeah.
And that shit stays on your clothes.
You
too.
don't think well when that happens. So this guy's clearly not thinking well, and he can't see, and he's, and then they're on him, right? So they're on him, and then one guy, whether he yells out he's got a gun or grabs the gun first, I'm not sure, but he has a gun. So they see his gun in the middle of the scramble. The guy pulls his gun out and moves off. Now this is where it gets weird. I believe the gun was a SIG P320. A SIG P320 is known for having accidental discharges. It has a reputation for it. It is a very specific type of striker. It doesn't have a safety the way some other guns do, and you can have negligent discharges with SIGs.
Now, is the P320, is that a hammered model?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a striker fire.
No, wait a minute. No, it is a striker fire. It's let's pull it up because I'm not. I know that 365 is built very differently. The 320 breaks cleaner.
Makes me think of airplane.
But I thought the 320 had a hammer, was double action and single action, and then
you might be right.
I didn't think it was a striker fire. Most of the P models are not striker fires that I'm aware of. I could be wrong.
Well, the P365 is definitely different than the 320.
Yeah.
They have a different striking mechanisms. They're known for accidental discharges.
Okay. I can't tell if that's a hammer underneath the slide.
Well, let's just what is this? What is the trigger mechanism of a SIG P320? Put that in there. And what is it that makes it prone to accidental discharges? If you look up SIG P320 online in any search engine, accidental discharge comes up very quickly.
Oh, it is striker fired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a modular striker fire trigger mechanism. When pressed, trigger bar moves forward, disengages safety, lever in C are releasing the striker. Okay, so it's a striker fired pistols. Okay, got it.
So as of 2017, SIG changed the way they make their guns because the trigger itself was heavier than what it is now. And not just the pull, but the actual mechanism of the trigger was heavier. If you drop it, so if this is the barrel of the gun where the bullet comes out and this is where you're holding on your hand, if you drop it, it'll discharge. And it'll discharge without moving the slide, which is kind of crazy. Because what happens is something in the dropping it on the back where the handle is
releases the disconnector probably.
It causes that heavier trigger, the heavier weight to the trigger, to drop down and it will discharge.
Okay.
As of 2017, they made the trigger lighter. And it doesn't do that anymore.
Okay.
And there's a whole YouTube video where this guy explains it and shows that you can do it with the older models. If you drop them on their side, they don't do it. If you drop them barrel first, they don't do it. But if you drop them handle first and it hits the back where you hold it, where the what is it called? The beaver tail the
Then
gun sits.
the internal hammer drops and bang.
Exactly.
Got
and
it.
it's one of the only guns that does that.
Yeah.
And so much so that I believe, you should search this, I believe the Dallas Police Department stopped issuing them to their officers. See if that's true before I go further, because I don't want to get into any legal weeds here. But I have one. I have a 320. I've never had a problem with it. Here it is. Dallas Police suspends use of pistol manufacturer. Okay, yeah. And it's because of that. So,
what are these chambered in? 940?
It's 9.
9?
They're 9s. But the, so that's the gun this guy has. So when this CBP officer grabs his gun, he was moving off, and it appears, it's very grainy, the video. It appears there's an accidental discharge. Now, you can make an accidental discharge of this gun without touching the trigger. If there's any kind of pressure on the trigger, if it is a modified trigger, if there's anything that engages with it, even a slight amount, and you move the slide at all, that gun will go off. And there's videos of it online. You could find videos of it online. See if you can find videos of it online where a guy shows how you can get that gun to negligent discharge, because it will. Okay. It will. At least the pre-2017 model.
I didn't see his hand go on the slide of the gun, though.
Yeah. Well, he's holding it. It's the hard thing is it's fucking blurry.
Yeah, you can't see. I looked at it from both angles, but it looked to me like he was holding it
like by the handle with no finger on the trigger.
Yeah.
But it does seem like, at least in some of the takes that I've seen, I may be wrong, but it seems like that gun might have negligent discharged. Now,
usually when someone's holding a gun and there's a negligent discharge, it's because they pulled the trigger, right?
Right.
So in this case, I'm going to assume it for a second. So the gun drops on the side, striker fired. Let's say I don't know what the mechanism is. Well, let's say the disconnector. That makes the disconnector go. The hammer drops. Bam, it hits the primer. Gun fires.
Gun fires, hits the ground. These guys think, they hear gun. These guys think this guy might have a gun in the scramble. They don't know. This is all seconds.
So they open fire.
High pressure. They open fire on him. That's what I believe happened. So when people say, oh, they straight up executed this guy,
I think there's a little more nuance.
There's more nuance to it. There's chaos. There's the fog of chaos. You're in the middle of this very high stress situation where you've already pepper sprayed this guy. Now you're in a physical scramble. Someone says he has a gun. Gun goes off. Bang, bang, bang. You're just shooting. I'm assuming. This is just a lot of guesswork.
But that's a lot of bad stuff that has to happen in sequence.
Yes.
Like the fact that even if this gun is recalled as a model that had these issues, right? I'm guessing that it wasn't every one of them that had the issues. Some of them, right? Probably not all. And if it's because it has to have a lot of force for it to go off, or the slide has to be, you have to be moving the slide or something like this. What I saw was him holding the pistol, how you or I would hold the pistol with the finger off the trigger.
Yes.
I did not actually see what would have caused that force.
This is where it gets weird. So there have been documented instances, like the SIG P320. There's a lot of legal stuff involved in this. There's tons of cases. Some of them are bullshit. Like there was one cop where they said the cop got shot because the gun accidentally went off. And everybody's like, oh man, SIG's in trouble. Turns out that cop had to recant that, and he accidentally hit the trigger and shot a cop. But he wanted, so this is one. So this guy, his gun just goes off. Now he doesn't have his finger on the trigger, it just goes off. Now there's another one where a cop is in the middle of a precinct and he leans forward. He's got the holster on the outside, he leans forward and the gun goes off. He does not have his hand on the trigger. He's not touching the gun at all. See if you can find the one where the cop does it. So there's a cop where he's in the precinct. His gun is, now here's the question. Was there something touching the trigger? Was it the holster bad? Was there debris in it? Was there something? Was his shirt touching it? Did he jam the gun in the holster and maybe like his shirt got stuck in and touched the trigger a little bit?
There's also the second gun theory.
Forward, if the guy had a second gun.
There's also the second gun theory.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, and maybe it met all of the conditions for that. It does seem unlikely to me, but it's possible that he's just holding it and it just happens to go off.
It would seem unlikely with any other gun.
Yeah.
So if the guy had a Glock...
But both of these cases are from the holster. This guy's grabbing from the holster, he's grabbing from the holster. Well, the cop had already pulled it out of the holster.
Right.
And now he's holding it, and then it goes off.
Right, but it's so low resolution, it's hard to see what's going on with his hands. So if there had been some funkiness with the trigger, you know, who knows where he got the gun? Who knows whether or not that gun had an aftermarket trigger? Who knows what's going on? But as he's doing this, you're in the middle of the chaos, you're ramped up with adrenaline. Who knows if that guy accidentally, while he was holding it, put pressure on the slide and caused that gun to negligent discharge? I don't know. This is the speculation, and the reason why the speculation is so... It's this is something we're talking about.
You are
because
joking
it's a SIG
me.
P320.
Yeah.
And there's
Fuck
so many
off.
stories about that.
It's not outside the realm of possibility,
Right.
in other words.
Right. Which is the worst case scenario, right? You got all this chaos, and then you got that fucking gun, and that gun goes.
So let me ask you this. Let's say we adjust for this.
That Alpha Strike.
There's an investigation. Turns out that this 320 model was one of the ones that, was
An older
issued,
model,
yeah, or
right.
something like this, or it was issued
Very well
after
could
the
be.
fact, and it's newer. Let's just say it's newer, and they've gotten this design flaw out of there. Let's just assume for a second. All those things being equal now, right? When a leftist points at that and says that's an execution, what's your opinion then? If it's the case, there is no negligent discharge. There is none of that. How would you view it then?
Well, it's an extremely unfortunate case of what happens during chaos.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's an execution. I don't think they pulled the gun from him and then just shot him.
But that's rhetoric being used, right?
It is. But, which you're automatically going to have if you have a guy
Then
get shot.
why aren't they justified in shooting him?
Can we watch a video? Let's watch a video and see if we can discern when the shot fires off. Because does it before or after they say he's got a gun? Because someone says he has a gun, one of the officers removes the gun, and then a shot goes off.
Yeah.
Now, there's another speculation that the guy who shot him
This model
had a
should have gotten more
negligent
cannon
discharge.
ammo
He
instead of
didn't,
machine
maybe he
gun
had his hand on the trigger, and he got a little amped
Why would
up,
you want to
and
give
it went
just-
off, and then he just fucking
I guess maybe
kept
it's
firing
easier
into
to
him.
give it
Kept
just
going.
more-
That's possible, too. I'm not
same
exactly sure. There's a ton of angles, ton of different cell phone angles. None of them are really crystal clear.
And the thing that's interesting about this is I'm even willing to kind of grant it to the left, just on appearance alone for a second, just for the sake of logically taking this to its conclusion. Let's say that the cops were totally wrong on this. They messed the whole thing up. They screwed it up. It was a negligent discharge from the officer himself. It killed this guy. It was totally unjustified. Okay, but now what? Right? Is it the case that we're going to stop deporting illegal immigrants? We're going to stop, that ICE is going to stop, Border Patrol is going to stop doing its job, ICE is going to stop doing its job because of a single incident, even if all of the officers involved were incorrect?
I mean, I guess it gives you a lot of
Of course not. That's
spray,
ridiculous,
pray
right?
ammo.
The thing
And at
about
this-
this
at this rank,
incident
it's
is
still
it's
pretty
being
good.
used as a catalyst to now
kill
say
with.
they're the Gestapo, just like they were trying to do with Renee. They're the Gestapo. They're here to be the jackbooted thugs of the Trump administration. That's being used now as the new rallying cry and catalyst and it's post hoc justification. That's what makes me so angry about it. Is it's like, no. You were out here doing all of this long before anybody was getting shot by ICE, okay? You were doing this long before there was any supposed abuses by ICE. It seems like what they do is they set up the reactions, right? They set up the conditions, maximize the conditions for horrible actions to happen, and then when they do, they use those as the justification for why they were ever out there in the first place. It's like, what's going on?
He's like, I'm just going to
That's
skirt
what
the outside of the
bothers me.
map.
Right, this
I don't
is
think
the
he's playing. I think he's
quintessential
just-
description of the color revolution. I mean,
they're trying to.
I don't understand people that don't play the game. They just have a thing set to
again,
constantly
very
go
well
off.
funded, very well organized.
They
It's
load
not
themselves
as simple
in, and
as
it just
this is an
bounces them around the
organic
map,
protest
like the edge
that
of the
people are
map,
fired up
and then returns
because
them to the
ISIS is in their
battlefield, and they go
community.
the other
That's
side
not
and return.
really
Like,
what's going on
at all.
But I think there's a lot of good
guess
people that are
you get
wrapped
mission
up
score
in
from
that,
just
that
being
think
in
they're doing a good
and not
thing, and they
dying.
really do think they're fighting fascism because they exist in these bubbles, and they're.
I believe
existing in-
them.
Yeah,
I do believe them that they think that they're fighting against fascism, and I've debated with enough of these people on what historically fascism is in comparison to what they perceive it as. That I do think that they believe that 100%.
Right.
I just think it's an
he's actually
unjustified
turning it
belief, and I think it's ridiculous. But
it's not accurate.
It's not accurate.
You know, one of the things that
Here
we
you
went
go.
over the other day is we talked about the deportations, right? And that there's been somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million deportations, but 1.6 of them were like self-deportations. 1.6 of them were like people were notified and they said, oh, we're just getting the fuck out of here. I don't want to be in jail.
Yeah, good.
And then 500,000 of them were, but people are saying very few of them would have been violent criminals. But we found out there was like 8%. This is just 8% of what we know has been caught. That is a lot of violent criminals. If you got 500,000 people and 8% of them are murderers and rapists, and they snuck in, not even snuck in, because they were allowed access to the United States over the last 4 years, somewhere to the tune of, let's be like super charitable, let's say it's only 10 million, because I think it's a lot more. And they don't really know the number, because it's really the numbers that they're giving are based on interactions, right? But how many people snuck through and they didn't have interactions? It's a lot, man. It's a lot of people, and they did this shit on purpose. And they did this shit because they want more congressional seats, because the census doesn't count citizens. It doesn't count legal citizens. It just counts human beings. So the more citizens you have in an area, the more congressional seats you have. And then there's places like California that make it illegal to show your ID. You're not allowed. Not only are you not supposed, which you should have to show your fucking ID when you vote.
Yes.
Right? So we know that you're legally voting. They made it so you can't show your ID, which is the only you could steel man this to the end of time. The only reason why you do that is because you want to cheat.
Of course.
It's the only reason.
Of course. Well, it's not just that, but you make a good compelling point here. The idea, even if it was the case, let's just say, almost none of them are violent criminals. Let's just give it to them, just for the sake of argument here. We'll give it to them. So what? The people don't want them here. That's it. These are supposed to be the biggest believers in democracy and republicanism ever. That's what they're fighting against, is the evil fascists. It's like, well, here the people spoke, okay? And the people said, we don't want illegal immigrants here. We want them out of here. It doesn't matter what the conditionals are for violent criminality or not violent criminality. If you're really a big believer in the republic like you claim, why is it that when Trump gets elected to do exactly this job, you impede it at every turn?
Yeah, they don't want it to happen.
They don't.
Because it was a part of the strategy for a uniparty. I mean, this is what Elon came on and was very passionate about wanting to explain this to people. I mean, it's one of the reasons why he did it before the election. Like, you have to understand the plan that's in place. And what they're doing is they're trying to make it so that no one but the Democrats can ever win ever again. And one of the best ways to do that is to ship untold numbers
some of the people
of
that
swing
Elon
states.
brought on,
Which is what
I think.
It's what they did. Yeah. They didn't just do it. They flew them out there. They gave them EBT cards. They put them on Social Security. Yep. We had this woman, we documented it, we talked about this woman who worked for, God, I forget which department, but her job was to turn these people from illegal immigrants into what they described to her as clients. And so you would tell these people, yes. So her question was to them, do you have a permanent disability? So do you have headaches? Does your back hurt? I get headaches. My back hurts. I guess I'm permanently disabled. And all you have to do is, you don't have to have clear evidence. You have all your fucking discs are fused. You can't walk, or you have no. You just have to have a fucking back hurt. Your back hurts. Well, what fucking man who's a laborer
who's 35 years old, doesn't have fucking back pain.
Yeah,
like y'all do. So they come to you, they say, do you have headaches and back pain?
Well, man is an office worker, doesn't have back pain.
Right,
Everybody
exactly.
got it.
Fucking everybody does. You
Yeah.
get older, you get back pain, especially if you don't take care of your back. And so these guys are all being roped into the system, and then they get money. They get Social Security money. They get money from taxpayers, essentially forever. So if you can get those people to vote, they will most certainly vote for the people that are giving them that money, right?
Of course.
They'll most certainly vote for the people that are moving them into the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Just like how Muslims will vote. Even though at the local level they oppose all leftist policy, they'll vote at a national level for leftists because they bring in
just nothing
their
to
family
disagree
members.
with
They
here.
bring
Like,
in,
they're
they
just-
allow the
Rogan's actually speaking the
importation
truth
of people
here,
that they
so-
want here.
So
So
my problem is,
they
like,
utilize the system for
why doesn't he
for
have
the
any
aims. And
complaints
for
that we
Democrats,
are
this is
trying to
all
get rid of
good.
people?
And of course for
And
Republicans,
it's like, oh, it doesn't
it's
look
all
nice.
bad. And Elon's right.
They're going into people's houses and taking them out.
Democrats-
Yeah.
And here's what I see: the bird's eye
Yeah.
view. Right?
Why wouldn't
Trump,
they? After
what
they,
they're going to do, Democrats going to win.
what is
the
up with them
midterms.
taking
By hook or
my-
by
cutting my
crook, they're
airplane's
gonna
tail
win the
off?
midterms. And when they do, if they have the power in the House to do this, they're going to impeach him day one.
Like, he knows
and
exactly
we'll
what
have,
they're doing
now
with
be
these
the
people.
thrice impeached
And then
president,
you're
right? And they'll
upset?
obstruct him.
Like, why?
They'll obstruct his agenda
Why
the
is-
entire
does
step
he
of the
have
way
any
under this elongated
issue
impeachment, and they'll just run out the clock.
with them like going in and doing what
run
they
it
do.
out.
At least it seems
all
like he
pretty
did
fucking
on some
crazy.
of his other things.
It's really crazy. Gad Saad has a great way to describe this. He calls it suicidal
sympathetic
empathy.
with the
And, you know, a lot of these people that are on the left that are self-described leftists,
It's like,
they're
yeah,
very
you're gonna go
kind
into
people,
people's house.
and they
Yeah, you're gonna
want,
go. It's like
you
you think
know,
the
everyone
illegals
to have a
are-
chance to live in America.
illegals
and be
aren't
good
going
people,
to
and
resist
they don't
being
understand
taken.
they're being used
They're just
as
going to go.
pawns
Like some of them,
by
thankfully, have
much
left
more
with them
cynical
taking the money and
people
left,
that are
right?
just
But you
trying
think
to
not a whole bunch of
get
them are
total
going
control.
to run away.
And if you want to know what
flee,
total control
they're
looks
not
like,
going to hide in
and
their
what kind of
houses. They're
restrictions
not like.
could be imposed on a Western
You
society.
think we're not going to have to arrest
Look
people?
no further than the UK. Look what's
you
going
think they're not
on
going to try and make them
England right now.
into sad stories and stuff and just lie about it?
Have been arrested so far last year for in the last year rather for social media posts, just social media posts criticizing immigration. There was some new thing that they just passed that makes it so that you're supposed to tell on people who are talking in pubs, who are having conversations in pubs that you think are dangerous conversations.
There was that woman in the UK who was SA'd and then called the guy a name via text.
Yes. She called him a faggot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the girl- She called- yeah, she called him a faggot.
She was sexually assaulted.
and
She
then
called him a
her
faggot, and then
friend
she was arrested.
Yeah, she was arrested. I remember arguing on Piers Morgan. I was debating with a leftist on this. This was the topic at the time.
Yeah.
And the leftist, who looked at me like he was a faggot too, said he was defending it tooth and nail. Right? This is a good thing because we want to get rid of stigma. The idea is to try to destigmatize.
It is
the
literally
things. Words
George
create
Orwell's
stigma, and stigma creates harm values, and harm
England
values
now.
are evil. They're bad. That's the whole moral system. If we reduce harm, that's moral. If we increase harm, that's immoral. So that's the zero
thing
sum
at
way that they
2.7
look at
has-
this, right?
Yeah.
If you're
Does that have
increasing it,
cannons?
bad. If you're decreasing
Those-
it, good. So if we're decreasing stigmatization
50
of an
cals?
activity that we think is protected, then that's reducing harm. Therefore, that's the moral position.
Crazy.
They are crazy.
It's
That is
crazy.
actually a crazy way to look at the world.
Well, it's very dystopian. It's very spooky that it's happening so quickly, and that the UK has become the leader in the world for arresting people for social media posts. No one would have ever saw that coming 5-6 years ago. But this is what happens when you get total control of a population. You don't stop where you're at. You continue to move forward.
I mean, it's
You
literally
continue
the
to
V for
try to get
Vendetta.
more and more control. And this
It's
is
the
this
V
new
for
thing
Vendetta,
where they're trying to
world,
get people to turn
except
people in for
it's the left.
bar talk, which is just crazy. It's just crazy. So that's where it goes. If you're really a liberal, a real progressive person who really believes in free speech, you should believe in all speech, and you have to. I mean, this was the ADL's position way back in the day when they would allow the Ku Klux Klan to march. They would say, "Look,
And then fight for the right to do so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it used to be. It used to be an understanding that as complicated as this thing is, you've got to allow people to say horrible things.
so that you can counter them with better points, and you make a better argument, and then people see your side, and then society moves forward. Generally positive.
You know, in the online dialectic, the way that it moves between groups, and I think that now online influencers, podcasters, political commentators actually do have they have some political capital now, which can be spent the same way low-level politicians have political capital, which can now be spent. They actually are connected, oftentimes, with politicians and operate as mouthpieces on behalf of whatever that political
Right.
arm is.
Well, you would say that about the right too, wouldn't you?
Of course, but I don't see it as prevalent as I do with the left. The left, for instance, there was a whole thing that used to go on Twitch where an organization came in and bought up all the Twitch mouthpieces. That's what they did, and like this is something which has been going on for a long time. But what's interesting with the political capital angle from these leftists, they don't care what the means are. Is it the ends are what? That's all they care about, right? The means to get there, totally irrelevant to them. From their view, though, that makes a sick sort of sense. They believe that they're fighting against Nazis, literal Nazis.
Right.
So if you believed that you were in a war with literal Nazis, what wouldn't you do to complete that war? What means wouldn't you go to? What means of sabotage would you not do? What cars would you not blow up?
Right.
What cops would you not eliminate in order to stop the rise of the new Hitler?
Right.
And it's like, and they're expending their political capital on that message.
Just because it took my
that
gear
message
forever to
has
get
a
out.
lot of influence on people.
Yeah. It also there's so many people that are getting attention by feeding into the rhetoric. There's so many people that are making viral clips of them threatening, like menacing, like these weird dorky liberal guys, like these guys that you think of as pacifists. They're literally calling for violence. I got one of them because it's like the most unlikely guy. Like you see this guy doing this.
I
like,
took a lot of fire. In fact, I wasn't dead.
What are you saying?
I wasn't on dog fight.
Who's following you into battle?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it because it's the way he says it too is so like he's watched too many fucking TV shows. This guy.
They're gonna have a V for
terminology.
They're gonna have a V for Vendetta. I mean, they don't need.
It wasn't so scary. Put this on.
Obviously, they don't need the mask. They don't need the mask, but they kind of have it in what's the guy's name? I can't remember his
understanding
name. But
of
the
real
guy
violence. Listen to
that's
this.
leading.
When combat starts, we all roll initiative. I'm going to say that again.
That's
everyone knows
England
what I'm
right
talking
now,
about when
and
I say
those
this.
big marches and
when
everything.
combat starts,
the one that they keep
we
in prison,
all
they keep putting in
roll
prison and
initiative.
stuff. Who's speaking up against Muslims?
I mean, I hate to
He's
laugh.
basically their V.
Because it's kind of fucking serious. Because
Yeah, something's going to happen.
They're
Something
inciting
like they're going to
violence,
kill
and
somebody.
They're
Like, I mean, they already do, but like, there's going to be a moment.
Go
where,
take
like,
to the streets and start
like
violence.
there's going to
But that
be
guy,
something where
like,
somebody
what?
gets murdered in the streets,
What
probably by
You're not going to roll
a group of
initiative.
Muslims or something.
What does it even
and
mean?
they are
Well,
just,
I mean,
they're just going to
I
unleash
think
hell.
it just means we all go.
And I'm not like trying to say like
When
this should
violence
happen.
starts,
I'm just
we all
saying
go.
it kind of feels inevitable because
Oh, really?
like the UK's government is imprisoning their own people
Oh God!
and letting the criminals and the Muslims run free.
So
he's doing.
And yes,
Search on that. Does
Muslims
roll
and
initiative?
criminals
Is
are
that
on
a
the
part
same
of Dungeons and Dragons? Roll that because I only know of Dungeons and Dragons from Stranger
So
Things.
does his AR do 2d6 damage? It's
But it's just the menacing way that he stares into the camera. Okay, here it is. Rolling for initiative determines the turn order in combat. Each player and monster rolls a 20-sided die and adds their dexterity modifier. Oh God!
I mean, if they want to bring,
But I
if they
mean,
want
this
to
is
bring
what
the
I'm
UK
saying.
back
It's
to
like-
some sort of
it's-
peace,
a lot of it is
they need
cosplay.
to kick out.
That does sound like he is saying,
and
though,
very
we all
specifically,
go
they need
there,
to kick out the
right?
Muslims.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
it sounds like
Quite literally
that's what he's
just
saying. And it's also
literally raping.
It gives meaning to people
the UK.
whose lives do not have a lot of meaning, right? Like all of a sudden you're a part of a greater cause. You're a part of a very important movement.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis, and it's
What do you want?
relatively safe
What?
from the comfort of your own home, staring at
Go
your
lay
phone
down.
on TikTok.
Go lay down.
Sure. You know, and you get all excited
No.
about it, and
Go lay
you
down.
cheer. And these are the
Oh,
same people that
go lay
cheered
down.
when Charlie Kirk got shot for just talking. Like that was fine, but this one is not good. You know, it's all like it's very fucked up, man.
Well, and they'll kill more commentators. They can get away with it happily. I mean, part of that whole signal chat that's dangerous that people aren't talking
guess it's
about.
just
That's
'cause the
probably
two
the
of us at the top
most
of the rest of
dangerous
our team
aspect
have-
of it.
Oh my gosh.
And I can't prove this, but it's been my
That's why.
experience that left-wing communities and left-wing groups, especially
Yeah, he's just
online
gonna let me
communities and
kill his
online
teammate.
groups, really pander to the mentally ill in a big way. Really pander to them. And I think that it's a form of weaponization. They want to attract the extremely mentally ill into these communities, and it helps with actually what is radicalization. And
Come on,
they
leave us
plan
alone.
on that
Let me
they're
fight him.
mentally ill in order to do this.
Well, this is Antifa, right? This is why
It's not
they're
just
fine.
Antifa. It goes beyond that.
Oh, you fucking
If you go to
pussy.
some of these TikTokers communities, you go to some of the online political pundits communities who are far left, okay? These people who are in there are fruit loops, man.
Yeah.
They are lunatics. And they're pandered to. They're pandered to. Oh, okay, you can't say this to them. That's ableist. You can't
Right.
tell them this is you're a weirdo because that's mean. You can't. And not only are they pandered to, but I think that that's the source of the weapon. If it's the case that these people don't care about death, they don't care.
I hate it. It's like
the outcome's
having a
going
nice
to be death. That
one-on-one
guy shot
fight, and
at
it's
the ICE agents
not
not
gonna-
too long ago. Remember, he was on top of the roof.
Like, I'm gonna kill
He was
him,
shooting
and he's
across
like,
with, I
no.
think, a Mauser rifle, and they dusted him.
Like,
they
it's
killed him,
literally
or he
me
shot
versus their
himself.
entire
I
team,
don't
and they're
remember
like,
which.
oh,
When was this?
I'm gonna.
This was
like 30 people are like,
months
I'm gonna kill him. I'm
I don't know
gonna kill
about this
him.
one. I don't think.
No, there was a guy. He
It's
was.
just how callous I've become.
It wasn't
Yeah,
like
he
I
was
went into
taking
a pack of
shots
10 of them.
at,
It's like
I believe it was
I'm literally
ICE agents
one-on-one-ing
in front
somebody,
of the
and,
ICE facility.
and I'm gonna get
Oh,
the
that's
win,
right.
and they're
He
like,
was-
no.
he was using, I
that.
believe
I
he was
remember
using
that.
like a Mauser rifle or
Like, no
something.
honor.
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
And
Yeah.
early on with the Charlie Kirk thing,
No,
they were
I
actually
know.
making these connections because he had used a Mauser as well, right, to shoot Charlie Kirk. That was so people were making those early connections. Wait, is this a sequence of events? Does the Mauser mean something here? Does that particular rifle have special meaning? You know how people are online.
Yeah.
But anyway, the interesting thing is like they don't care if they die. They're dying martyrs. They don't care. And it's really easy to weaponize mentally ill people that way because they don't care. These are the same people who have the high suicide rates for a reason because they're already mentally ill, like the Troons and others, which many of them you find are connected to trans people almost every time.
Also, SSRIs.
Yep.
This is the other problem, is that how many of these people are on these psychiatric medications that violent ideation is a part of the side effects of these psychiatric drugs. There's a lot of people that have psychotic thoughts when they get on some of these different SSRIs and different psychiatric medications. So you've got people that are already fucked up mentally, and then you've got them on these medications that cause them to do all kinds of crazy things.
And aren't women taking much more in the way of SSRI pills than men are?
Yeah.
And who do we see is on the bullhorns and loudspeakers at most of these events? It's women.
Well, particularly liberal women.
Particularly
like the
liberal
statistics,
women, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the statistics, but I
Very
actually
lopsided.
saved them because they're kind of nutty. What's interesting is the least mentally ill in terms of numbers is
Maybe he's not going
conservative
down.
men.
It's just me.
Conservative men, I think it's like
Because they're normal.
I think okay, young liberal women, 56% report a mental health diagnosis. Young moderate women, 18 to 29, 28%. Young conservative women, 27%, only slightly less. So for men, it is 34% of all liberal men. 34%. So a third of all liberal men are mentally ill. 22% of moderate
Sakin's
men
3.7.
and 16% of conservative men.
Yeah, but do you know what the
Should not be
lunatics
down
argue
here. Why is the
when you
Sakin
bring that up?
rated so
These
low?
lunatics, they'll argue, no. The conservative men are just as mentally ill. It's just undiagnosed because there's a stigma in conservative communities about going to get your mental illness diagnosed. And I always point out, and I think this is an interesting way to point this out, like maybe they're not going to get diagnosed because they don't have a problem. Did you ever think of that?
It's possible. It's possible it's undiagnosed because I think that is accurate, though, that there is a stigma about mental health and therapy and things along those lines in conservative. I mean, if you want to like,
I agree, but I also think that what happens is when you're talking, especially about the voodoo that is psychology, and it is voodoo.
It is
I
voodoo.
have very little respect for psychology.
Right.
I don't even consider it science. I consider
Would've
that
been
there's
nice if we didn't
scientific
take the
methods
damage
used
on
for
the
data
wing,
gathering. but I don't consider psychology a science at all.
And that's psychology. Psychiatry gets even weirder because then you start adding medication.
Yeah.
You're not
and
just talking about therapy.
It's all voodoo, as far as I'm concerned. I think that men often, especially conservative men, get as much out of their close relationships with friends and family as they would going to a psychologist. In other words, I think just having somebody to talk to who's a close friend, who's intricately familiar with your situation, probably gives you more value than going to a complete stranger who has learned manipulation techniques. That's what they learned, essentially, manipulation techniques. I think there's more value there. And so I think that the stigma which exists there, it doesn't exist because it's like you're not manly, which is how they try to frame it. I think the stigma exists there because so many conservative men go, well, I tried that shit and it was nonsense. I tried it and it sucked. I tried it and it was worth. I went to marriage counseling.
No way. How did he
nothing.
put his out?
Sided with the wife, right? I went for this issue, did nothing. But when I went out and had some beers with my friends, that actually helped relieve some of these issues.
I think the problem with
Probably
that
shouldn't
is
have gone
there's
for
a
the
lot of
1800,
guys who
but-
don't have good friends, and you don't have someone that you can count on, unfortunately. There's a lot of men out there that are lost.
I agree, but I think that conservative men seem to like they have closer longevity with friends than progressive men do.
Yes, and they don't
But if his
abandon them
engine's
when they change
dead,
their
he should
opinions
be
on
going-
things.
Right.
So here's the
Could go into his
self-reported
field.
data. From 2022 survey analysis found that 51% of conservatives report excellent mental health compared to 20% of
bullshit.
liberals. That's a big difference.
Huge.
It's a giant difference.
I don't think stigma could account for that.
No, it can't. It's like it's not just stigma. It's also like what does it mean to be conservative? Does it mean taking account for your own actions, discipline, hard work ethic? All those things are actually good for your mental health. Like pulling yourself up and getting back to work and doing things.
I think now, and I think maybe it always should have been framed this way. I think now for the label of conservative to apply, we really kind of start with religious foundationalism. That's what is fast becoming the delineation.
Right.
Is
Having a framework.
Having the framework. Right?
Yeah.
And the religious framework
God.
is almost instantly going to put you in that, moving towards that conservative camp almost every single time. And I think that that's a necessary component now. If we're trying to make these political delineations, it becomes tough. What's a Republican or a neocon versus a conservative versus this versus that?
Here's something
It comes down
wild.
to foundationalism of framework.
Right.
Like you were just saying, in the framework of Christianity, Christian ethics, huge delineation point between the right and the left, who rejects that for harm principles, utilitarianism, and various other sorts of frameworks.
Yeah, and they'll also point
Forever to get
to what Christianity has done throughout history and the amount of harm that it's caused. But it's kind of like every power structure throughout history you could point to in that way.
Well, it was what was there.
Yeah.
The
it's what
thing
was
is,
there.
like, the Catholic Church gets a lot of shit for this. Well, look at all the horrible things that the Catholic Church did. It's like, well, the Catholic Church was the whole known world once.
Right.
All of Europe was the Catholic Church.
Right.
Not, like all of it was. You can't have organizations which
they're like,
span
oh,
whole nations and countries.
They say that, but then they never talk about
ethnicities, cultures.
They never talk about the
integrate
communists.
themselves into it and not have
The beloved
corruption. I don't care
communists.
what system it is. Pointing to it and saying it's because they were Catholic, that's where it becomes absurd.
Right.
They were corrupt. There was corruption. But
Because
that's
they're
not
human.
because they're human, not because they're Catholic.
Right. One of the things that I always try to point out to people, they go, why do you go to church? Because when I was younger, I was very cynical about religion, and then I've got older. One of the things that I always say is, if there was a pill that could make you as nice
The
as
game
the
makes
people
no
that I go to
sense.
church with,
Why it
everybody
turned?
would be on
Why
it.
did it turn down?
They are the
The
nicest
airplane
fucking
turned
people you will ever
downwards
encounter.
instead of
when we leave
Are
the
they
church
nice or are they
parking lot,
kind?
So
they're
unless there
kind.
was something
Yeah,
broken
they're
on my
kind.
airplane,
Kind and nice.
it
They're
does
all
that
the
all the
above. They're,
time.
like,
It seriously
very
pisses
friendly,
me off.
happy people.
If you
But
try to pull
when
the
you
airplane
leave the church
back
parking lot,
and
or
you're at
even
a
when
certain
entering,
degree, it starts inverting the
they're
plane
the-
instead of going upwards. It's like
everybody
why
lets
would
everybody
it?
in.
Unless
It's like no one rushes ahead. It's
So
like you
if
go
I'm
ahead and then
aimed
you go
up
ahead. It's like the most
this way,
self-organized,
why would you ever loop
most charitable
why would you ever
way of
loop the
exiting a
airplane
parking lot I've ever
down
experienced
and
in my life.
backwards?
The opposite of a
the other
concert.
way.
You go to a great
It
concert.
doesn't make
everybody's
sense.
fucking
It doesn't make
on
sense.
Everybody's bumper trying to weasel in. People are honking. Fuck you. In church, it's like one person
my-
goes, and another person goes. No, you go.
My
Wave.
thing's up
and then
here,
everybody's
like
fine, and
this,
everybody's
right?
happy. It's like if you
It's
could
up
take
here
a
like
pill
this.
that could do that to you, if therapy could do that
And like
to you,
for some
we should all
reason
be
it
on
starts
therapy.
turning down.
We should all take
It just
that pill.
pisses me off when it does that.
Because the phenomenon that you're talking
And it always does it
about
when you're on the
is
fucking
me
ground, like near the
philosophy.
ground, and
And
it
so
always
what
gets me killed.
you're going to church. It's not all about you.
Right.
And that's why you have those types of
the
interactions
mouse
with people.
aim
Wait, I'm
mechanic
going. If
sometimes
you go to
is
a
just
concert.
stupid.
That's for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's for me, not for these strangers. I'm going there because I want to be entertained. That's for me. You go to church. It's not for you.
So unless I got shot and
the
it
thing is,
broke, maybe it broke my elevators and I didn't notice
the
it.
kind of material,
but I wasn't getting shot at the
materialism
particular
view,
time that I was
materialistic
turning. That I
of pure
that I can remember.
materialism reduces always to me. Me. Because what else can there be?
Right.
There's just me and the material I engage with. There's nothing outside of that. So why engage as though there's something outside of that? That doesn't just lead to nihilism, but it's the beginning stages of understanding the distinction between religious foundationalism and basically everything else. The reduction doesn't come down to me. And that's why those interactions seem so much better, because they are. Because people are thinking about you.
Right.
And it's like, what a concept. Imagine a world where people think about somebody besides themselves.
And they think about everybody as a part of a community and a
And the rest of my
collective
team
community
just
that you
fucking-
care about that has values.
I come in and the rest of my team
they're,
just fucking.
you know, there's.
And then you go, why is mental health rate so much better in these
Right.
communities? It's like, well, isn't it interesting how much they think about
seriously
other
pissing me
people
off.
than just themselves and duties
Yes.
to those people instead
Yes.
of just me.
They're the kindest people you're ever going to come across.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think the people that are cynical about
Right, how
that,
many more of these
because
do I
they
have?
don't want to believe in fairy tales, or they don't want to be stupid, they don't want to get duped by, like, look, there's a foundation to that. If you just look, forget about some of the stuff that's in the Bible that, you know, it gets weird when you get old. Like, you go back into the old stuff, because, like, for sure, human beings had some sort of an influence on what was written down and what wasn't written down. But you get just to the teachings of Christ, I can't find any faults in it. Like, it's all about being kind. It's all about this idea that we're all in this together and that you're supposed to lift each other up and look after each other. There's no faults in it. It's not like you have to kill the non-believers. It's not like you get to rape and pillage for the non-believers and the infidels must die. There's none of that.
That's why Christians believe in objective truth. That there must be objective truth, because otherwise, why is most of the world following this as though it's objective truth? We seem to be leaning towards this as though this must be the thing which is objectively real and objectively true, and a thing which we can point to that is. Because when people are introduced to it, like you just said, it's really hard and difficult to find fault in it. It's not just that. You know, it's interesting. If we reverse it, if we say, what could I do that actually would be the best for me, it would still be that.
Yeah.
Which is the funniest part of the whole thing. It's like, both ways it works for you, even if it's not all about you, or it works for you even if it is all about you. It's still going to be the better message out of the two.
It's definitely a better framework for living your life. And there's a lot of people that just reject that think of themselves as intelligent. You know, they think of themselves as intelligent and well-read and educated. And
Too
they just
smart
think
for that.
Yeah, I'm too smart for that.
Too smart for all that.
I'm an atheist. Any atheist needs to take 8 grams of mushrooms. Just
do a little DMT?
Do a little DMT. And you're like, oh, I don't know anything. You think you know things. You don't know a fucking thing. You just know what you've experienced. And I think that the world is better off if people have a great moral and ethical framework. I think morals and ethics and being kind is one of the most important values that human beings can ever possess if you want to live in a productive and healthy community.
Completely agree. And I think that kindness, I make a delineation between kindness and niceness.
36.
Because I think it's often kind not to be nice.
Right.
But I do think that you can be nice and it may not be kind.
Right.
And so
that's true.
So I make a delineation between those things. I don't think that kindness, though, has much variance. Kindness is looking after the interest of somebody who's not me.
And it makes everybody feel it's actually selfish.
Because it makes you feel good too.
Yeah, there is something.
You could look at it that way.
Sure, from the position of trying to convince the unbeliever, right? Appealing to their self-interest may not be the worst idea.
Right.
You know, appealing to has the lack of community and let's just assume for a second. Let's just assume it's all bullshit and it's all nonsense. Every bit of it is just totally made up. We just made it up, right? But we all acted as though it was true. If it's the case that your whole framework is that we just want a society that really works well and does the best it can possibly do for everyone, then shouldn't you, by your own framework, just pretend it's true?
Right.
Pilot snipe, sorry.
Shouldn't you just act as though it's true anyway?
Jordan Peterson had a very good point about that, about believing in God, that if you act as if God is real, you will have a better life. Like, it works. It really does work.
Almost like a universal truth.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. It's fascinating that people that are self-professed atheists and people that think of themselves as too intelligent for religion won't acknowledge that. They don't want to believe that. And so many of them
Wasn't sure if he was
that are
going
self-professed atheists are some of the most miserable people. They're very depressed. A lot of them are on psychiatric medications. A lot of them are in therapy. A lot of them are really fucked up.
They're almost cursed. Almost seems like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the thing is interesting is
we get some nice looking shots.
I've talked with a lot of atheists, debated with a lot of atheists, especially on the effects of Christianity in society against the effects of atheism. And I know what pure secular states have led to. That's what communism was. That was a purely secular state.
Yes.
All right, I'll take it.
Where you really wall off
How many
the
kills
church
was that?
from the state. But here
5,
we
2
pretend
captures.
that it's secular and
What's
they
this?
get all the benefits of it being, quote, secular. But it's not secular at all.
Right.
I need to try
Politicians
that
are
thing out.
constantly
I've seen a lot of
voted
people
in based
playing
on the
that.
fact that they have an X amount of value structure, and that's what
Wanna
they're
finish
going
up
to
creating those,
implement
but I just wanna play
legislatively on you. The whole secular thing, totally made up. It's and them pretending that that's even real or has ever existed as a real framework in the United States, just nonsense.
Not only that, but I think there is a natural default in the human mind to be attracted to a structure. And if that structure is a Christian structure, you're attracted to all the Christian values that we've just discussed being so positive.
And it seems to work really good in the game.
But
I
if
wonder
you're
how
not,
well it
and you
did
go
in
to
real
a
life, or if this
leftist
was like an
progressive structure,
experimental,
leftists in
like
particular,
not many of them existed, or if
like
this
a
was
Marxist structure.
what?
What you're seeing is a complete lack of forgiveness. They don't
I
have
didn't
that built into the system.
French
One
planes,
of
like,
the
particularly did
beautiful
well
things about Christianity is forgiveness
German planes.
and the recognition that we're all
It
sinners
seems
and we
to
all
do
fuck up and we're
pretty
all
stinking
human
well.
and we're all flawed. And that you could
that just
you
could be the
move
video game,
on
though.
and be better, and you can atone for these sins, and you could recognize that, yes, you've made a mistake, but here's the best way to move forward and be a better person. Society
Germans have
as
a
a
dual
whole
prop,
recognizes that you are
like a
me and
front
I
and
am
rear
you,
prop.
and we're all
Also,
kind of the same thing.
Japanese
We all
have
fuck
at
up,
least a rear
and
prop.
we're
Similar
all
to
just
this.
human
I don't know
beings.
if it also has a
But
front.
there's a pathway. There's a pathway to forgiveness. There's zero pathway in leftism. That's the most horrible thing when you watch these pylons online over like the most innocuous
And so
discretions.
what's funny with leftists is their pathway is just everything's permitted.
Yeah.
And the pathway for the Christians, no, not everything is permitted, but almost everything can be forgiven.
Right.
And that I would see as the big distinction. There's a story that I heard because I'm Eastern Orthodox. That's what I follow. And I heard it was a great story my priest told me. And so basically how this went is there was monks. They lived in a commune. One monk liked to get drunk. That was his big vice, right? And he drank a lot of beer. And he did this clear up until the day that he died. And when he died, everyone was crying. And a monk said, well, why is everyone crying? He held that vice clear up till the day he died. And the head of the abbot was there. He said, yeah, but the last few years, he cut it in half.
He was on the path.
Yeah, he was. Well, he's just saying, I'm going to recognize all the progress that this man who had this horrible vice.
Okay, this will be my last game.
There
My
was
dad-
still progress. Still trying to move towards
My
the
dog's
virtue.
in the corner.
Now, maybe he
looking
never
at
got
me.
to it, but
Give me
I'm
the
still going to
silver
recognize that he was trying to. And maybe he was not able to surmount it. He was not able to get past his demons. Maybe he wasn't able to overtake them all, but he was at least attempting to.
Right. That's the thing.
That's the thing. And
Well, it's this idea of like someone being a perfect person is just it's nonsense. It doesn't exist. And so if you don't have a pathway to forgiveness, and if you don't have that built into your society, you're always going to have people pointing out people that are the bad people, and it's going to keep moving in that direction. And it's one of the things you see in the left in particular. They eat their own, and it drives me crazy when I see that also from the right. I'm like, don't you see that the people that you criticize are doing this, and now you're doing this? You guys are turning on each other over the most innocuous thing, and forming tribes where you're attacking each other, even though you have mostly shared values, instead of being charitable and recognizing that, you know, these are just human beings and they make mistakes.
Yeah, crap, he's on my
But
tail.
the left eats itself more than any fucking group that I've ever encountered, over almost nothing. And they love to pile on because they're absolutely terrified that it's going to come for them. They're fucking terrified. And so they will go out of their way to shame and attack and to take some of the energy away from them.
But do you think there's a unity in that? Like, if we were to look at this again, like from a bird's eye view, I agree with you. The left eats itself way more than the right does, though the right eats itself too, right? And we've been seeing a lot of that post Charlie Kirk's death. I think that was mostly power vacuum based, and who gets to fill the power vacuum.
That's what I think.
I still think that it turned into a dog eat dog for the power vacuum fight, and it was a criticism of values, foundationalism, and all of that. But from the left view, if you're eating your own, right, and you eat the message apart to the point where you get down to the foundation, and now everybody's in lock and step, is that better for political power or worse? Like, if you constantly are just eating the wrong, nope, that message isn't pure enough, and they gobble them up until you get the monster, right, who has the right message, they're all on board. Is that the better way to achieve this kind of like political paradigm that they want? That's my question.
It's very naive. It's a naive perspective that eventually going to boil it down to purity, and you're not going to. It's not going to happen. You're never going to get far left enough.
There'll always be something else to eat them over.
Yeah, well, also, you're advocating for communism, and advocating for communism is so wild. And people, there's no examples of it ever being done right. There's zero. Imagine advocating for something that has zero success. Zero. None. Like, it doesn't exist. It's never happened. There's never been. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if everybody has to share all the money, then who's going to enforce that?
What?
Who's gonna tell people that you have to give up your house?
A
Who's gonna tell
state?
people to give up your life?
All right.
The state.
And the state has guns.
Yeah.
So you're advocating for violence.
Yeah,
You-
well,
you don't
if
think
you
you're
say
advocating
so.
for violence, but you are. You're advocating for hard men with
Sometimes
guns.
you can go through the top of a
those
tree
people
like
are gonna
that,
wind up
like-
living in mansions,
and then sometimes-
eating filet mignon, and
There's so many
everybody
times
else
where I
is
hit
gonna be eating
invisible
oats
stuff, too.
and gruel, and that's
Which is exactly what's always happened when it's
Always.
tried. And
Always.
the thing is interesting too is there's other value
I
set
did. I clipped the
issues
top
that
of
are
the
really
tree, but
simple.
there's so many
to point
times
to,
where I've
like,
gone through the top of
okay,
the tree
nothing's
like
worth
that
anything.
and just been fine.
Like, how do I get my guitar?
I guess it's
Right.
just
Nonsense.
random programming.
Like, just, you know, all the communist nations were always setting their market prices based on what markets would
Right.
set for prices. And it's like, how do I value a guitar? If it's supposed to just be mine in the commune and then yours also and his also, how do we set a value assessment here? What makes the Epiphone better than the
Sorry, folks, we had a crash, software crash. Another problem is this idea of the equality of outcome, that everybody should get an equal amount. That is crazy talk, because we all know that equality of effort does not exist. There's a reason why there's outliers, and the reason why they're so compelling and so inspirational. It's like, this fucking guy got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and ran every morning before work and hustled and ate the right food and fucking did the right things and was thinking and pushing and was open-minded, and he became radically successful.
But
Finally.
from each according to their ability, Joe.
But it's not even maximizing everyone's ability because you're
BF-109.
basically giving a safety net for fucking lazy
There's
people.
two people in front
And
of
that's
you.
not good for them either.
And the BF-109
being inspired
turns
by
around to
others'
get
success is a good thing. It's a good thing. And the only way that happens is if you let
Like,
someone be exceptional.
priorities.
The only way you let someone be exceptional,
people in front
you
of
have
you.
to incentivize them. Well, what's the incentive?
Priorities,
the incentive
people.
is they get more value out of their hard work. They get more money.
How do
They
we
get a
do?
nicer house.
Love and
They
kills,
get
I'll take
like, what are
it.
you gonna do? You're gonna decide that people have to like mate. Like the
See, that's what
women
I'm
don't
used to.
find
I'm
this
like,
guy
why am I not
attractive,
getting, like,
but that's
5,
not fair.
6K?
So that they have to be with this guy and they have to find him
you get
attractive, or that
100%
a woman
bonus
has
for
to
winning.
find this man attractive.
Sure.
Even though he's a dumpy fucking lazy
Oh, right,
loser.
we unlock
Like this is the way of the world.
Yeah.
And competition is a good thing for human beings. It inspires us. It's good. It lets you know that there's a
Alrighty,
higher
this is gonna
bar that can be achieved.
That was
And
the
you
last
often used to know
round.
who
Thank
the
you for everyone that
lazy
stopped
people
in and
were
watched. I
based
greatly
on the
appreciate
living
it.
conditions they had.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Just like you would.
I had a lot of fun. Hopefully we'll be streaming tomorrow also. We'll probably, let's see. Yeah, I'll probably finish watching this up, and then I probably watch some debates by Andrew Wilson or something, or see, depending on what the news tomorrow is. Watch some of the, see if anything crazy goes on today. I guess, well, today. It's the morning, isn't it? All right. Let's see here. Order and select a crew. Want to replace this guy? It's 2.0, 2.0. Yeah, we want to replace this. Oh, we have enough to just straight up. Why do we have so much? Why do we have 8,000 available? Doesn't seem right. I guess we'll just go for that. Striker. Why is it on? Why is it on this one already? That's not right. Guess we'll go and start doing rank 3. There we go. Did I get enough to get? Oh yeah, we got enough. We have enough. Did we not? We just got another one too. Another 3.0. Just want to get these upgraded, so I don't know why, but I like having upgraded airplanes. Just replace that for now. Yeah. All right, that one looks pretty cool. I like the, is there a cross on it? What does that make me think of? It looks like the cross from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Last Crusade. The guys that are protecting the cup. Like the Knight's cross, the cross that they have on their chest, I think looks something like that. The Templar's cross. And then is it the Jesuits? Is the Jesuits cross? Is there like a Jesuits cross or something that looks like that? They have really long airplanes. They look weird to me, the French ones. They look like sharks. Like the fronts look like sharks to me. I don't know why. All right. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you want to stop on in, of course, give us a follow, a like. Sorry. Wrong platform. And of course, we have a link in the description if you want to hop in the Discord, and I put out notifications there when I'm hopping on and playing. Right now, I'm going to be playing quite a bit. Well, quite a bit. I'll be playing quite a bit because of the event, trying to get this. And then I also got 19 days of premium, so we'll be playing this a bit. I might sneak in a day or so of playing, trying to play some more Resident Evil Village on the PlayStation. I just don't know what days will, just depending on like when I can get it in. Once we're done with the event here and stuff in the premium, because I don't want to, waste it, then we'll definitely play some more Resident Evil Village. But, if I get it done all in one day, I can like go a day without playing and play some Resident Evil or something. But yeah, Discord is where I'll put out notifications, and you will see when I'm hopping on. I'm all over the place, but they also tell you what I am playing. So I'll see you guys later. You guys have a good one. Bye bye.